Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware presents the Cavalcade of Music. The great steelmaker and philanthropist Andrew Carnegie has been quoted as saying, "My idea of heaven is to be able to sit and listen to all the Victor Herbert music I want to." For many years, all America has paid Herbert the greatest compliment a composer can be given, the joyful playing and singing of his songs. And this evening, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra and our guest star, Francia White, have arranged a full program of Victor Herbert melodies. This program marks Francia White's farewell appearance on our DuPont Summer Series. And judging by the many fine letters we've had complimenting her voice, you will join us in regretfully saying goodbye. Now let's begin this program of music by Victor Herbert with a melody from one of the 41 Herbert operettas. It is the waltz from Sweetheart. In 1905, Victor Herbert wrote an operetta called Mademoiselle Modiste for the famed singing star Fritzi Chef. In the score was a number called If I Were on the Stage, and the part of it you'll probably remember best is the last refrain, the lovely Kiss Me Again. DuPont's guest soprano, Francia White, will sing it.
If I were asked to play a part, a simple maiden light of heart, a village lass in country clothes, as to and from her work she goes, I'd sing a merry living strain, and gaily run to this refrain. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la, costly gowns and jewels are rare. I would not play the part amiss. I'd sing a polonaise like this. Are you agree that happy I could be? Sweet, sweet, the ladies great to kneel and kiss my hand. A king upon his throne, to woo me for his own. Fair and fair and fair. Who would that be? But best of all, the part I'd play, if I could only have my way, would be a strong romantic role, emotional and full of soul. And I believe for such a thing, a dreamy, sensuous waltz I'd sing. Sweet summer breeze, whispering tweet, star shining softly above. Roses in bloom, wafted perfume, sleepy bells safe in your arms, far from alarm. Daylight will come, but in early to your breast, kiss me
While it was his lighter music that brought Victor Herbert world prestige, one of the composer's favorite works was his opera, Natoma. The New York opera companies would not produce it, but Herbert finally managed to have it open in Philadelphia. With Mary Garden and John McCormick in the principal roles, the opera was a success, and one of Victor Herbert's greatest ambitions was realized. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will now play excerpts from the score of Natoma. Victor Herbert composed with extraordinary speed. He once started writing the score for an operetta on a Wednesday morning and finished it the following Tuesday. The operetta was The Only Girl. And here's one of its melodic high spots, When You're Away. Before continuing this program of Victor Herbert's music, we pause briefly for a message from the DuPont Company. Did you know that DuPont chemists use black sand to produce the whitest white you ever saw? Yes, at Baltimore, Maryland, the DuPont Company has a plant which makes from black sand a bright white pigment known chemically as titanium dioxide and sold under the trademarks Ti-Pure and Rayox. This chemical product works for all of us in many ways every day. For instance, today you undoubtedly picked up a business letter, a magazine, or a book. The chances are that it was pleasing to the eye and easy to read because the typing or printing was done on really white paper, making the print stand out clearly. And probably this white pigment, titanium dioxide, made from black sand by DuPont chemists, was used to brighten the paper and make it opaque so that printing on the other side wouldn't show through. The brilliant whiteness of your refrigerator, kitchen range, walls, ceilings, woodwork, or even the outside of your house may have come from this pigment. For titanium dioxide is widely used as a pigment in such finishes as DuPont Dulux. It even goes into the white cleaner that keeps your sports shoes looking spick and span. The DuPont plant in Baltimore that makes this pigment is right on the waterfront of that city. Several hundred Baltimoreans work there, and the carefully controlled chemical steps used in the manufacture of titanium dioxide pigment require enough steam, electricity, and water to serve a whole city of 10,000 people. Once the product is made, it is carried by boat, rail, and motor to hundreds of customers and also to 28 distributing points throughout the country, where many additional thousand workers in such industries as linoleum, rubber, paint, paper, ceramics, and leather make use of this white pigment. 13 years ago, titanium dioxide sold for $1.50 a pound. Today, a much superior grade produced in DuPont's Baltimore plant sells at 16 cents a pound. Here again, chemical research has helped reduce the selling price over a period of years. Living in Baltimore, working in Baltimore, and serving the nation, the DuPont chemists and factory workers, by continuing their efforts to improve titanium dioxide and make it at a still lower cost, are doing their share toward helping the DuPont Company provide better things for better living through chemistry. One of Victor Herbert's greatest ambitions was to write an Irish operetta. Francia White sings Thine Alone from Eileen.
Tell me, why is there a doubt within my heart, my own? Tell me why. I but fear that time will come when we must part. Alas, I would have died.
Heading the cast was our guest artist, Francia White. Her performance was so brilliant that critics enthusiastically acclaimed her as today's foremost interpreter of Herbert melodies. We'll hear a medley from Naughty Marietta now. Speaking of Victor Herbert, Deems Taylor once said, he had the gift of song. His music bubbled and sparkled and charmed. And he brought the precious gift of gaiety to an art that often suffers from pretentiousness. Surely Herbert brought joy to the hearts of millions with his music, songs that will live forever because they're pure, unforgettable melody. We're proud to salute the memory, the works of Victor Herbert in this DuPont cavalcade of music. Now, Francia White, since this is your farewell appearance on our DuPont Summer Series, we want to thank you and assure you that you're taking everyone's very best wishes with you. Next Wednesday evening, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will play a program of numbers by a young man who has written music entirely for the moving pictures. His name is Nasho Herb Brown, and he wrote, That's the Pagan Love Song by Nasho Herb Brown, and we'll hear a full program of his tunes next Wednesday, same time and station, when the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware again presents the Cavalcade of Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door. Lux presents Hollywood. This is a drama of Broadway, of the tears and joys, the struggles and romance of a group of girls battling for recognition behind the footlights. Starring our Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Menjou, and Rosalind Russell, and with Eve Arden. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers, and between the acts, you'll hear one of Broadway's famous characters, George Pierce, stage doorman of the Empire Theater. Before introducing our producer, a word about the product bringing you this hour of entertainment. Out here in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. They use it regularly, in their studio dressing rooms and at home, too. When a screen star whose complexion is priceless uses an inexpensive soap like Lux Toilet Soap, you can be sure there's a reason, and here it is. Lux Toilet Soap is skillfully made of the finest possible ingredients. More important, Lux Toilet Soap has active lather that offers you protection against careless cleansing. Let Hollywood's beauty soap be your beauty soap and help you protect the priceless loveliness of your complexion. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 25 years ago that a church worker making a sick call on a young actress living in the theatrical district of New York City noticed a pistol on the dresser. When the girl told her the neighborhood was so tough that she needed the weapon for protection, her visitor determined to do something about it. From that determination came a theatrical club, 2 brownstone buildings in the West 50s, the real-life background of our play, the home of hopeful young actresses who find New York a hard and lonely city. Here Edna Ferber got her inspiration and, collaborating with George S. Kaufman, gave Broadway the resounding hit Stage Door. When RKO brought Stage Door to the screen, it rediscovered one of its own stars, Ginger Rogers. Her nimble feet and appealing voice had carried her to fame in musical romances. Then came the part of Jean Maitland, which established her as one of our best dramatic actresses, and which she repeats tonight. She co-stars on the screen shortly with Fred Astaire in The Story of Vernon and Irene Castle. Also from the original film cast comes that master of sophisticated charm, Mr. Adolphe Menjou, in the part of the theatrical producer, Anthony Powell. Mr. Menjou starred soon in the United Artists release, King of the Turf. Making her first appearance at our microphone is Miss Rosalind Russell, a Connecticut girl who came to Hollywood by way of stock companies and Broadway. Following her success in The Citadel, her new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture is Fast and Loose, co-starring Robert Montgomery. And she's heard tonight in the part of Terry Randall. Eve Arden plays Linda Shaw. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door. Broadway is a mighty stream, sparkling, swift, and unfathomable, rushing on mercilessly, swollen with an overflow of talent from all the other little Broadways, the main streets of America. But along the course of every roaring torrent, there are backwaters, pools, and eddies where the driftwood collects. Such a backwater is the Footlights Club, a girls' theatrical boarding house just off Broadway, just around the corner from Fame. In the old-fashioned living room of the club, the girls are gathered just before dinner. The air's thick with talk, shop talk, and women's talk. On the overstuffed sofa sits Jean Maitland. Jean is a dancer when she works, but she's been at liberty for the last 6 months. She polishes her nails calmly, ignoring the conversation that flies about her.
Lamb stew for dinner. I'll bet it's awful.
Well, it couldn't be any worse than it was last night.
Yeah, no better than tomorrow night.
Can anybody lend me a lipstick?
How was the matinee, Susan?
Well, very intimate. We had 100 people on the stage and 50 in the audience.
Well, at least you had them outnumbered.
5 weeks rehearsal and 2 weeks pay.
What's the matter? The show closing?
I'm like a tired clam.
Oh, that's awful. Jean, did you hear that? Susan's show is folding.
Yeah, and if any more fold, we can all move right into the storehouse with this scenery.
Good evening, Hay.
Oh, there you are, Miss Shaw.
Were you speaking to me, Miss Maitland? I'm just on my way out.
Come on, take them off.
What?
You heard what I said. Take off my stockings.
What stockings?
If you don't take them off, I will, and I'll take some of the hide right off with them.
Well, Mrs. Orchard.
From now on, you can wear your own stockings or go bare-legged.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so, stretching my size 8 over your big clodhopper 12.
Girls, what's the trouble?
This hoyden accused me of stealing my own stockings.
She swiped her last pair of stockings from me.
Jean, Linda, how do you expect me to run a respectable boarding house?
Well, you're doing the best you can with the people you've got.
Jean?
Oh, Linda, Mr. Powell's car is here.
Oh, well, tell the chauffeur I'll be right there.
Well, Mr. Powell's car is here. Mr. Powell, the great producer, isn't here. Just his car.
Well, if you were more considerate of your elders, maybe Mr. Powell would send his car for you someday.
I can hardly wait.
Of course, he'd probably take one look at you and send you right back again, but then you have to expect that.
Well, you should know.
Well, good night, everyone. While you're sitting here digesting your lamb stew, you might be thinking of me dining on pheasant bordelaise.
Bordelaise, no less. Woo, girls, listen, bordelaise.
Well, maybe it's casserole. I'm not quite certain.
Well, be sure not to eat the bones and give yourself away.
I'd say that bout was a draw, Jean.
Break it up, girls. That's the end of round one.
Girls, what's that knocking?
It might be mice.
Why, it's someone at the side door.
Say, how do you get in here?
If you really want to get in, you might blast.
Oh, don't, Jean. It looks like a customer. Go around to the other door, please.
What's the matter with her? Can't she read? The mice are still with us.
This way. Come right in.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Greetings.
How many doors are there to this place?
Well, there's the trap door, the humidor, and the cuspidor. How many doors would you like?
I only asked a civil question. I'd like to see someone about accommodations, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Miss Orcott's the keeper on duty.
Yes, I'm the one you see. You mustn't mind Jean.
Evidently, Jean's a very amusing person.
Boo! If you young ladies will pardon me, I shall take the wolfhounds for a stroll through the park.
This is a theatrical boarding house, isn't it?
It's considered one of the finest. Now, let me see what I have available.
I'd like a room with a private bath. Well, is there anything so strange in that request?
Oh, you mustn't mind the girls. They're just full of fun. We're just a great, big, happy family.
Oh, yeah.
How expensive are your rooms?
$13 if you share a room. In advance. That includes breakfast and dinner, but not luncheon.
You mean meals are included for that money?
Yes, indeed. And I must say we have a very fine kitchen. Girl.
What should I do about my baggage? I'm expecting a few trunks.
Well, I'll have them taken care of, Miss...
Randall, Terry Randall.
Miss Randall. Now, let me see. I have only one vacancy. You'll have to share a room with Jean.
Jean? You mean the girl who made all those...
I'm sure you'll like the room. It's very bright. Come this way, Miss Randall. This way.
One trunk, two trunks, three trunks. When does your baggage get here, Miss Randall?
I'm expecting the bulk of it in the morning.
We could leave the trunks here and sleep in the hall. There's no use crowding the trunks.
Yes. I don't know what we're going to do when the wolfhounds arrive. I hope you don't mind animals.
No, not at all. I've roomed with a great many of them before.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you mind if I ask a personal question?
Another one?
Are these trunks full of bodies?
Just those two. But I don't intend to unpack them.
I was just thinking if the room got too crowded, we could live in the trunks.
Now, that's a good idea. You don't mind helping me unpack, do you? Oh, I beg your pardon, you're not the maid, are you?
Oh, it's quite all right.
And may I put this picture here?
Why not? May help scare the moths away. An old friend of the family?
It happens to be my grandfather.
Grandfather? Well, there is quite a resemblance, especially around the whiskers.
Now, that's a fairly intelligent observation for you.
Judging from your wardrobe, I'd say he was a fairly generous old guy, as grandfathers go.
He always treated me very well.
I suppose if you'd had your choice, you'd have picked a much younger grandfather.
I see that in addition to your other charms, you have the insolence generated by an inferior upbringing.
Oh, fancy clothes, fancy language, and everything. Do you mind if I hang your dress here, on the floor? Temporarily, of course. I must take my bath.
That should help.
And remember, half the wardrobe is yours, and if anything of mine should get in the way, why, just toss it out the window. Hey, who's in the bath?
It's me, honey, Mary Lou.
Well, hurry up. It's still a community tub, you know.
I'll hurry.
Hello, Kay. Kay!
Oh.
Hey, what's the matter, Kay? Don't you say hello to me anymore?
Hello, Jean. I didn't see you. I just got in. I'm tired.
Well, you certainly must have heard me.
Oh, don't pay any attention to me. My mind's been wandering lately.
What's the matter, Kay?
Oh, it's just one of those days. Let's sit down and have a good cry.
All right. Cry on my shoulder. I'm going to take a bath anyhow. What's wrong?
No casting today. If you'll leave your name and number, we'll get in touch with you. Mr. Powell is not seeing anyone until the end of the week. Last week, the week before, and the week before that. Somewhere, somehow, I had the idea that I was a pretty good actress.
Come on, shake out of it. Who got all those rave notices a year ago?
That was a year ago.
Ooh, you do sound gloomy.
I don't know why I'm hanging on. There's nothing else I can do, and nobody I can go back to. Except somebody I'll never go back to.
Listen, you don't have to go back to anybody. Well, you're the only good actress in this club. Something's bound to come your way.
I hope so.
Now, look, Kay. I don't want to butt into your private affairs, but if it's a matter of a few bucks...
Oh, Gene, I've got to get that part in Enchanted April. It's me. It's my life. No one else can play that part. It belongs to me. I've got to get it. It just can't be otherwise. I've got to. I've just got
Honey,
to.
all right. Now, come on, snap out of it. Honey, there's somebody coming. Now, go on into your room, and I'll see you later. Go on, baby.
Jean! Hey, Jean!
What do you want?
Jean, do you want a date?
Some more of those lumbermen of yours?
Well, yeah, but...
The last couple we went stepping with were made of lumber, especially their feet.
All right, don't. But it's not too late for dinner, and they haven't had theirs yet.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so before you spoke? Hey, Mary Lou, get out of that tub. What do you think you are, a trained seal?
Oh, 9 o'clock and all's quiet.
Too darn quiet for me.
Hey, where's Jean? Out with the lumbering lumberman.
Oh, Miss Randall.
Yes?
I thought we ought to get acquainted. I'm one of the girls here, too.
Oh.
Anne Luther is my name. Are you of the theater?
Not yet, but I hope to be.
With the proper coaching, you need not despair. In fact, if I don't find a play worthy of my talents, I may do a little coaching myself.
Really?
I can't tell you how interesting I found your discussion of Twelfth Night at the dinner table.
Thank you. I don't think the rest of the inmates shared your enthusiasm.
Hang on to your chairs, girls. We're in for more Shakespeare.
Is it against the rules of the Footlights Club to discuss the classics? The trouble with you girls is you're all comics. Don't you ever take anything seriously?
After you've sat around for a year trying to get a job, you won't take anything seriously either.
You just have to sit around and do nothing about it? You think you're facing difficulties. Why, what do you think of the men who crossed the Rockies? Did any of them crash a manager's office? No, but if they wanted to, I'm sure they could have done it. And I'll bet I can, too.
Maybe she can get through the door with vanishing cream.
Maybe I can.
Did you say you'd bet, Miss Randall?
I meant it figuratively.
I'd rather have a lunch.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll take a lunch. You'll crash a manager's office? How long?
Give her a week. A week is enough. Name your manager.
Anthony Powell.
Powell? The Anthony Powell?
Why not?
All right. Why not? Hello.
Hello. How are all your folks?
What happened to you? You're limping.
Am I? Did you ever dance with one of those lumberman Romeos?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Well, if you did, you'd remember it all right.
Well, why do you go out with them?
Oh, Bide, why do I? They not only step all over you, but they bore you to death. Why am I telling you all this?
Why not? We're going to share the same room. Why not share our troubles?
We started off on the wrong foot. Let's stay that way.
Oh, don't you ever stop quarreling.
What's the matter? Can't you take it?
I can take it if you want it that way.
Sure, why not? Oh, well, I hope you like your bed. It's the worst of the two.
Thanks. May I ask a humble question?
If you ask it in English.
You're probably wondering why I'm living here.
Maybe I am. Why don't you sell some of those fancy clothes you've got and live in a decent place?
Isn't this a decent place? Besides, I've always wanted to be in an atmosphere like this.
Sister, you haven't seen atmosphere. Wait until about 6 in the morning when those garbage trucks start around. Say, am I getting good or you getting weak?
It struck me funny.
What did?
The idea of having a garbage truck for an alarm clock.
Oh, it's not funny to me. If I had your wardrobe, I'd scram out of here plenty fast and leave you here with your atmosphere.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You bark a lot, but you don't bite. You wouldn't sell out for a wardrobe.
It's all right for you to talk. You've got yours, and Linda isn't doing so bad either.
Linda? Oh, she's the other girl you fight with, eh?
One of them. Well, you two probably have the right idea. I don't know.
What idea is that?
Stop kidding.
Oh, you mean having a grandfather, eh?
I'll call him anything you like.
If I had it to do all over again, I assure you I wouldn't have had a grandfather. Perhaps if I came in here today with a hungry look in my eyes and a straw suitcase, you'd think I was all right, huh? But a wardrobe won't help you to act. And 3 meals a day, of course, well, it's just a bad habit. However, that's hardly a reason for the girls to dislike me. Jean? Jean, are you listening?
Write it down on a piece of paper. I'll read it in the morning.
In a few moments, the curtain will rise on the second act of Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou. And now, during our intermission, let us listen in on Bill and Betty. They're going to be married in June, and now...
Good night, Bill. You really must go now.
Oh, gosh, Betty, not just yet. Oh, it's wonderful to hold you close. You're awful nice to look at, you know.
But, Bill, you must go.
All right, I suppose I must. But, gee, darling, I could look at you like this forever.
Betty's one of those clever girls who uses Lux toilet soap regularly and has skin that passes the love test. When a man's in love, his eyes look close and searchingly. Only skin that's soft and smooth can pass the test. If you have won romance and want to hold it, take the Screen Star's advice. They tell you it's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use cosmetics all you like. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather removes stale cosmetics thoroughly, guards against choked pores. We use this nice white soap regularly. Have you discovered what this soap 9 out of 10 Screen Stars can do for your skin? Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Menjou, and Rosalind Russell. Almost a week has gone by. Terry Randall, unable to make friends with the girls at the Footlights Club, pursues the uncertain path to fame alone. Jean Maitland, still out of a job, practices daily at Alex Karofsky's dancing school. With her partner Anne, she's working out a routine in a corner of the room, when through the door comes the famous producer, Linda's friend, Anthony Powell.
Well, Mr. Powell. How are you, Mr. Powell?
I'm fine, Alex. How's the new school?
Oh, fine. You thinking of putting on a musical?
No, I very likely won't produce anything this year, unless I can find an angel. Say, who's the little blonde over there?
Oh, just one of the kids. You want to meet her?
Never mind. I'll introduce myself.
Hey, Jean, look who's giving us the once-over.
Who is it?
Nobody but Anthony Powell.
So that's Linda's soulmate. Who's he staring at?
I don't know, but I hope it's me.
Now, you can have him.
Morning. Are you girls rehearsing for the musical?
No, we're just getting over the DTs.
That's a nice routine you kids have got there.
I hear yours isn't so bad either. See you in the dressing room, Anne.
What's the matter with your girlfriend?
Oh, she's just nervous. Meeting such a great man, you know.
Do you two girls expect to go on the stage?
Oh, well, we're just hoofing around, waiting for someone to discover us.
Well, you're discovered.
But I didn't mean it that way. You see, we thought maybe, we might get into a nightclub like the Grotto.
The Grotto?
Yeah, someplace like that. Well, excuse me, I guess you're getting me nervous, too. Excuse me, goodbye.
Nice little routine those kids have, Mr. Powell.
Yes. Say, Alex. Call up Gordon at the Club Grotto. Tell him I said to give the kids a job.
The Grotto? Swell.
Gee, Jean, that wasn't so bad.
Oh, it wasn't so good either. Did you see who was sitting out there?
Sure.
Our friend, Miss Linda Shaw, and her friend, Mr. Powell.
Well, what of it? I heard tonight that Powell owns half interest in this club.
Oh, it did strike me kind of funny, our getting a job here all of a sudden.
Nah, don't be a dope.
Say, if he ever smiled at me the way he did at you tonight, I'd do a 3-point collapse.
Hello. May I come in?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Powell?
I thought you girls were very good tonight.
Thank you. We thought so, too.
Don't pay any attention to her, Mr. Powell. She's slightly balmy. Well, excuse me, Mr. Powell.
You don't like me, do you?
How could I help liking a man who takes his mother out to a nightclub? That was your mother you were sitting with.
No. No, that was my girlfriend's mother. Now, my ideal mother is young, blonde, slim, and generally intriguing.
I'll see if I can get you one on Mother's Day. What size?
Your size.
Well, that wouldn't be so easy. You see, I'm not the stock size.
Couldn't we talk the whole thing over at dinner some night?
I'm very fond of dinner. Could you send your car around for me?
Where could I send it?
I'm living at the Footlights Club, but the traffic around there is a little heavy.
Oh, I see.
So maybe you'd better send it around here first.
Perhaps that would be better. Shall we say tomorrow night, after the show?
Mama will have a lamp in the window.
Good night.
Got a fur cape they're not using tonight.
You're a little early, Jean.
I know, but I want to get a lean on it this morning. I got a date for dinner.
Terry Randall's got one.
I know. Where is she?
Out to lunch. Free, too. A fella just called for her.
Oh, Grandpa?
Well, I'd say he was a little young for Grandpa, but I liked his car.
Will there be anything else, monsieur?
No, that's all.
Very good, monsieur.
So your decision is final, is it, Terry?
Yes, Dad. It's final.
I'm sorry, my dear. I thought by now that you would have satisfied this silly whim of yours. You're ready to come back home.
If I thought I couldn't achieve something by myself without the aid of the family millions, I'd feel like a pretty sorry specimen.
But why must it be the stage, Terry? There are other things to achieve in life.
I don't know, Dad. It just happens to appeal to me.
You've got the family name to consider.
Oh, don't worry about the family name. So far as New York is concerned, Terry Randall is just another stage-struck girl from the Middle West. They don't know me from Eve, but they're going to if I have anything to say about it.
And if you were to fail, then what?
If I'm a failure, I'll be the first to admit it.
Then you would come home if you failed?
Would you have me?
Well, you're pretty stubborn, but you're still my favorite daughter. Let's leave it at that.
Oh, what time is it?
It's almost 3.
Oh, Dad, I've got to run. I've got a bet with the girls that I couldn't crash a manager's office.
Something tells me you won't lose.
Oh, darling Dad.
Mr. Anthony Powell's office. Mr. Powell isn't in. Have you an appointment? Sorry, he can't see you. Hello? Hello? No, no casting.
Miss Winters, I'm Kay Hamilton. May I see Mr. Powell, please?
Just a moment. Hello?
Hiya, Kay. Oh, hello, Judy.
What was it, Miss Hamilton?
I want to see Mr. Powell, please.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Powell isn't seeing anyone today.
But I have an appointment. I was supposed to read that part for him in Enchanted April.
I'm sorry.
But if I could only see him for 5 minutes.
Not today, Miss Hamilton.
But I've got to see him today. I've just got to.
Miss Hamilton! Oh, catch her, someone.
I'll take care of her.
Kay, are you all right? Somebody get some water. Rub her hands. We'll bring her around.
Hey, here's the water.
Thanks.
Judy, what happened? Oh, Terry, it's Kay. She fainted.
Yeah, Powell broke an appointment with her, and when Miss Winters told her, she passed out.
She'll be all right. She's coming around now.
Kay, are you all right? I feel better now.
Just who does this Anthony Powell think he is, refusing to see people with appointments? Let me through, please.
Here, you can't go in there.
No, just watch me.
Come back here.
I beg your pardon.
So you're Anthony Powell.
Well, and who might you be?
My name is Terry Randall, but that's not important.
Why, what right do you break into my office without
What right have you to barricade yourself behind closed doors and refuse to see people?
It happens to be none of your business.
Do you know that a girl just fainted in your outer office because you broke an appointment with her?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
And as long as you keep that door closed, you'll never know. You're a producer, and it's your business to see actors. Why, the greatest actress in the world might be sitting out there, and you'd never give her a chance.
Are you the greatest actress in the world?
Never mind me, I don't need you, but those other girls do. They work and starve and go without decent food and clothes, in the hope that someday someone like you will come out of his office and notice them.
Really? Now listen, my militant friend. I judge by your attitude that you hold me personally responsible for any possible tragedy in the lives of the girls who come up here. Is that right?
No, it isn't. But I do think you owe it to all these people to at least see them. Maybe they've got something.
Well, maybe they have. But do you realize that if I tried to see all the young girls who want to be actresses, that I wouldn't have time to do anything else? There are about 50 girls for every job that's open.
But how do you know you get the right ones? You don't even have the courtesy to come out of your office and say no to them. That at least would be some contact with the theater.
Well, you're one that can't complain. I've seen you, and you're not the type.
You're very smug, Mr. Powell. Very smug.
Well, whether or not you're satisfied that I'm not entirely responsible for the woes of the theatrical world, I'd suggest that you run along and leave me here with my conscience.
I doubt very much that you have a conscience. Good day, Mr. Powell.
How is Kay tonight?
Oh, she's all right.
What'd the doctor say was wrong? Malnutrition, he called it. That's Latin for not eating.
Mrs. Orcutt, what did the doctor say?
She's going to be all right. It was very sweet of you to send in the doctor, Terry.
I asked you not to say anything about it.
Well, of course, dear.
It's not that I'm sentimental. It's just that the whole thing seems unnecessary to me.
Certainly, dear. And now that you've paid her rent, there's no reason why she shouldn't stay.
May I come in, Miss Maitland?
Certainly, Miss Shaw. I guess you'll be safe. The exterminators won't be here till tomorrow.
How did they miss you on their last visit?
I was out in society that day with an old boyfriend of yours.
Oh, yes. Speaking of funerals, these flowers just arrived for you.
And my little flower girl brought them up to me. Well, if I could find my purse, I'd give you a big 5-cent tip.
Well, I really came along to give you a tip. Oh, and don't bother to read the note. I can tell you what it says. 11 roses, and the 12th is you. Signed, Anthony Powell.
You're doing very well up to now. Tell me more.
Oh, the routine's the same for all the girls. Quiet little supper in the Powell penthouse with champagne and all the fixings. Oh, and then there's Harcourt. Now, Harcourt's a gem.
That's not Harcourt you're wearing, is it?
No, my sweet. Harcourt's the butler. A very discreet butler, if you get what I mean, and conveniently deaf. Now, let me see. Tony usually starts off with the tired little boy routine. Oh, but I don't want to spoil it for you. I'll let it all come as a big surprise.
Thanks for calling. And if you ever need a good pallbearer, remember, I'm at your service.
Good night, dear. Oh, hello, Randall.
Hello.
Have a nice time, Jean.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help overhearing. You're not really running around with this man Powell, are you?
Why not?
Why should you play with fire just to spite Linda?
I can take care of myself.
Personally, I think you need a governess.
Besides, if I don't go out with him, I'll probably lose my job, and so will Anne. We'll be right back where we were.
Now, that's a lame excuse. You got along somehow before, didn't you?
I'm sick of getting along somehow. Besides, it's none of your business.
Sorry. Oh, by the way, that's a beautiful ermine cape you're wearing. Remarkably similar to one of mine.
Oh, it is yours. I just wanted to see how I'd feel in one of these things.
You feel any different?
I'll say.
Why don't you wear it?
Do you mean it?
Why not? You may as well go to perdition in ermine. You're sure to come back in rags.
Oh, you know, you're funny. In some ways, you're not such a bad egg.
Oh, as eggs go, I probably have my points.
Gee. Thanks. Good night.
All right.
Jean,
Oh, Bill. Hello, Bill.
I've been waiting out here for you.
Yeah? Well, when did you get back, Bill?
This morning. The show was one of the quicker flops of the year, in spite of my swell publicity campaign. Have a cigarette, Jean?
No, thanks. I gave him up when I was 7.
Bright girl. You busy tonight?
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't give you much of my time tonight anyhow. But how about dinner tomorrow night?
I don't see how I can very well.
Why not?
Well, since we got this job, I haven't had much time for anything.
Well, you haven't given up eating, have you?
What isn't that, Bill? Maybe we hadn't better see each other for a while.
Why?
I just think it's better.
Oh?
Why do you say oh like that?
How would you say it?
Well, you make it sound like it meant something else.
Well, that ermine speaks for itself.
Whatever I do is my own business.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, Bill, but I gotta live my own life from now on. Well, you understand, don't you, Bill?
I guess I do. So long, Jean.
So long, Bill.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. we've completed the second act of Stage Door. Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Manjou bring us Act 3 following this brief intermission, which features our special guest of the evening. And now a word about Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap with active lather the screen stars use. It's because Lux Toilet Soap has active lather that it makes such a wonderful bath soap, too. Carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves skin smooth and delicately fragrant. Screen stars say, men fall for skin that's sweet. A Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath makes you sure. Use this gentle, rich lathered soap for your daily beauty bath. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
For our special guest tonight, we asked the Empire Theater, New York City, to lend us their stage doorman, because his particular stage door is the most glamorous of all. Through it have passed so many great stars, from Sarah Bernhardt to Catherine Cornell. So much a part of the Empire has its doorman become that the theater's his middle name. From New York City, we now present the stage doorman of the Empire Theater, Mr. George Empire Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I suppose some of you are wondering just what a stage doorman does. Well, I'm a combination policeman, secretary, cook, father, confessor, and banker. It depends, of course, on who's playing the theater. Take English actors, for instance. They like their tea on matinee afternoons. Brian Ahern is a great tea drinker. When he was with Catherine Cornell at the Empire in the barracks of Wimpole Street, I made tea between acts every matinee day. Miss Cornell herself likes to eat dinner in her dressing room between matinee and evening performances. Incidentally, when we have a play opening on the theater in which she does not appear, she sends a wire with best wishes for my opening. With Burgess Meredith in the theater, you've got to be a banker because Burgess doesn't carry any money in his pocket. He'll come rushing into the theater, toss his hat into a fire bucket, and have his coat and tie off by the time he gets to the dressing room door. Then he'll stop quick and come back to where I'm sitting. George, he'll say, I owe you 60 cents. And then he pays me. After the show, he can never find his hat. He grabs the first one he can see whether it fits or not. And it generally doesn't. Now, of course, the man whose hat Burgess takes picks up somebody else's, and that goes on and on and on. Nobody has the right hat. Personally, I always consider it an honor when Burgess grabs my hat off my head as he goes rushing out. Every day in real life, I see a part of the story you're hearing in Stage Door tonight, and I know how tough it is. I remember one girl who kept coming back to the theater whenever a new play was casting. She was never good enough to get a job, but that didn't discourage her. One day she fainted while reading a part. It was the old story, not enough to eat. Well, we took up a collection, sent her back home, someplace in Iowa. I never saw her again, but I'm willing to bet that she'll be back someday. And they won't give up the fight, and that makes an old stage doorman's life worth living. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good luck to the Lux Radio Theater.
We exit from your stage door in New York, Mr. Pierce, and return to our own stage door in Hollywood, where Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Manjou, and Rosalind Russell are ready for Act 3. Later the same evening, in Anthony Powell's penthouse high above Broadway, Jean stands by the window, gazing down at the twinkling lights of the great city. The producer stands close to her, smiling indulgently at her wonderment.
It's a beautiful view, isn't it?
What? Oh, the view. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
Tell me, did you enjoy the supper?
I didn't dare to.
Why not?
Make it too hard to go back to lamb stew.
You don't have to go back to that lamb stew if you don't want to.
Do you have suppers like this all the time?
Practically all the time. Why?
I just wondered. I wish I'd been born lucky instead of beautiful and hungry.
Will you have a little more champagne?
No, thanks. I'm afraid to walk now. Woo!
Well, perhaps a little coffee.
No, thanks. I just want to look at the view. Oh, it's a wonderful view, don't you think?
Yes. It's a beautiful city, like a fairyland. It's full of color, illusion, glamour, romance.
Hey, what happened?
What's the matter?
I thought something blew out.
Oh, I turned down the light. It does improve the view, doesn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful now. But think of how much more beautiful it will be with your name flashing across the horizon. Jean Maitland, in letters 4 feet high.
8 feet.
All right, 8 feet. I'll be the sculptor and you the clay. I'll mold you into the greatest dancer Broadway has ever known. I'll be Pygmalion and you'll be Galatea.
Oh, it sounds like a fairy story.
Well, isn't life just a fairy story? After all, aren't grown-up people just little boys and girls at heart? Oh, I know. At the office, I'm the gruff Anthony Powell, theatrical producer. That's a pose. But here, with you, I'm just a tired little boy with a dream.
Who are you going to be? You were going to be somebody, and I was going to be somebody.
Oh, yes. Pygmalion and Galatea.
Which one am I?
Oh, you're Galatea.
I'm Galatea. Who are they?
Pygmalion was a sculptor who carved the statue of a woman out of marble. The statue was so beautiful that he fell in love with her, and his love was so deep and tender and true that it warmed the statue into life, and they lived happily ever after.
Oh, did they get married?
I don't think so. I don't believe people got married in those days.
I think that's terrible.
What's terrible?
They didn't get married.
But she was just a statue.
Well, that's what's so terrible about it.
You mustn't cry over a statue. The whole thing's a fairy story.
But after he'd gone to all that trouble and everything.
But he didn't go to any trouble. Now you're just getting hysterical.
I'm not hysterical.
Besides, he couldn't marry her if he wanted to.
He should have thought of that in the first place. She was probably minding her own business.
Come on, you're getting yourself all excited over nothing. Harcourt.
Well, it may be nothing to you, but it was something to her. Well, he can't do that to her.
You bet he can't. Harcourt.
Well, why don't you do something instead of standing there like that?
I'm going to do something about it. The very first thing in the morning.
That's
Harcourt.
shame.
Ladies' wraps, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Harcourt.
It's awful. It's terrible.
Now, here's your wrap. You run along home now. Get some sleep and don't worry about anything. I'll see my lawyer. We'll get the whole thing straightened out.
What thing?
Now, look, my darling, whatever there is to be straightened out. Harcourt, open the door. There's good old Harcourt. He'll see you to the car. That's a good girl.
Ah, you're wonderful. Did anybody ever tell you you're wonderful?
You're wonderful, too. And Harcourt's wonderful, and I'm wonderful. And the whole thing's wonderful.
You're wonderful, wonderful.
Good night. Good night.
Mr. Anthony Powell's office. I'm sorry, Mr. Powell's in conference, Mr. Burke, and he cannot be disturbed.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Carmichael. You have a client. A client who's interested in putting a little money into my show, Enchanted April, right?
Exactly. But he wants to remain, shall I say, incognito.
Of course, of course. Now, just how much does your client wish to put up?
As much as you need, Mr. Powell, with one stipulation.
Well?
He wishes to be allowed the choice of the feminine lead.
Oh, I see.
I don't think you do. His purpose is not merely to make his daughter a present of a leading role, Mr. Powell. He wants to find out, and quickly, if she has any real talent.
I see.
Are you willing under those terms?
Well, fresh money is always welcome. By the way, who's the girl?
The name she uses now is Terry Randall.
Randall. Oh, yes, Terry Randall. I expect this to be the greatest play I've ever produced, Miss Randall. Every actress on Broadway has begged to play the part of Jeanette. It's one of the greatest parts ever written. Shall I turn down the lights a little, Miss Randall? It improves the view, makes it more restful.
On the contrary, it makes me feel slightly uncomfortable. Are you sure you brought me up here to discuss this play?
Why do you ask?
I'm a suspicious person.
You want to be a star, don't you?
Yes, under the proper circumstances.
How would you like to see your name blazing across the horizon in letters 4 feet high?
4 feet. Yes, it's got to be a good-sized sign. I'm used to that. So's Jean Maitland.
What's she got to do with it?
Are you in love with her?
No.
I thought so.
What's Jean Maitland got to do with this discussion? Do you want to play this part or don't you?
I'm really tremendously flattered, but how do you know I can act? You've never seen me on the stage.
How do you know that?
Because I've never been on the stage.
Oh. Well, I saw you perform in my office.
I wasn't performing that day.
Well, whether you were or not, I know an actress when I see one. You showed fire and emotion, and that's what I need in this part.
I'm not an emotional person.
You will be when I get through. I'll mold you into one.
I don't want to be molded. I believe in acting with my brain.
Well, I'll mold you one of those also. Would you like some champagne?
No, thank you.
Do you mind if I have some, do you?
Go right ahead.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you expecting someone?
No, get some champagne. I'll answer it. Do you mind if I answer the door?
Not at all.
Thanks.
Well, it's about time.
Jean, how did you get up here?
Have you got a woman in this apartment?
Who wants to know?
I do.
Now, listen, I'm in a bad humor.
Where is she?
Hello, Jean. Come on in.
Oh, so it's you.
Hello.
Say, what is this?
That's what I'm asking.
Mr. Powell's just been telling me the plot of a play.
So that's how you happen to be sitting on the floor.
Come on, get up, Miss Randall. That isn't where I left you. What is this, a frame-up?
Tony, darling, control yourself.
Now, don't Tony darling me. Come on, get up out of there. Jean, you go home. Go on.
I'll go when you hear what I've got to say.
Say it and get it over with. She came up here to sign a contract to do a play.
What's she going to sign it with? Champagne?
Harcourt, call the manager.
Oh, you needn't call any manager. I thought I was in love with you, but I see my mistake now. I only went out with you in the first place to spite Linda. And as for you, Miss Terry Randall, you'd better hide your face, you double-dealing, double-dyed.
Darling, I didn't know what I was doing.
My own roommate, and you preach ideals. You and your grandfather.
Now, look, I've had enough of this nonsense.
She preaches ideals so she can chisel when my back is turned. Well, you can take your old Red Fox cape. I'll never borrow another thing from you as long as I live. Don't you try to borrow anything from me, either. I hope you two be very happy together, you two-faced snakes.
Good Lord. Well, what's so funny?
Everything.
Well, it's not funny at all. What do you suppose she thinks?
Exactly what I wanted to think.
What? But why?
Well, for several reasons. In the first place, I like her.
Oh, I see. You're something of a Girl Scout, aren't you?
First class. And now suppose we get back to the play.
All right. Take your places on stage, please. We're going to play the scene over again, from the father's line. Go ahead, Walters.
Right. Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, poor child.
Mother, cross center there.
Poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first. You'd better let me talk to her first.
Well, come on, Miss Randall. That's your cue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Powell. I didn't realize we were rehearsing it again.
In the theater, Miss Randall. You come in on cue. Now try it again.
But my opening speech still doesn't seem right to me.
If you'd read it correctly, that would help. Remember, your husband has just left you and you're broken-hearted. Broken-hearted. Can you understand that? Start over again, Walters.
Yes, sir. Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, the poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first.
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable to any occasion. I carried them on my wedding day, and now I place them here in memory of something that has died.
That's terrible.
Well, if you think I'm so terrible, Mr. Powell, why did you hire me for the part?
That's what I'd like to know. Probably temporary insanity. Try it again.
Jean, do you think this dress is fancy enough for an opening night?
Randall's opening, you ought to wear black.
Oh, hush. She was nice enough to give us free tickets.
Yeah, she wanted to be sure there was somebody in the audience.
It sounded as if you wanted to be a flop.
Not exactly, but as long as there's going to be a flop, I want to be there and see it.
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable for every occasion. The calla lilies are in bloom
Randall,
again.
rehearsing again? I thought I told you to rest.
I can't remember a line, Luther. Not a line.
Of course you can't. No one can an hour before curtain time on an opening night. When you step out on the stage, they'll all come back to you.
But what if they don't?
They will. They always do.
Kay, the doctor told you to stay in bed.
How can you expect me to stay in bed with all this excitement going on?
But you mustn't disobey orders, dear. I was going to come up and see you before I left.
Keep her cheerful, Kay. She's got first-night nerves. You've had them, you know. I'll run along now and get my things. We're due at the theater now.
Kay, it's that opening speech. If I could only get through that, I think maybe I'd be all right. Kay, watch me, will you? The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable for any occasion.
May I make a suggestion?
I wish you would.
The way you hold the flowers. I always felt that Jeanette would hold them as she would a child. You see, they never had a child.
Oh, I see. Do you suppose that was what the author intended?
I'm sure of it. And when she says, in memory of something that has died.
Kay, do you know this play?
Not a play. It really happened. It happened to someone I know. It happened to me.
Okay, darling, don't do that.
This isn't just your night. It's my night, too. Oh, Terry, you've got to be a success tonight. You've got to give a great performance. No matter what happens.
Is something the matter?
No. No, I'm just excited, that's all.
Terry, aren't you ready yet?
1 minute, just a minute. Kay, you're ill.
No, I'm not. It's just excitement. Terry, I want you to have this ring. A girl gave it to me last year, and it brought me luck on my opening night. Maybe it will bring luck to you.
Oh, darling, you're sweet. I wish you could be there later in the theater.
I will be there, Terry. In spirit.
Kay.
Come now, Terry.
Luther, there's something wrong with Kay.
Nonsense, my dear.
There is. Didn't you see her? Her face, her eyes. She frightens me.
Now, Terry, please. You're all nerves. You've got to calm yourself.
Luther!
What? What was it?
Something's happened. Kay! Jean.
There's no use calling her now.
Jean, what is it?
She can't hear you now. She's lying downstairs, all huddled up on the pavement.
No!
She jumped out of the window.
Little Kay. She's dead. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Jean, why did you tell her? Terry isn't responsible.
She is responsible. It was Kay's part. It was Kay's life. Now it's too late.
Please.
Kay is dead. Kay who never harmed anyone. And all because she hasn't a heart. Because she's made of ice.
Terry, don't listen to her. Jean, get out of this room, do you hear?
I'm leaving. I'm going to the theater. And I'm going to sit out front because Kay asked me to be there.
No.
And every line she reads, I'm going to say that should be Kay's line. And every move she makes, I'm going to say that should be Kay. Kay, who's lying there in the street, all broken and alone. Now, I dare you to go on tonight. I dare you.
Terry, dear.
Kay. Little Kay. Oh, my God.
Curtain going up. Curtain.
Jean, she couldn't help it. Terry couldn't help it.
Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, the poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first. Jeanette, dear. The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower. Suitable to any occasion. I carried them on my wedding day. And now I place them here in memory of something that has died.
You poor child.
If you gathered here to mourn or bring me comfort, I've learned something about love that I never knew before. You speak of love when it's too late. Why are we always so helpful to each other when it's too late? He's coming to say goodbye today. And one must always listen closely when people say goodbye. Because sometimes they're really saying farewell.
Oh, my darling, you can't stay here.
Jean?
We'll take you away
Jean,
somewhere.
she's good. Terry's
this
good.
is my home. This is where I
Jean,
belong.
don't stare like that. Jean!
I suppose I should thank you on behalf of the company.
And I know that I'm grateful for your applause. But I must tell you that I don't deserve it. I'm not responsible for what happened on this stage tonight. The person you should all be applauding died a few hours ago. A young and brilliant actress who could no longer find a place in the theater. It was for her, more than for anyone else, that I was able to go on. I hope that wherever she is, she knows and understands and forgives.
My dear, you'll never know how good you were tonight. You were simply wonderful.
That wasn't me out there tonight, Luther. It was someone else.
It's only after we've suffered that we can make the audience feel for us.
Does someone have to die to create an actress? Is that what the theater demands? Oh, Jean. Oh, Jean.
Terry, please forgive me. You were wonderful, Terry.
No, not I. It was Kay, Jean.
Wherever she is, I know she understands.
Will you take me to her? Please, Jean.
Yeah, here. Here's your coat.
True, Terry Randall's the Wheat King's daughter, Mr. Powell. Give us a break, will you?
Please, gentlemen, please, please. I'll give you the whole story.
Well, okay. All right.
Yes, it's true that Miss Randall is the daughter of Henry Sims, the Wheat King.
How'd you discover her, Mr. Powell?
Ah, well, that's another story. See me tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be there.
Evening, Anthony.
Oh, hello, Ellsworth. Do we get a good review from you tomorrow?
Well, Terry Randall will. She has a very strange quality. Reminds me very much of that girl you brought out last year.
Oh, yes?
What was her name?
Oh, Hamilton.
Yes, Kay Hamilton. Whatever happened to her?
She's still around.
Strange quality. Beautiful.
Yes, I'll have to look her up. I think I've got just the part for her.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Hello? Yes, this is the Footlights Club. Oh, well, I'll see Bill. We're having a little excitement around here this afternoon. Judy North is leaving. Getting married. Wait a minute.
Well, bye, everybody. I gotta catch a 7 o'clock train. Thanks for everything. If any of you hams ever come to Seattle, the House of Millbanks is always open to you.
Well, if we do come up to see you, I hope you'll promise to give us woodchuck pie.
It's better than lamb stew. well, bye, everybody. Gee, now that I'm actually going, I feel like having a good cry.
Oh, you should weep. It's the first job you've had in a year.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that's that. Poor kid. Why she hated to leave a dump like this is a mystery.
Oh, I know how she feels. To me, it would be like leaving the house where I was born.
Well, at least she'll probably have a couple of kids to keep her company in her old age. What'll we have? Some broken down memories or an old mangy scrapbook that nobody'll look at.
Well, we probably are a different race of people.
Maybe. Just now, I feel like sitting in the moonlight having somebody hold my hand.
Hey, Jean, Bill's on the phone.
Bill? Oh, give it to me. Hello.
Don't
Bill.
be sentimental. Remember, you're a ham at
shut
heart.
up, Terry, shut up. No, Bill, that was a friend of mine. Hey, Bill, how would you like to take an old broken-down hag to dinner and maybe for a ride out toward Bronx Park or someplace? 8 o'clock at the Greasy Spoon? All right, Pigeon Pie.
Now we bring you backstage for an interview with our stars, Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Monjou.
Before the play began, Mr. DeMille, you spoke of a theatrical boarding house in New York, and during the play, we talked about a group called the Footlights Club. And right here in Hollywood, we're the counterpart of both.
Yes. What those places are to the stage, the Hollywood Studio Club is to the movies.
It's one of the finest things that ever hit this town. During the past 23 years, it has provided a home and companionship for about 3,000 girls with great ambitions and slender finances.
But unfortunately, living at the Studio Club is no more a guarantee of success than living at the Footlights Club solved the problem of stage door. Of the 3,000 girls Ginger mentioned, I'm told that only 100 reached any degree of fame. Knowing what odds are against her, I think any girl who still wants to act deserves all the help and encouragement we can give her.
Well, Ross, I'm never more embarrassed than when I'm asked for advice, because advice is what I can use plenty of myself. But When I am asked, I always put a lot of emphasis on good appearance.
Pointing out perhaps such models as that sartorial success story, that paragon of the peaked lapel, Adolphe Monjou.
Now, I've been kidded about my wardrobe so much that I'm ready to swap everything for one fairly substantial rain barrel. Where were you, Ginger?
About to remark that the little article putting on this great big show can be very helpful in the matter of good appearance. I mean Lux soap. A smooth, fresh complexion is a tremendous asset to every girl.
Since I happen to use it too, Ginger, I'm delighted to add an enthusiastic ditto.
And don't forget the job its program is doing in keeping everyone entertained on Monday nights. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Our stage door is open to you any time. Good night.
Listen to Mr. DeMille's announcement in just a moment of the play and stars awaiting you here next week. Eve Arden's next film is Warner Brothers' Women in the Wind. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Wife, Husband, and Friend. And be sure to hear the new Lux radio show, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the adventures of a young woman doctor struggling against odds to support her 2 children. You can hear it on most of these stations in the United States every day, Monday through Friday. In the Eastern Time Zone at 2:15, in the Central Time Zone at 1:15, in the Mountain Time Zone at 3:15, and on the Pacific Coast at 2:15. This daylight show comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in our cast tonight were Miss Florence Lake as Anne, Lorene Tuttle as Kay Hamilton, Leona Roberts as Mrs. Orcutt, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Ann Luther, Gerald Cornell as Carmichael, Tyler McVeigh as Bill, Frank Nelson as Ellsworth, Inez Seabury as Eve, Jeanette McLay as Mary Lou, Margaret Brayton as Judy, Colleen Ward as Susan, Sarah Selby as operator, Martha Wentworth as mother, Lou Merrill as Korofsky, Edward Marr as usher, James Eagles as Harcourt, David Kerman as reporter, and Crawford Kent as Henry Sims. Mr. DeMille.
Man's conquest of the air has provided the screen with some of its finest and most exciting melodrama. Celebrated among such pictures is the romantic play awaiting you here next Monday night, Ceiling Zero, a vigorous, roaring commentary on transport aviation and the men who pioneered with wings. You'll hear Ceiling Zero with the same 2 stars who flew with it to new heights of popularity, James Cagney and Stuart Irwin. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney and Stuart Irwin in Ceiling Zero with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Musical selections heard tonight included Manhattan Serenade by Louis Alders, Thanks for Everything from Thanks for Everything, and Are You in the Mood for Mischief from Tailspin. Your announcer has been Melville Rowe. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ARM. A-R-M.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Mr. Fenneman, who's first?
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Mrs. Dory Martin and Mr. Dick Hubler. They both have some rather interesting experiences they'd like to discuss with you. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dory Martin, eh? Mrs. Dory Martin. What a shame. Foiled again. Where are you from, Mrs. Martin?
I was born in Philadelphia, Groucho.
Philadelphia. Beautiful Philly from Philly, eh? Have you always lived in Philly?
No, when I was 3, my parents moved to Denver, and I call that my home.
What did you do in Denver? Wish you were in Philadelphia?
No, I went to school there and did some fashion modeling and some swimming, and my hobby was riding horses. I became an equestrian.
Were you any good as an equestrian?
Well, I did fairly well after I'd practiced quite a while. I became undefeated Colorado State champion of 3 5-gaited and hunting and jumping horses for 3 years.
It's pretty risky, isn't it?
No, not if you're used to it.
Well, if we can find a side saddle somewhere, would you care to go riding with me someday?
I don't ride side saddle, Groucho.
I know that, but I do. You're Dick Hubler?
That's right, Groucho.
Or Hubler, how do you pronounce it?
Hubler.
Oh, Hubler. What is your hometown?
I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
What sort of work do you do, Dick?
I'm a writer, Groucho.
A writer? Really? What all have you written besides Home for Money?
I've written 7 novels and numerous magazine articles, even some poetry occasionally.
Is that so? Is there any money in poetry?
None at all.
Oh. Dick, I'm curious, as an author, do you ever hear from your readers, or once the book is published, is that the end of it as far as you're concerned?
Well, you don't hear on books, but right now I'm hearing from thousands of them.
You are? Why? They're demanding their money back?
No, but in the February issue of Coronet, I wrote an article called Dogs Are Dumb. And ever since then, things have been happening. It seems everyone...
Getting letters from dogs?
No, but I've been getting letters from dog lovers demanding my blood and threatening assault and battery, offering to show me their dogs are smarter than I am.
They're pretty sensitive dog lovers, huh?
Yeah.
You think dogs are dumb, do you, really?
Well, I have one myself. I'm very fond of him, but I don't think he's very intelligent.
Have you ever discussed you with him? Do you think that dogs are dumb, Dory?
I wouldn't say they were dumb, no. But
you think they're as smart as men?
And some men, maybe.
Well, let's compare dogs and people. Dory, can your husband sit up and beg?
No.
Does he carry the paper in from the front lawn between his teeth?
No.
Does your husband ever jump in your lap and let you scratch him around the ears?
No.
Now then, does your dog jump on your lap and let you scratch his ears?
Yes, he does.
Well, that shows your dog is smarter than your husband. I'd be glad to do what the dog does for you, but you'd have to get your own paper off the lawn. Dick, I happen to live in Beverly Hills, and most of the dogs I see out there are well-behaved, intelligent, and well-groomed. Now, what have you got to say about that?
Well, dogs in Beverly Hills generally are treated like people. I know, for example, there are some poodles out in Beverly Hills that have what they call poodle parties.
There's some people out there that have poodle parties.
These are exclusive dog parties, though.
You mean the people are not allowed at all?
Not at all. They have special birthday cakes of hamburger, hand-painted bones for favors. And they amuse each other with their own tricks. Usually ends up in a brawl, too.
Well, that isn't just confined to the dogs in Beverly Hills. Have you got anything else to say about the Beverly Hills dogs?
Well, a survey a few years ago showed that actually there was more dog food sold there than there was baby food.
What's wrong with that? In Beverly, they feed their kids dog food. And if you knew some of those kids, you'd understand why. Well, I've learned a lot about dogs tonight, and I think all the dogs who are listening certainly learned a lot about people. Now let's play You Bet Your Life. Do you understand the game?
I think so.
Fine. Well, I wish I did. Now, you selected literary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? A $10 one, 40, 80, 100?
70.
70. Who wrote The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Robert Louis Stevenson.
That is absolutely correct.
You now have $170.
Now, what do you want to do?
What do you think?
80.
All right.
$80? The Iliad is one of the 2 celebrated classics by Homer. What is the other one?
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey is correct, huh?
You now have $250.
Say, I'm getting an education here tonight. Now you have $250. Now what do you want to do?
90.
90? Who wrote Robinson Crusoe?
Daniel Defoe.
Daniel Defoe is right.
Your bankroll now contains $340.
You're pretty lucky to be up here with a literary
I
jet.
know.
Huh? There's your last chance to be the other couples. What do you want to do?
100.
You can quit or you can go ahead.
Let's try the 100.
100. Sidney Carton is the central figure in which of Dickens' stories?
The Tale of Two Cities.
Tale of Two Cities is right.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
You know, ever since we presented the lovely DeSoto Automatic, people everywhere have been asking us about one particular feature of this great car. Oh, sure, they wanted to know about Power Flight fully automatic transmission and remarkable DeSoto full-time power steering. But they also wanted to know about another revolutionary DeSoto feature, DeSoto air conditioning. Well, here's the story. Fresh air is taken in through handsome vents on the sides of the car. It's then filtered, cooled, and dehumidified by the air conditioning unit on a ledge in the rear of your trunk. This unit, by the way, takes up very little usable luggage space. Then the clean, fresh air is blown gently into the interior of the car. Stale air, odors, tobacco smoke are quickly dispelled, leaving the DeSoto interior cool and comfortable. And no matter what the conditions are outside, blistering hot or freezing cold, the temperature inside is always just right, just the way you want it for complete driving and passenger comfort. DeSoto air conditioning eliminates the need for blowy open windows, which do nothing but let in air filled with particles of road dust and dirt. And it's simple to work. Just one simple switch on your dashboard operates the whole system. DeSoto air conditioning is available on most DeSoto models as extra equipment. DeSoto air conditioning is just another one of the fine features and added conveniences that enable us to say and prove DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. Next, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Miss Deonto Farnsworth and her partner, Mr. Mel Morrison. Folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Deonto Farnsworth, you're very, very charming, huh?
Thank you.
What kind of a name is Deonto?
Deonto means carnation in Esperanto.
Esperanto? Oh, I used to go down there every summer and watch the bullfights, huh? I think it's a lovely little town, don't you?
There is no such place as Esperanto.
There isn't?
No.
In that case, I'll have to find some other place to watch the bullfights. What is Esperanto? Does it go over or under chili and beans?
Esperanto is an international language that's meant as a secondary language to enable people all over the world to understand each other. It's composed of the better parts of all languages.
Hmm. What part of the English language did you use?
Hello and yes.
That's about all you need, really. You can even skip hello, huh? Who are you again, if I may be so bold as to inquire?
Mel Morrison.
Mel Morrison, huh? Where's your hometown, Mel?
I'm originally from a little town called Nassau, Minnesota. It's
Oh.
a small wooden shoe Dutch community in the southwestern part of Minnesota. But I later moved to Chicago, where I spent most of my life.
You changed your shoes, too, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in Chicago, you know. Whereabouts did you live there?
I lived on the south side, right near the White Sox baseball park.
Oh.
In fact, I was practically raised in the ballpark. As a little kid, I picked up pop bottles, sold peanuts, later become an usher, gate man. In fact, I did everything in the ballpark but play ball.
Hmm. You were a good deal like the team in those days. What sort of a job what do you do now?
I'm a crowd engineer. And
You engineer crowds?
Yes, sir. I head a firm here known as Mel Morrison's Crowd Engineers, and we furnish people for public events.
You furnish crowds, you mean?
No, we just furnish the people that handle them. We furnish the ticket sellers, the gatemen, the ushers, the guards, parking lot attendants for all types of events, baseball, football, the races, wrestling matches, the sportsman show, all types.
Well, who furnishes the crowds?
Well, I guess that's up to the management or a good publicity man and good show.
Well, it sounds like interesting work. Tell us something about the crowd. Are they all the same? If you've seen one crowd, I suppose you've seen them all, huh?
No, I wouldn't say that they were all the same. For instance, you wouldn't expect the same type of crowd that attends a wrestling match to attend the opera.
No, I suppose not. I guess people who like grunting and groaning probably don't care much for screeching and howling. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the future. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with $100. You try to run it into more than our other couples. Now, you select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $3,000, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is arm.
Now, what do you want to start with?
Start with the 80.
Okay.
Okay, the 80.
How much?
The $80.
$80. I said how much because I want you to talk up. Remember, one answer between you.
Okay.
If Haviland suggests Chinaware, what does Fostoria suggest?
Astoria? Crystal?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Crystal?
Glassware. I guess Crystal is right. Huh? All right.
Well, you're off to a good start. Your bankroll now has $180 in it.
Now, you can quit any time you want, or you can proceed. Now, what question do you want to start with? Go ahead with.
You want to start with 50 or 70?
I can't hear
70.
you.
70.
70. George McManus is the creator of one of the most popular comic strips of our time. What is it?
Maggie and Jake.
That's right, Maggie and Jake.
You now have $250.
60.
60. What do you call the boats used in the canals of Venice for centuries?
Gondolas. Gondolas.
Gondolas or gondolas is right.
You now have $310.
And this is your last chance to beat the other couples. You can proceed or you can quit.
Shall we go down to, say, 30?
Okay, 30.
Okay, whose picture is on a $1 bill?
George Washington.
George Washington is right.
And you wind up with $340.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for the city to our show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ida Cole. Her partner is a man with an interesting career, Mr. Joe Oakey. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ida Cole, I'll start with you. Are you a native Californian?
No, Groucho. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, in the Avondale section.
Is that so? You're married, huh?
Yes, I am,
And
Groucho.
what does your husband do?
Groucho, my husband is associated with the May Realty Company as a real estate salesman.
Oh.
He sells income property and residential homes.
Oh, he dishes dirt, in other words, huh? And you're Mr. Jack Oakey, huh?
Joe Oakey.
Joe Oakey, huh? Are you sure you're not Jack Oakey? You're not sure, huh? Do you know Jack Oakey?
I heard about him. I don't know him, no, sir.
Well, I'll call you Jack Oakey, huh? You don't care, huh?
I don't care.
And you can call me Joe Oakey, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Oakey?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
How long ago did this event occur? Huh?
1898, Groucho.
1898, huh? Well, that makes you about 39, huh?
Easy.
Easy. That's an easy 39. Are you married, Mr. Oakey?
No, I'm single.
Do you have a girl now?
No.
Have you ever gone steady with a girl?
No.
How long would you call steady? I mean, how long have you gone with a girl at one time, huh?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks since you're 18, 19 years old?
Yeah,
You never
right.
went longer than 3 weeks with a girl? Why not? Don't you like girls?
Sure I like girls. You know anything better?
I don't know anything better, and I must say I don't know anything worse either. What sort of business are you in, Joe?
Well, I'm a sort of a salesman.
Well, that's certainly qualifying it nicely. Well, Joe, I'm not in the market for anything, but out of curiosity, what are you selling?
Well, right now I'm not selling anything.
That's the kind of a salesman I like. A real live wire, crackerjack salesman. Well, are you loafing now?
Well, right now I'm not doing anything.
You're not? Well, maybe we can find a job for you, Joe. What sort of work have you done in the past? Aside from not selling anything. What sort of work have you done in the past?
Well, let me see now. Many, many years ago, I sort of took to the liking of the sea. I was a sort of a merchant marine sailor, Groucho.
Oh, like Moby Dick?
I don't know nothing about Moby Dick, but I had quite an experience, Groucho. When I was a kid, I signed aboard a cattle boat.
As one of the cattle, or as one of as part of the crew?
As part of the crew. We had a lot of donkeys on there, mules.
Was this the crew, the donkeys?
No.
Well, Ida, let's declare a recess for a moment and find out about your work. Fenneman says you're with the city. What do you do, Ida?
That's right. I'm a recreation director with the Department of Recreation and Parks.
Well.
And I have a center, one of the centers in the city. It's called the Marvin Youth Center.
Mm-hmm.
And we have...
Could you direct some recreation my way? Where do you do your directing? Outside the pool hall?
No, we have a building that we have an auditorium where we have basketball and sports and dancing and such.
I've been to the city playground, you know. I go down there 2 or 3 mornings a week with my daughter, Melinda. She's only 7. And then she picks me up around 5, and I'm ready for bed. Well, what are some of the activities you have to offer at these playgrounds? Haven't you got something for fellas of my age group, like hopscotch? I mean, without the hops.
Well, we do have activities, and I think something you might be interested in is our weightlifting program. We have a lot of men there.
If they'd promise not to drop me, I'd be willing to... I used to be a dumbbell at the local gymnasium. Joe, I've got my second win now. Let's continue your story. Now, what is your present ambition, Joe, aside from being first in line at the unemployment office?
Well, I kind of like to write jokes.
You do? Well, so would I, but I haven't been doing very well tonight, I must say. Well, just don't lose your place in line, Joe. Have you ever tried writing jokes?
Well, I wrote about 3 or 4 jokes. I sold some of them to some big comedians, you know.
You did? Like who?
Like you.
You sold me jokes?
Not you, but several big ones like you. I don't want to mention their names, you know what I mean.
Well, I don't buy any jokes, at least not from strangers, Joe. I bought a joke from a stranger once, and after I got home, I found it had over 100,000 miles on it, this joke. The fellow sold it to me, said it used to belong to a school teacher in Pasadena. You know, I always like to encourage potential Joe Millers or Mark Twains. Joe, could you give us an example of one of your jokes?
Well, how much will you pay me?
Well, that's a pretty good joke right there. Joe, don't you have any free samples?
Well, yeah, I got one here if you like it.
I'll tell you what you do, Joe. If your joke gets a big laugh,
yeah,
I'll give you $5. Now, you go ahead. And I'll let the audience judge.
Well, this is a story about an income tax party who paid his income tax.
So far, it's not very funny, Joe.
Well, I'm not finished yet.
No, but they finished with me.
And he kind of figured that he'd had a rebate coming, and he had written a letter to the Internal Revenue, Groucho, and they, in turn, answered him in this manner. They said, "Dear sir, we're in receipt of your letter, and you're right about having the rebate, enclosed fine check in the sum of 1 cent. And he went over to the bank, and he said to the teller, "I'd like to have this check cashed." And the teller says, "How do you want it, heads or tails?"
That certainly got a bigger laugh than anything I've said tonight. That's a... As a matter of fact, I sort of like that joke, Joe. Now, what are your plans for the immediate future?
How about the $5?
Well, Joe, it was so unusual to hear a laugh here tonight that I'm going to give you the $5 anyhow.
I'm going to frame this, but I want your autograph on there after the show.
Well, I've been framed for less than Well, it's been a laughable experience talking to you two, and Joe, I wish you lots of success in the future. Now, let's see how much money you can win.
In the race for the $3,000, our first couple, Mrs. Martin and Mr. Hubler, are still leading with $440.
You selected movie quiz. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Talk up.
$70.
$70. For $70, what male star had his first big success a few years ago in the title role of Golden Boy?
William Holden?
William Holden is correct.
You now have $170.
Now what do you want to do?
$80.
$80. Who plays the leading role of the Mountie in the latest version of Rosemarie?
Is it Howard Keel?
You learned this in a playground at a Griffith Park?
I like to go to movies. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
See the
Howard
picture,
Keel is right. Huh?
You now have $250.
Take 90?
90.
Who played the title role in the Eddie Cantor story?
Keith Brazel.
Keith Brazel is right.
You now have $340 in your bankroll.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
Take $100.
$100. Who produced and directed Roman Holiday?
Roman Holiday, I don't want to...
Help it, Joe.
Who produced and directed it was William Wyler.
William Wyler is right.
And you wind up with $440.
You better give her a big hug, Joe. Huh?
You know, I took a look at her. I said, you're smart. You do the talking. I don't know if I'm not.
You wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You're a smart girl.
And that means that we wind up with a tie for the big question tonight. The couple was just here, and Mrs. Martin and the writer, Mr. Hubler, with $440 also. And in just 1 minute, they'll all get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Well, Groucho, here are the two winning couples all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. We've given them each a card to write down their answer on, and of course, if both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them. All set?
All right, here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? Mary Geneva Doud, D-O-U-D, or Dowd, was the maiden name of the wife of one of our presidents. For $3,000, who married Mary Geneva Dowd?
There's the writer's solution.
This is President Buchanan?
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
What is this?
Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, that's wrong.
Well, I don't.
It is Mary Geneva Dowd. She's Mamie. That's Dwight D. Eisenhower's wife. That's a dirty trick, but that's the way it goes on our show. So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,500. Well, you lost the big money, all of you, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
Well, each couple won $440 in the quiz.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to all of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When you stop, park to stay parked. Set the parking brake and remove the key. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, ladies. I wonder what would happen some night if we didn't tell you to applaud when we told you to. You know? Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Rodney, old man, how are you? You've been happy this past week, I hope?
Well, see you later. I guess I'm in the wrong studio.
No, you're in the right place. Come here. This week I was out traveling in the best circles.
Made you a little dizzy, didn't it?
Yeah. You proud of that, ain't you? No, I went to a literary tea.
Literary tea? How come?
Well, it was a mistake. I thought it was a tea for the illiterate.
Well, in whose honor was the tea given?
In Gene Fowler's honor.
See, I hear his new book, Solo and Tom Toms, is one of the best books of the year.
Yeah, and think of it, it's free. Of course, there's a $3 cover charge. It's a wonderful book, though. It's about Buffalo Bill, Jack Dempsey, Colorado, Montana. It's about a place up north here, see? And the hundreds of great people.
Was Dempsey at the tea?
Yeah, Jack Dempsey. He brought back great memories of my fighting days.
You were a fighter?
Yes, I was known as Kid Sweet Chariot. I was always swinging low, you know.
Well, who else was at the party?
Huh?
Who else was at the party?
All the people who are interested in books of the world was there. Carlton A. Slop and W.C. Fields was there.
Bill Fields is a bookworm?
Sure, he's always got his nose in a book. Big books, of course. Again, he reads things like 10 Nights in the Bar Room, Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes, Lost Weekend. He even took the Grapes of Wrath and beat it with a club. He thought he could get a little out of that.
You know, I love the classics myself, Shakespeare and Bacon.
I like Bacon, too, but where can you get it these days?
Well, tell me more about this gathering.
Well, everyone was immaculate. That means no gravy stains on the tie. Some society lady got up to sing. She had on a brown hat, brown gloves, brown shoes, brown... She looked like 200 pounds of hot dogs coming to life. And bow-legged, no kidding. If she ever gets a run in her stocking, it'll go by the way of Pomona.
Well, what did she sing?
I'm proud of that.
Huh? What did she sing?
Oh, I don't know. I think she sang Mud from the opera Henry Clay or something like that.
You understand opera?
No, neither do a lot of people that go. You know, once for a laugh. That's a fact. Once for a laugh, Lawrence Melchior, he sang at a concert, he sang 5 pages of the Santa Fe timetable.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not either. It's the first time people ever applauded the fact that number 7 didn't stop at Glendale.
Well, what else happened at the tea?
Well, Gene Fowler told me that he might write a story of my life entitled, Don't Let This Happen to Your Daughters. Then Fowler gave a short review on his book, and then we all went swimming.
Swimming?
Yeah, oh, you should have seen me. I climbed clean up to the top of a 100-foot ladder. Right up to the top of the... You know, it's harder to climb down a ladder than it is to climb out. Johnny Weissmiller was there.
Old Tarzan himself.
Yeah, boy, can he dive. He did a swan dive that was so graceful a seagull could make matching for his autograph. I did a swan dive, and a swan looked up and he says, "It's a lie." Maxwell was there. I have to laugh myself at times to keep from getting lonesome. You know? Marilyn Maxwell was there, and you should have seen the bathing suit she was wearing. It was strapless, you know.
Say, Red, what holds up those strapless bathing suits?
A city ordinance.
Well, all in all, it sounds as though the literary tea was a big success.
Yes, and I'd like to say if people would like to read a good, clean book with good humor, a Solo and Tom Toms really beats it out.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, scientific tests of America's 6 biggest selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now our lovely Anita Ellis will sing Strange Love.
My love is surely a strange love, but strangely I don't want to change my love. Though your heart was always denied me, I'm happy when you are beside me. My arms are strangers to your arms, and my lips are pleading in vain again. But someday you'll love me some way, so rather a strange love. Till then, my arms are strangers to your arms, and my lips are pleading in vain again. But someday love me in some
Thank you, Anita. Tonight, the story in the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is entitled Easy Money. Our characters are fictional. If they resemble anyone you know, get them back in the cage, quick. Chapter 114 is entitled The Night Watchman at the Bank, and our specimen is J. Newton Numbskull, one of the many who'll take any kind of a job for soft dough.
Well, I'm working as a night watchman, and just think, only a few months ago I was putting guys as a lieutenant and me, making them walk on guard duty. Uh-oh, somebody's at the door. I hope it ain't a robber. I look a mess, I do. Uh-oh, they're trying to break in the bank. I know it. Where's my gun? Where's my gun? It's not in that pocket. It's not in that pocket. Maybe it's in my back pocket. Yep, there it is. Gee, I look funny with only 7 toes on 1 foot, don't I? I'll sneak over and see who's at the door. Who's there?
It's me, Mary Lou Maid, the scrub woman.
Oh. I'm sorry to keep you waiting there.
I never seen such a scaredy cat. Put that gun away. Why don't you be tough? Where I come from, men eat meat raw, then sit over a hot fire to barbecue it.
No, that's nothing. Where I come from, when a cat wants milk, he hijacks a cow. You want me to help you clean up around here alone?
Are you sure you're strong enough?
Sure. Feel this muscle.
Yeah.
It's
like a rock. How'd you get a muscle like that?
I sewed it in my sleeve. I got news for you. It is a rock. I thought I was putting something over on you.
Hey, look, Newton, you ought to take lessons from Charlie Atlas.
Not if I'm going to look like he does. I wouldn't want to take him.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, ain't you ever noticed these pictures in magazines? He's half leopard. That ain't for me, you know.
You know, Newton, you're kind of cute.
Now, don't start that stuff again. I'm in no mood for this dilly-dally. You better get busy and clean up this floor around here.
You know, Newty, I've been thinking a lot about you. Tell me, do you ever think about me?
Oh, sure. Last night I dreamed about you.
You did?
Yeah, I dreamed you and I were married. And I can hardly wait to get to sleep tonight so I can get a divorce again. I got to get to work. You know, our burglar alarm's a little out of order. I better walk around and see if all's well around here.
Yeah, well, be careful walking around on that wet floor. It's slick as a whistle.
I just blew it. Hey, I'm sorry I flattened your bucket out there. Hey, that's funny. A big black car just pulled into the alley.
You know, that broken burglar alarm worried me.
Really?
Why, a man could come right in and rob this bank.
No.
Yeah, no, someone's climbing in the window.
You who? What do you want?
All right, pipe down, you mugs.
Oh, a Harvard man. Well.
Shut up, warthead.
Yeah. I knew that broken burglar alarm would get us into trouble around here.
Did you say the burglar alarm ain't working?
Yeah. Makes a nice little plot, don't it? Let's hurry and everybody turn a page. I'm dying to find out how it turns out. What did you say?
Said, did you...
Huh?
Did you say the burglar alarm ain't working?
That's my voice, yeah.
You don't happen to know the combination to this safe, do you?
Yes, I do.
Where is the combination?
I got it in my head. That hole ain't empty, you know.
Look, get out of my way.
Here, now you stop pushing.
I'll open the safe.
That ain't nice, you know.
Let me see. I'll need my blowtorch, my drill,
You're a very
sandpaper, my
nasty
flashlight.
man, you know. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, who's the cute little chick over in the corner? She's kind of pretty.
Yeah, perched there nice, ain't she, huh? You better get another bulb for your flashlight if you ask me.
Hey, stay away from me, you thief.
Ah, come on. Give us a little kiss, baby.
I will not. You'll have to speak to my mother.
Come on. Give me a little kiss, will
Hey,
you?
Newton, he's trying to kiss me. Well, ain't you going to stop him?
No, he deserves to be punished.
Look, sugar, let me grab the loot out of this bank, and then we'll take it on the lam together.
No, I'm happy here.
Well, Newton, look, ain't you going to fight him?
I sure am, just as soon as I assume my favorite position. Now.
Get up off your back. You're yellow.
Well, that's better than being black and blue. Here, I'll blow him a police whistle and get some help in here.
Hey, look, he's getting away.
Yo, don't yell so loud. He might come back, you know.
I'll stop him. I'll throw this cuspidor at him.
Well, we knocked him cold, didn't we, huh?
We? What did you have to do with it?
That was my head you threw at him there. You know, cuspidors don't have ears, you know.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Joseph Cotton, starring in David O. Selznick's Duel in the Sun, says, quote,
I've read the reports on brand after brand. I'm convinced medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, thus no other is safer to smoke. I'd rather have a Raleigh. Raleighs are right.
Right, Joseph Cotton. And those tests were based on the method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Tonight, David Forrester and his orchestra play Lover. Thank you very much, David Forrester. Chapter 116 of Easy Money is entitled Junior Executives. All children at some time or other have tried to make money the easy way. All their little schemes usually work, and Junior is no exception.
Jumpy dum, jumpy dum, jumpy dum. I'm going to put a commando raid in the icebox. I'm going to raid the icebox. From the halls of Grandma's bungalow to to the kitchen further down. I open up the icebox door, and goodness, look what's there. Oh, boy, look at that chicken. And Widow tummy is growling. I think I'm going to give it the bird. That's what.
Junior?
Yes?
What are you doing?
I'm playing Marine Raider, Grandma.
Are you having fun?
Hmm? What you said?
Are you having fun?
Not getting me fill of it, yeah.
Junior, you're not getting into the cold chicken, are you?
No, the cold chicken is getting into me.
Good heavens, look at that chicken.
Yeah, he's bony, ain't he, huh?
Junior,
Yeah.
why do you do these things? Other little boys don't act like you.
Well, I don't know why they don't. It's easy once you get onto the rope, you know.
Young
Does it?
man?
You just not around to see that it
Is
does.
that so?
Yeah.
Well, just for that smart answer, I'm going to cut your allowance off for 1 month.
You mean I gotta go without me jelly beans? Me staff of life? LaGuardia will hear about that.
And don't go near your piggyback either.
Piggyback? Is your piggyback, is that like a piggy bank? Is that
Yeah.
Piggy bank, huh?
You heard what I said. I said, don't go near your piggy bank either.
Well, me piggyback is in the red after last night, you know.
What happened last night?
Well, Gramps found out that me piggy bank was loaded, and before I knew it, me bank was empty and he was loaded.
What do you mean he was loaded?
I think somebody shot him. He came staggering in last night, and I heard him say, "Oh, boy, this is awful. I got 6 straight shots in me."
Get it out of the icebox.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Grandma, what happened to the widow light that used to be in this widow hole up here?
Junior, don't stick your finger in that socket.
That Hickok's dirty.
Junior, are you all right?
Yeah, I will be as soon as me nose stops blinking on and on.
Oh, go outside and play.
I'm sorry, kiddo. No playing for me. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to open up a lemonade stand out in the front yard.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Where did you get the lemons?
You know that lemon tree in Norm Thalen's backyard?
Yes.
Well, you never know it now.
Did you steal them off the tree?
No, I pick up a few off the ground, you know.
You didn't shake them off the tree first.
You pretty smart for an old gal, ain't you? You know?
Well, it so happens Mr. Thalen told me I could have all the lemons I wanted.
Oh.
But don't let it happen again.
Okay, I gotta go mix me lemonade now. Hey, I'm gonna make some pink lemonade. You know where I could get some bloodshot lemons, Lemonade, I'm going to sell some lemonade. I'm going to sell some lemonade. Oh, now first I'll take this dish pan. Oh, good, it's already got some water in it. I just tossed in a couple of lemons and stir it up real well. Yeah, boy, oh, goodness, I'm fresh out of sugar. Well, I use salt instead. It looks the same anyhow. Nobody ever be able to tell the difference. Now, let's see. 1 box of salt. There, now that ought to be enough there. Now I'm going to taste it. Couldn't be that bad. It couldn't be that bad.
Oh, Junior, don't use the dishpan on the back porch.
Why?
I'm soaking one of your little shirts in it.
Now she tells me. Well, I gotta carry this out to me stand anyhow. I got too much money invested now. There it is. Lemonade, ice cold lemonade. There now, lemonade. Oh, there's Mr. Fowler coming from next door. I'm gonna make him my first customer.
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. You buy something or move along, kiddo.
Well, Junior, what have you there? A lemonade. How much is it?
It's 5 cents for the small glass and 3 cents for the big glass.
Why does the small glass cost more?
Because it still has some mayonnaise in it.
Well, I'll take a big glass if you don't mind.
I don't mind, but you will.
Well, here's your 3 cents.
Thank you. And there's also a penny cover charge, you know.
A penny cover charge?
Yeah, if you drink this stuff, I gotta cover you up, you know. Can't let you around here molding up the place, you know.
Oh, Junior, you're always kidding.
You just keep laughing, fatso, that's all. This is pretty wicked stuff, and medical science could give you proof positive on it.
Well, here's looking at you.
Here you go. Hey, that's a nice shade of purple you're turning now.
Did you taste this stuff?
Yeah, is there anything it needs?
Yes, a stomach pump.
Hey, where you going?
I'm going to the house to get a chaser.
Oh, goodness, I hope he don't put me staying off bounds. Oh, here comes a lady customer.
Well, what are you selling, young man?
Sort of a liquid atomic bomb.
Oh, it's lemonade. Is it good?
Is it good? The last customer went away raving about it.
Do you really recommend it?
Yeah, you know how Coca-Cola's deposit refreshes?
Yes.
This stuff is a dead stop.
Sounds interesting. May I have a glass?
Yeah, is you over 21?
Yes, why?
Well, I don't want to get in bad with the law, you know.
Have you invested much in this business?
Oh, I'd say I got my shirt in it, if you ask me.
In that case, give me a glass.
Here you are. Now brace yourself, kiddo.
Well, here goes. Oh!
Here, get up off of the sidewalk. You give me Stan a bad reputation. Get out of here. Get up out of there.
Have you seen? Good heavens, the lady fainted.
Yeah.
Why don't you do something for her?
How do you think she got down there to begin with?
Are you all right, dear? Here, let me
Get her
help
up out of
You
there.
better make him pour that stuff out. He's liable to poison the whole neighborhood.
Junior, let me taste that lemonade.
No, Grandma, I
If you
better
don't let me taste that, I'm going to spank you.
Well, if I let you, you're going to hang me. That's what you're going to do.
Oh, you should whip him within an inch of your life.
He does all right without any suggestions from you, Kitty.
Let me see how this tastes. Oh, good heavens.
You look awful silly with me shirt hanging out of your kisser there.
That does it, Junior. Now,
Oh, well, I guess I'm not the only fellow who went in business for himself and then took a beating in the end, you know.
At this same time, until next Tuesday then.
This is Red Stone saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And by the way, folks, don't you think too many people are greeting the returning GI with this? Thanks, pal, for fighting for me. Now go out and fight for yourself. Good night.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness, deep down, satisfying goodness.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Clean smoking right down to bowl bottom. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Keeps home sweet home. The brand of grand aroma.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the...
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. On one of the nicest streets in the bustling city of Summerfield lives Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, a typical American uncle. Stout, jolly, faced with all the problems that the average uncle is faced with. He tries to guide his niece Marjorie and his nephew Leroy, always with the very best intentions and sometimes with the very worst results. And now, The Great Gildersleeve.
Well, thanks for the lift home, Judge Hooker.
You're welcome. Say, Gildersleeve, I hate to bring this up, but isn't it about time we used your car?
All right, I'll drive my car down tomorrow.
You know I don't go downtown tomorrow.
Sure, that's why I'm going to drive my car down. Then it'll be your turn again to pick me up the day after, won't it?
Yes. Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting gypped somewhere.
See here, Hooker. If you're going to talk like that, I won't give you that spare inner tube.
Oh, excuse me, Gildy, old pal. Just forget it. I'll be here for you. Goodbye.
The old goat. I better get that tube out of the safety deposit vault.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. You remember me, don't you? I'm Dottie from next door, and I just saw you driving up from behind our front curtains. I mean, I was behind them, not you, so I ran out to ask you a favor, and I'm sure you won't mind saying yes, because after all, there's nothing I want you to do, so you'll do it, won't you?
What? You want me to say yes to something you don't want me to do?
Well, yes, that's exactly correct. You hit the nail right on the thumb. Well, it's something I want to ask your niece Marjorie to do, and hasn't she got the loveliest red hair? See what kind of a rinse does she use to get at that shade, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Young lady, Marjorie's hair is that way naturally.
Well, naturally, that's what you would say. Well, the thing I wanted you to ask your niece to do for me is to take this list of soldier boys I promised the USO I'd write letters to and ask her if she'd mind writing instead on account of I hurt my hand and can't.
What did you do? Put it in your mouth while you were talking?
Oh, no. I folded it into a folding bed, and it wouldn't have been so bad, only I was in it myself at the time. Well, it was the most horrible experience. I couldn't talk for hours.
You couldn't? No, wasn't that too bad?
Well, you give this list to Margie, won't you? I know she won't mind. There's just a few names. Well, goodbye now, Mr. Gildersleeve, and take my advice. Keep away from folding beds.
Yes. When I get into a bed, it doesn't fold up, it just curls up. Let me see that list. Just a few names, eh? Wow, her idea of a few names is like her idea of a few words. That family next door is beginning to get my goat. That's about the only thing they haven't been over to borrow so far, either. Next time they ask me for something, I'm going to say, good afternoon, Marjorie.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, my dear, I have a little patriotic job for you to do.
Oh, what is it, Uncle Mort?
That girl next door, what's her name? Dilly or Daffy?
Dottie?
Dottie, that's her. She wants you to write letters to this list of soldiers here. She can't because she had her hand squeezed in a folding bed.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, I'm writing to so many soldiers already. It seems like I'm corresponding with half the army as it is.
You are? But how did that happen?
I was serving coffee to that troop train that was going to Camp Stover last week, and one of the detachments adopted me.
Adopted you?
Well, I'm not exactly clear whether they adopted me or I adopted them. I don't know if I'm the daughter of the regiment or the auntie of the anti-aircraft.
Very good. What happened?
Well, they voted me their parachute girl.
What do they mean, parachute girl?
They mean I'm the girl they'd like most to drop in on. And about 200 of them asked me to correspond with them.
200 letters? Couldn't you just write to them by squads? No, I guess not. There isn't much fun sharing a letter from a girl with 11 men and a corporal.
That's why I've been writing each of them personally. And is it a job? Oh, Uncle.
I don't doubt it a bit, my dear. We should all do everything we can to make them happy, however. I wish there was some way I could help. Do you think I could bang out a few letters for you on the typewriter? Then you could sign your name?
Well, I don't know. Would they look like a girl wrote them?
Oh, of course. I'll type them very daintily. Say, we can put the whole family to work on this. Leroy, Bertie.
Did you call me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, where's Leroy?
Here I am. What is it?
Look, everybody. Marjorie has more letters to write to the soldiers than she can shake a pen at. Now, the boys in camp always welcome a letter, but it means far more to them if it comes from a pretty girl.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not you, Bertie. I'm talking about Marjorie.
Oh.
Yes. Now, the rest of us will have to do a little ghost writing.
Excuse me, that lets me out. I ain't pale enough to do any ghost writing. And besides, I got all I can handle writing to my own boyfriends in the service.
Oh, well, all right, Bertie. Leroy, you'll help me, won't you? Each of us will take 10 names and write letters as if we were Marjorie.
Sure. I've always wanted to be one of those anyhow.
You always wanted to be one of what, Leroy?
A war correspondent, huh? Well, that's finished. Private George Butcher, Camp Stover. Dear Butch, how are you? I am fine. I hope you are fine, too. How was the journey to Camp Stover?
As the guy in school said when he stuck his foot out into the aisle when the teacher was passing, I hope you enjoyed your trip. Ha, ha, ha. Well, having nothing better to do, I wrote. And having nothing better to write, I will close. Tenderly yours, Marjorie Forrester. P.S. If you have any empty rifle shells, please send them, as my brother is making a collection.
This looks like it's going to be the best one yet. Let's see how it sounds. Dear John. I take my pen in hand to thank you and your friends for selecting little me as the girl you'd like to visit most. I am not unmindful of the honor bestowed upon me, but I won't let it turn my pretty little red head. It is indeed unfortunate that you are stationed so far from Summerfield. Otherwise, you could all come to dinner at our house some night, as I love to bake and cook. You know how we girls are. Well, since the shades of night are drawing near, I'd better close, as my Uncle Throckmorton thinks it's time for me to go to bed. Sincerely yours, Marjorie Forrester.
Well, there he is. Dear Willie, I got your letter yesterday and hastens to inform you that the next time you send me a letter without any postage stamps on it, don't send it airmail special delivery. I'm sorry the fudge and the fried chicken I sent you got all mixed up together, but it saves me sending you any chocolate eggs for Easter. I'm knitting you another sweater to replace the one you says you lost at the target range. Only next time, kindly confine your shooting to rifle practice. Because you never was any good at Paducah Parcheesi. Yours truly, your ever-loving, everlasting, one and only Bertie Lee Coggins. P.S. Please disregard them rumors about me going out with other fellas. That's just enemy propaganda.
The mail? Oh, of course, my dear. Let's see. This is the last of March. Oh, yes, that means the June magazines are due. Oh, hello, Mr. Mailman.
Say, I must have 150 letters for you. What's your niece doing? Running a contest? I'm becoming a regular beast of burden.
Oh, the male animal, eh? Oh, some more letters from the soldier boys, huh?
Yes, and if those guys lick as many Japs as they do stamps, the war will be over pronto. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
So long. Oh, Marjorie, here's some answers to the letters we wrote to the Army.
Good heavens. All of those for me?
Yeah?
Let me see. Business is certainly good, sis. Oh, I'll never be able to answer all of these in a month.
Oh, we'll help you, won't we, Leroy?
Yeah, let's start opening them.
Yeah, all right. Be careful there
Yeah,
now.
okay. Listen to this. Dear Snooky. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Give me that letter. That one's not from the Army.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's from a certain ensign in the Navy. And it's strictly personal.
Yeah, I see. Well, we'll be true to the Army, won't we, Leroy? This one's from Camp Stover, all right. Let's see. Dear Miss Forrester, thank you for that picture of your little brother.
Picture of... What do you mean, picture of my little brother? Yeah, I ran out of snapshots of you, so I sent him one of me.
Yes. No, I don't think he resembles you a bit. He sure is a funny-looking kid.
What?
I'm sorry I can't send you any cartridge shells, which you asked for his collection.
What's this? Don't interrupt Uncle Mort.
Yes. But so far, I've been very busy here, acting as barber to a carload of raw potatoes.
Say, what kind of letters have you two been writing in my name?
And now, Marjorie, don't fret. Look at all these letters. You can see we didn't use your name in vain. Why don't you run along downtown now like you intended?
Sure, we can clean up all this correspondence. Well, all right. Only remember, if you read any letters that turn out to be personal or private, don't open them up.
Why, of course, my dear. You can depend on us. How are we going to do that?
Look, let's not burn our bridges till we come to them.
You're a bright boy, Leroy.
All right, here's another letter.
Huh?
Dear Miss Forrester, thanks for the wonderful map of the world you sent me. It comes in especially handy because current events is my hobby.
Oh.
Do you think girls are interested in the serious type of young man, such as I represent? Sincerely, Ernest Darling.
I'll take care of Darling as soon as I've read this postcard. Hello, Red. Thanks for the swell picture of yourself. It sure ghouled me, Toots. From now on, I'm going to devote my non-military career to whistling under your window. Do you think you could go for me in a big way? If yours with a jive, Mickey Conway. You...
Gee.
I'll answer that one, too, as soon as I get the other one out of the way. The one to, what's his name?
You mean Ernest Darling?
Yes. Now, what did he say?
He thanked you for the map.
All right. Dear Darling, I'm glad you like the map. What next?
Current events is his hobby.
Oh, yes. And I am happy to learn you have taken up such a fascinating hobby.
He wants to know are girls interested in the serious type.
Oh. And in answer to your last question, darling, the answer is most certainly yes. Take it, Leroy, and address an envelope.
Yes, sir.
And address another one to Mickey Conway. You better find an asbestos envelope. I'm going to send him a hen track hotfoot. Hello?
Maine, 4181.
Yes?
One moment. Long distance is calling.
Long distance.
Go ahead, Camp Stover.
Okay. Hello. Is this Marge?
No, it's her uncle. She's out at present.
Gee, I just got 3 days leave and I was coming to see you tomorrow. I was going to show up about 8.
Oh, well, she'll be here. Why don't you come earlier, say about 6?
Oh, well, sure, okay. Just tell her Mickey Conway's coming.
All right, Mickey. It's you, eh? Didn't you get Marjorie's letter?
Sure. That's why I'm coming. Why, I even bought a ring.
After that letter that she wrote?
Sure. Why, that did the trick. I wrote thanking her for a picture. And she wrote back, Dear Darling, I'm glad you like the map.
Oh, my goodness, Leroy got the envelopes mixed up.
And when I says I'm going to make a career out of whistling under her window, she replies, I'm happy to learn you've taken up such a fascinating hobby.
Oh, I see it all now.
And here's the topper. I says, could you go for me in a big way? And she says,
Darling, the answer is yes.
Well, goodbye, Uncle. I'll be seeing you at 6 tomorrow.
And to think that I'm responsible for this one-sided romance.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I suppose you know that good nourishment isn't just a matter of eating a lot. Why, you can overeat and still be undernourished. That's why you should know the nutrition facts about the food you buy, so you can serve your family a balanced diet. So here are the nutrition facts about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. First, Parquet margarine is a wholesome vegetable margarine made of selected American farm products in Kraft's spick and span modern plants. That's important. You want to be sure the foods you serve are wholesome and of fine quality. Next, Parquet margarine is a nourishing energy food. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. That's important, too. Parquet helps give the pep and energy you need for hard work or play. Lastly, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, there are 9,000 units of this important vitamin in every single pound. So next time you shop, remember that economical Parquet margarine is as nutritious as it is delicious. Yes, Parquet is well worth trying right away. So tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. And now back to the great Gildersleeve. It's 6 o'clock the following morning, and our hero's fallen asleep at last after spending most of the night counting soldiers.
Dear General, won't you come over for dinner? Bring your Jeep along to respectably yours, Throckmorton P. Marjorie. What's that? Oh, time to get up already. Where is that alarm clock? Oh, there you are. Oh, what's the matter with this clock? It won't stop. Oh, it's a telephone. Oh. Ooh, that floor is cold. Where are my slippers? Oh, the heck with them. All right, I'm coming. Yes, I heard you, operator. I'm hurrying. Hello? Hello, anybody want me? Must be the wrong number. Somebody's got a lot of nerve not telephoning me at this time of the morning. Ooh, it's cold. Which way is my bed? Hello? What is this, games? Hello, operator? Wait a minute. How can the bell ring with the receiver off the hook? Oh, I know. It's a doorbell. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Yes, what is it?
Is this where Miss Marjorie Forrester lives?
Yes?
Well, I'm Private Mickey Conway, and I was told to be here at 6.
At 6? Oh, my goodness. Is it 6 p.m. already?
No, sir. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
What? Who told you to come here at this hour?
I'm Marjorie's uncle.
I'll break his... Oh, my goodness, that's me. What did you say your name is?
I'm Mickey Conway.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You come on in, Mickey.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sit down. I'll see if Bertie, our cook, is up on the stove with a pot of coffee yet. Make yourself comfortable. Good morning, Bertie. Quick, some coffee.
It's almost ready, Mr. Gilsleeve. What gets you up so early?
A soldier who's fallen for Marjorie because of some letters I've written in her name.
Oh, you better be careful. He'll sue you for the breaches of the promises.
This fellow got the wrong letter, that's all, Bertie. And now he's here to propose to Marjorie.
But he can't do that now. She's sound asleep.
I won't let him do it if she wakes up either.
Well, what you gonna do, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Well, it's too early in the morning for me to figure things out. I can't have an open mind without some good shut-eye.
Then why don't you go on back to bed? That soldier's probably tired, too. Let him take a nap in your den while you figure this whole thing out on your pillow.
Well, Bertie, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever come to think of it?
Well, to tell the truth, I need a little more beauty sleep myself. It's 10 o'clock, and Marjorie should be down soon. Now, remember, Leroy, and you too, Bertie, we mustn't leave those two alone together.
But I still don't see why,
If we do, he'll start proposing to Marjorie. It'll be very embarrassing for all concerned.
Yes, and especially for you.
But wouldn't it be a lot simpler, Unc, if we were to tell Marjorie what it was all about?
You mean how you put Private Darling's letter in Private Conway's envelope, and vice versa?
Well, on second thought, maybe your way is better, Unc. Well, Jiggers, here comes Marjorie now.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, hello, my dear. How lovely you look this morning.
Yeah, you look swell to me, too, sis.
That's right. And you certainly gonna look good to that soldier who came 300 miles just to pop the question.
Ixnay, Ernie Bay, Ixnay.
Just to pop what, Bertie?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Miss Morris.
But I'm interested. Pop what?
Well, that is, if he walked 300 miles, he probably gonna pop his corn.
Seems to me you're all acting a little peculiar.
Why, the idea,
Well, maybe not, but you've got 3 of the fishiest-looking pans I've seen outside of a seafood grotto.
Say, I had a swell rush, Mr. Gil... Well, don't tell me this is Marge. Well, hiya there, Red.
Hi. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Why, Marjorie, you remember Private Mickey Conway, who wrote you all those nice letters?
Who? Ouch. Oh, yes, how are you, Mr. Conway?
Oh, now, baby, cut out that Mr. stuff. I'm just plain Mickey to you.
Yes, he's just a plain Mickey to all of us. Why, he came all the way from Camp Stover to spend the day with you. With us, I mean. Now, what'll we do first?
Well, first, I'd like to have a quiet little confidential talk with Marge here.
Not on an empty stomach, Mickey. Where's your sense of romance?
Oh, well, all right. Let's have some breakfast first.
Yes.
But right after that, I got something to show her.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, he wants to show you the town. I mean, we want to show him the town, don't we, Marjorie?
Oh, yes, of course we do. Suppose I take him out for a ride this morning.
Why, fine. We'll all take him for a ride. Say, would you care to drive, Mickey?
Huh, what, a rabbit eat cabbage?
Oh, I see. Yes, very cute. You can drive our car, and I'll sit next to you, just to show you how the gears shift and where to put on the brakes. And, Marjorie,
Yes?
You can sit in the back seat with Leroy.
Oh, hello, Miss Marge. Did y'all have a nice ride?
Yes, we all did. That is, all except Mickey and me.
Well, that just leaves Mr. Gildersleeve and Leroy.
You're right. We tried to leave them a dozen times.
What's the matter? Did they chaperone you too vigorously?
They didn't chaperone us, Bertie. They convoyed us. Why, every time Mickey opened his mouth, Uncle Mort put his foot in.
What they doing now?
Oh, Uncle Mort's showing Mickey our family album in the living room. Oh, great stars.
Anything wrong?
Oh, I'll say there is. I better get in there before they come to my baby pictures.
And this one is Marjorie at the age of 1, I think. Fat little rascal, wasn't she, Mickey?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, cute dimples, huh?
I'll say. Now, let me get a good look.
Yeah.
Boy, was she fat.
Oh, don't you dare. I want to see that picture. Oh, well, that's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, then you don't mind?
Not in the least. Only that isn't me.
It isn't? Then who is it?
It happens to be you, Uncle Mort.
What? Where's my mustache? Oh, well, that's right. I didn't have one, did I?
Say,
Yeah?
Uncle Mort,
Huh?
if it's all the same to you, could I have a minute alone with Red here?
If you want to be alone?
That's the general idea, General. Well, how about it?
Why, of course, I understand. All right, but only a minute, mind you. Bertie, quick. Get in there and do something.
Yeah, but what?
Anything. Don't leave them alone till someone relieves you. Just move the piano, dust under the rug. Play the Star-Spangled Banner. What does it matter?
Yes, sir. Play What Does It Matter?
Oh, how do I get myself into these messes? Oh, now there's somebody at the door. As if I didn't have enough to do already.
Here's the mail, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got a gob for Marjorie, too.
No, thanks. She has a soldier in the living room already. Oh, dear. I better get Leroy warmed up to go in for Bertie. Leroy! Where is that boy? Leroy!
Here I am, Uncle Mort.
Look, Leroy, Bertie is in there pinch hitting for me. I don't know how soon she'll strike out, so you better be ready to go in there and see that Mickey doesn't get to first base.
Well, what about you, Unc?
I've got a telephone for reinforcements. I'm so desperate, I'm going to invite Judge Hooker to dinner.
Gee, are things that bad?
Yep. Leroy, he'll just talk and talk and talk. If he runs down, you ask him what he did in the Spanish-American War. That's good for 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's 3 hours till dinner. How will we hold out till then?
That's the problem, my boy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve? Are you home, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Gee, that Gabby gal from next door.
Yes, there's the answer to our problem. I'm coming, Dottie.
Hello, Gildy. Sorry I'm late for dinner.
A fine time to come here for dinner, 8 o'clock. And you're a fine friend to depend on, Judge Hooker.
Now, wait a minute.
I won't wait another minute. We waited as long as we could, then we had our dinner.
You mean you didn't wait for me?
No, that girl from next door took your place, Judge. What delayed you?
I had a puncture with that rubber strainer you gave me for an inner tube.
That wasn't a strainer. That tube was made out of the finest reclaimed Gildersleeve girdles.
Why? You big blowfish.
What?
And after I've been hauling you to town every day on my poor thin tires, I've got a good notion to punch you.
Judge Hooker, you couldn't punch your way out of a bag of marshmallows.
Guess I'll have to show you. I'd polish you off with one uppercut, only I can't decide which chin to aim for.
Oh, yes? Well, you twitch one eyebrow at me, Hooker, and the first aid girls won't know where to begin.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, I'll let it start
Yes,
What's going on here?
Oh, your uncle swindled me out of a lot of free rides.
Serves you right for standing me up when I needed you here to keep that soldier from proposing to Marjorie.
What?
Yes, she doesn't know. This is all your fault, Hooker. Marjorie, let me explain. Some letters were sent to the wrong soldiers, and he thought that you, it's too involved. Mickey wants to marry you.
Oh, is that what he's been trying to say all day? Well, he had me worried. I thought he was trying to tell me that my slip was showing. Hey, Unc, Mickey, I'd like to talk to you, private.
Oh, I might as well do the other half of the job. Send him in. Now, Judge, you and Marjorie go out the other door.
Okay, Gildy. Come on, my dear. Do you think Bertie has anything left over from dinner?
If she has, you'll have to fight the cat for it. Oh, hello, Mickey.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, this is awful embarrassing to say, but do you mind not telling Marjorie about our engagement?
What?
Well, you see, I guess I changed my mind. Now I'm nuts about this little Dottie gal from next door. Gee, she isn't as pretty as Marjorie, but I get a chance to talk to her.
You do?
Yeah, and she's such a wonderful conversationalist.
I'll grant her that. Well, maybe it's all for the best, Mickey. You and Dottie run along now, and lots of luck. You're going to need it.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hey, Dottie, come on, let's get out of this dump.
Oh, Mickey, I need some more.
Yeah, well, I knew everything would come out all right.
Uncle,
Huh?
look at this telegram that just came for me. It's from some, Captain Earl Eby at Camp Stover.
Oh, Captain Eby. Well, I've been corresponding with him. Oh, for you, of course. What does it say?
Dear Marjorie, hooray, we are being transferred to Summerfield. Since you frequently requested the pleasure of my company for dinner at your home, I'm happy to accept for tomorrow night on behalf of my entire company and myself.
Yo, this is going to be one of my bad weeks.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, here's an experiment I wish every one of you would make. You see, I've been telling you how delicious parquet margarine is, but wouldn't it be better if you found it out yourself? So here goes. Next time you bake hot biscuits or rolls or make some toast, have a pound of parquet margarine handy. Then spread them while they're still piping hot with plenty of parquet. Now, that's a real test for any spread because the heat brings out its flavor. Yes, you can tell right away how good parquet margarine is. Parquet's flavor is delicate, not strong. It's a tempting, satisfying flavor. Then try parquet margarine in your cooking, too. Use it for baking and pan frying. You'll find that a spread as delicious as parquet margarine makes cooked foods tastier, too. And remember, no matter how you use parquet margarine, you're serving your family a wholesome, nourishing, energy food. A food that's a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So why not try these simple tests and prove to yourself how deliciously good parquet margarine is? Yes, get a trial pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. But be sure to ask your food dealer for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you would take a tip from your Uncle Mort and do something for your Uncle Sam. Buy more United States government bonds and stamps. There's no finer investment in the world today, for in every way they protect our future. Our choice is clear. Which do we want? Our country's bonds or those of the Axis? Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop.
This, unfortunately, is the time of year when most young people become arsonists at heart. As they sleep, the gentlest smiles creep softly across their gay young faces. Smiles caused by a joyous vision, a glorious dream of the schoolhouse burning down. Yes, this is the time of year when the young ones return to their scholastic grind. And in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the morning is a hectic one indeed, like this.
Jim?
Who's in there?
Jim, your coffee's ready. Do you want it now?
I want to get into the bathroom. I have to shave. Betty?
I'm in here, Father.
Well, who's in the bathroom?
I think it's Bud.
Bud. Bud!
Did you want something, Dad?
What are you doing in there?
I'm taking a shower.
Well, why did you lock the door?
I don't have any clothes on.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Hurry up.
Okay, Dad. I'll be right out. I dream of a genie with a light, a green hand, just like
He doesn't have any clothes on. Of course, everybody else takes a shower in a raccoon coat. I don't know what's gotten into that boy. Acts more like his mother's side of the family every day.
Jim, what was all that banging up there?
Oh, the same old thing. Honey, isn't there anything we can do about a schedule for the bathroom? It gets worse every morning.
I know, dear, but after all, this is a special morning. It's the first day of school, and the children are all anxious to look their best.
But I have to be in Plainfield at 9 o'clock. It's a very important deal. I told everybody last night.
Of course, dear, I know just how you feel. And you'll feel a lot better after you've had your coffee. I'll have it ready in just a minute.
You said it was ready.
It was ready, but when you didn't come down...
Look, I'd better go back upstairs and stand in line.
Jim, it will only take me a second to pour you another cup of coffee.
Well, okay. And anybody who thinks he can live in a house with one bathroom and 3 kids
Dad.
ought to have his head examined. What is it, Bud?
I'm out.
Well, it's about time. Don't let anybody else in till I get up there.
Okay.
Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to shave.
But I poured your coffee.
Sorry, honey, you'll just have to pour it back. The bathroom's clear. I may not have a chance like this for another 100 years. Hold the fort, Bud. I'm on my way.
Daddy, Bud says I can't go into the bathroom.
That's right. Thank you, Bud.
Okay, Dad.
But I have to take a shower and I have to go to school. And how can I take a shower if nobody will let me get into the bathroom?
Kathy, Daddy has to go to Plainfield. That's 28 miles away. And he has to be there at 9 o'clock.
Why?
Because I want to sell Mr. Butler some insurance. So we can get some money. So we can eat. Is that clear?
I don't know. I just want to take a shower.
Kathy, I have to shave, and I can't shave while you're taking a shower.
Why?
Because you get the mirror all steamed up. Because I want to get to Plainfield wearing both ears. And don't say why.
Why?
Because... Why don't you go do your homework or something?
Oh, I don't have any homework. School hasn't even started yet.
Well, make some up. Bud! What happened to my shaving cream?
You want me, Dad?
No, I want my shaving cream. Where is it?
Maybe there isn't any.
I could have figured that out for myself, except that I just bought a whole tube of it. Margaret?
What shaving cream, dear?
The shaving cream I bought last night.
You didn't buy any shaving cream last night.
I most certainly did. Didn't I?
No, dear, you didn't.
Well, I should have. Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Are you dressed?
I'm tying my shoes.
Well, run down to the drugstore and get me some shaving cream like a good fellow, will you?
You bet. As soon as I finish my breakfast.
Get it for me now. You can have your breakfast later.
Holy cow, Dad. I haven't eaten since last night.
Well, another 5 minutes won't make any difference. Use the car and hurry back, please.
Okay.
What in the... Who's in there? Kathy, come out of that bathroom this instant.
I'm not in the bathroom, Daddy.
Well, who is?
I don't know.
Betty? Betty!
Did you want something, Father?
What are you doing in there?
I'm taking a shower.
Well, open the door.
Father!
Jim, you can't shave until Bud comes back anyway.
That's got nothing to do with it. I was in the bathroom first. She had no right to sneak in when my back was turned.
Will you please stop acting like an overgrown baby? You can have your coffee while Betty's taking her shower.
Oh, why did they have to open the schools today? 365 days in the year, and they have to pick a day when I have an appointment in Plainfield.
Dad.
There's no system in this town, that's what. They just run things to suit themselves.
Dad, the car isn't in the garage.
It what?
It isn't in the garage.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I'm not having enough trouble. Now somebody's stolen the car.
Jim, let's not get all upset. Maybe you didn't put the car in the garage last night.
I didn't use the car last night. I came home with Ed Davis, remember? Betty had the car all afternoon. Betty!
Yes, Father.
Where did you leave the car?
Just a minute. I'll be right out.
Bud, go downstairs and call the police.
No, Bud, wait. There must be a logical explanation to this whole thing.
Of course there's a logical explanation. Somebody stole the car.
Is anything wrong, Father?
Oh, no. Everything's just fine. Somebody stole the car, that's all.
They did? Who?
How do I know who? Where did you leave it?
In front of your office. That's what you told me to do, isn't it?
I told you to leave it in front of the office?
That's right. You said if I got through early to leave it in front of your office and come home on the bus. Then you wouldn't have to use the bus during the rush hour.
But I came home with Ed Davis.
Well, I came home on the bus.
You know, Betty, you're going to be a great comfort to me in my old age, if I live that long.
Father, I just did what you told me to.
Why didn't you tell me you left the car downtown?
You didn't ask me.
Ye gods. 17 years old, and she can't tell you anything unless you ask her.
I'll be right back.
Bud, where are you going?
It's okay, Dad. I'll use my bicycle.
No, Bud, come back here, Bud!
He's gone, dear.
I don't know. The only time that boy ever hurries is when you want him to stand still.
Well, dear, you told him to go to the drugstore.
I wanted him to go down for the car. How can I possibly get to Plainfield without a car?
You can use the bus.
Nobody asked you.
But you just said I was 17 years old
Never
and I...
mind what I just said. What's that?
What's what, dear?
That's a car. Is it in our driveway?
No, that's the Davises. I guess Ed's going to work.
Ed, that's it. Betty, hurry up and get dressed.
Well, what for?
Never mind what for. Just get dressed.
Jumping creepers.
Ed! Say, Ed!
Hiya, Jim. What's up?
Ed, I want you to do me a favor, a big favor. Will you wait until Betty gets dressed and take her down to my office?
Sure, I guess so.
She'll only be a minute.
Okay, the color make it snappy.
Thanks, Ed. You're a pal. Well, that'll take care of that. Betty.
What did Ed say, dear?
He's waiting for Betty, and he'll take her downtown, and she can bring the car back.
There, you see? There was no need to get upset about the whole thing in the first place.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Betty, what are you doing?
I'm getting dressed.
Okay, look, Ed Davis is waiting to take you downtown.
Oh, he doesn't have to do that, Father. Janie Liggett's going to pick me up.
He's going to take you downtown so you can get our car and bring it back here.
But I can't, Father. I'll miss my ride to school.
I'll take you to school.
But Janie Liggett...
I don't care about Janie Liggett. This is more important.
Well, if it's so important, why don't you go downtown with Mr. Davis?
I'll tell you why. In the first place, I haven't shaved. In the second place, I haven't had my shower. And in the third place, I told you to go down in the first place. Now, hurry up and get dressed.
Oh, poo.
And don't take all day about it.
Double poo.
What was that?
I said, yes, Father.
Person gets you into a mess like this, the least they can do is get you out. If she'd used her head, the car wouldn't have been left downtown in the first place. First time in her whole life she ever got through with it early.
Jim, why don't you come downstairs with me and have your breakfast? You can save a little time that way.
No, I've got to shave and...
You can't shave until Bud gets back with the shaving cream.
Well, I can take a shower and brush my teeth and... Oh, no.
What is it, dear?
Who's in there? Who's in the bathroom?
Did you want something, Daddy?
That's a real cup of coffee. Nice words to hear at your table, aren't they? And tomorrow you can hear 'em from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, because that #1 expert is your husband. Of course, we think we stand pretty high as experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But we know the final judge is that husband of yours. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a cup of Maxwell House, you'll hear him say, "Now that's real coffee." We're so sure of that, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, we're mighty proud of that famous good to the last drop flavor. And we know no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no other coffee's made like Maxwell House. Get a pound tomorrow. Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on the front of that familiar blue tin. Tomorrow, start serving the world's greatest coffee expert, Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Cleanliness is next to godliness. That's what they say. But there are times when it can be overdone. It's a cup of coffee later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the Andersons' bathroom is still giving a pretty fair imitation of the Grand Central Station. Father, unshowered and unshorn, is low man on the totem pole and last man into the bathroom, as usual, like this.
They ought to pass an ordinance, that's what.
What was that, dear?
I said there ought to be a law. No house can be built without 10 bathrooms.
Oh, Jim.
Well, look at the time. 8:15, and I haven't even started to shave.
It won't take long once Bud gets back. How about another cup of coffee?
Well, okay.
There you are.
Thank you. Even if Betty gets back with the car by 8:30, I won't be able to make it.
Of course you will.
How? It's 28 miles to Plainfield, and my appointment's for 9 o'clock.
Jim, I'm sure if you explain to Mr. Butler, he'll understand.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Butler, but one of my children left the car downtown, and the others wouldn't let me get into the bathroom. He'll love that.
Hey, Dad.
Well, it's about time. We're in here, Bud.
Boy, did I ever have a time. You know what happened?
Never mind what happened. Where's the shaving cream?
Right here. Gosh, it was awful. You know what happened?
All I want is the shaving cream. What took you so long?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what happened? Mr. Crandall wasn't open yet, and I had to find a drugstore that stayed open all night. And then when I found it, I didn't have enough money for the large economy size, and then he couldn't find the small uneconomy size. And he tried to sell me that smelly kind that you don't like. But I said, oh, no. And he said...
Bud. Give it to me.
What?
The shaving cream. Let me have it.
Oh, it was 35 cents, Dad.
I know how much it was. Hand it over.
Well, my allowance is only $1.25, and I spent 60 cents last night, and there's a whole week to go.
Bud, will you let go of the shaving cream?
I know you don't mean to forget things like that, Dad, but last year when I laid out 15 cents for the pipe cleaners...
I paid you for the pipe cleaners.
No, you didn't, Dad.
As a matter of fact, I think I paid you twice.
Well, anyway, it was only 15 cents, but this is 35 cents.
Bud, let go.
That's practically half $1.
I said let go.
And I only get $1.25.
Bud, you're squashing it.
So why don't you just give me the 35 cents?
Because I don't carry money in my pajamas, that's why. Now let go.
Bud, I'll give you the 35 cents.
You will?
Yes.
Oh. Well, here you are, Dad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's okay, Dad. I was glad to help.
Yes, I can see that.
All right, Bud, sit down, and I'll get your breakfast.
Oh, gosh, you can understand how I feel, can't you, Mom?
Yes, dear.
It isn't as if I didn't trust him, but look what happened when I bought the pipe cleaner.
Pipe cleaners. My own son. You'd think I was trying to cheat him out of 35 cents. Where did he get the 35 cents in the first place? And look at it. If that isn't the messiest looking tube of shaving cream, got it all squeezed out of shape. Spend your whole life trying to make things easy for your family. Ye gods. Kathy! Kathy! Aren't you out of there yet?
I'm brushing my teeth.
What?
I'm brushing my teeth.
You've been in there long enough to grow new ones. Now come on out.
But I have to brush my teeth.
You can brush them later. Open the door.
Daddy, I have to brush my teeth. If I don't, I'll have to do it afterwards, and then I'll be late for school.
I'll take you to school. Just let me get in there.
I wasn't late for school even once last year. And this year, if I'm late the very first day...
You won't be late, Kathy. I promise you. Now, please, let me get through.
Gee whiz. Just because I'm the littlest one in the family, everybody thinks I don't have any feelings. And I do. I've got as many feelings as anybody.
Fine. I'll tell him when he comes in.
You'll tell who?
What?
Who will you tell when he comes in?
When who comes in?
I don't know.
Well, stop talking about people you don't know. May I please shave?
He said, I'll tell him when he comes in. And I said, who? And he said,
Jim!
Ye gods, now what? What is it, Margaret?
Betty's on the phone.
Well, tell her to hurry up.
She wants to talk to you.
Oh, my aching back. I'll be right down, Margaret. Kathy, don't ever get married. And if you do get married, don't have any children. And if you do have any children, don't try to shave. Grow a beard.
Daddy, is it all right if I brush my teeth now?
No, stay out of the bathroom.
Gee whiz.
Betty, why aren't you back here?
Is that you, Father?
Of course not. This is Admiral Byrd, and I'm speaking from the South Pole. Where are you?
I'm downtown.
That's nice. Are you having a good time?
Father, the car's been stolen.
Well, stop fooling around down there and... It what?
It isn't where I left it. There's another car there, and the man at the filling station said he
Betty.
saw somebody fiddling around with it this morning.
Betty.
And I guess they found the place under the mat where we hide the keys. because-
Betty,
Yes, Father?
go over to the police headquarters. Give them a full description of the car. Make, model, color, license number. Have you got that?
I guess so.
Tell them I'll be in later in the morning to make a full insurance report. Is that clear?
Well, there's only one thing I don't understand.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do about my breakfast?
Betty,
Yes, Father?
eat it.
Oh? Okay.
And Betty,
Don't worry, Father. I'll take care of everything.
Good.
Right after breakfast.
Betty! Betty! Oh, fine. It's a conspiracy, that's what it is. The whole thing is a plot to keep me from getting to Plainfield. Well, that's fine. That's just great.
What did Betty want, dear? Is anything wrong?
No, everything's wonderful. This time somebody really stole the car, that's all.
Oh, Jim.
I'm up to my neck in appointments, the busiest time of the whole year. A thing like this has to happen to me. Sure, naturally, they'd have to be busy. They'll probably be busy all day.
Who, dear?
George Phillips. If I can borrow his car, I can still get to Plainfield in time. But...
Jim, I wouldn't count on that. George may need the car himself. Why don't you just call Mr. Butler?
Because it took me 2 months to set up this appointment, and I don't intend to lose it. And if George Phillips can't do a little thing like lend me his car, well, it's just too bad, that's all.
All right, dear. I suppose you know best.
Bud!
You want me dead?
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
You said Bud.
And you figured the rest of it out all by yourself. Isn't that wonderful?
Now, what did I do?
Go across the street and ask Mr. Phillips if I can use his car.
What for?
I've taken a contract to fill in the Grand Canyon, and I want to use the Phillips car for a dump truck.
What?
Oh, stop asking so many silly questions and do as you're told.
But all I said was...
Bud, do as your father tells you.
Holy cow. Ask a perfectly simple question and everybody jumps down your neck. Get a bunch of double talk about filling in the Grand Canyon.
Jim, I don't think you were very nice to Bud.
Well, I haven't got time to be nice. I've got to get a car. I've got to get to Plainfield. Margaret.
Yes, dear.
I'm going upstairs to shave. Will you call Hector Smith and ask if I can borrow his car? I'll have it back at 12 o'clock at the latest.
All right.
And explain that it's an emergency. Tell him it's practically a matter of life and death.
Yes, dear, I'll tell him.
Oh, I've never seen a morning like this in my whole life. Everything has to go wrong. I don't even know why I bothered to get out of bed.
Hello, Elizabeth?
No. Kathy, are you in there again?
I'll be right out, Daddy.
I told you not to go back in, didn't I?
But you were on the phone and I had to wash my knees.
You just took a shower. Everybody in the world's been taking a shower.
I forgot to scrub my knees, and I couldn't go to school the very first day if I didn't scrub my knees, could I?
All right, Kathy, just let me in there.
Don't they look better now, Daddy?
They're gorgeous. Now, may I please get into the bathroom?
Jim?
Oh. What is it, dear?
Elizabeth says she's awfully sorry, but Hector ran into the back of a truck and their car won't be out of the garage until Friday.
That's great. Good old Hector. Good old reliable Hector.
Do you want me to call the Hathaways? They have an extra little car.
Dad.
What did they say, Bud?
Mr. Phillips had to go downtown early, and he took the car with him.
Oh, fine.
And Mrs. Phillips says she doesn't think Mr. Phillips would let you take it to the Grand Canyon anyway on account of one of the windshield wipers doesn't work.
Well, that makes as much sense as anything else that's happened today.
Daddy, you said you were going to take me to school.
Kathy, this is no time to annoy your father.
But he said...
It's all right, Margaret. I don't care. The way things have been going this morning, my mind is absolutely numb anyway.
Dad.
2 months, 2 whole months, getting Butler lined up for the kill, and then a thing like this has to happen.
Dad.
Fine bunch of friends we have. The windshield wiper doesn't work. Hector ran into the back of a truck.
Dad.
Tim, I'm sure he didn't do it intentionally.
No, but if he wanted to borrow a car, you can bet your bottom dollar there'd be nothing the matter with ours.
Dad.
But don't you ever keep still?
I want to ask you something.
Well, go ahead. Don't just stand there.
Why don't you use our car?
But...
Just a minute, Margaret. I'll be glad to tell him. It seems, Bud, that you have a sister who hasn't sense enough to come in out of the rain.
I didn't do anything.
She left the car downtown with the keys under the mat.
Oh, that one.
And as a result, we don't have a car.
Sure we do.
Bud, the car has been stolen.
No, it hasn't, Dad. It's out in front of the house. I went downtown and got it.
Oh, no!
So the car has been sitting right out in front of the house. Seems like when you want something, it pays to look for it where it ought to be. Certainly that's true in buying coffee. You want the most for your money, the most in flavor and enjoyment. And as the world's greatest coffee expert will tell you, you'll find it right in the coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. Sure, just pour a cup of Maxwell House for that husband of yours. He's the #1 expert. And when he says, that's my kind of coffee, you'll know Maxwell House is your kind of coffee, too. Your best coffee buy. Find out tomorrow. Start serving your husband Maxwell House. And count how many truly good cups of coffee you get from just one of those familiar blue tins. We think you'll find it gives you the most for your money. So tomorrow, see how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
A mere 15 minutes have gone by, but things in Springfield are pretty much under control, so far as Jim Anderson is concerned, at any rate. With his hands firmly on the steering wheel of his car, only 2 things remain between Father and his business appointment. Kathy's delivery to school and a 28-mile drive to Plainfield. He'll be a little late, but he isn't too worried. As a matter of fact, he isn't worried at all. Like this.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy.
why does everybody have to go to school? Is it that important?
Of course it's important. It's practically the most important thing in your whole life.
Why?
Because, Kathy, if you don't go to school, you don't learn anything. And if you don't learn anything, you aren't prepared for the problems you meet later in life.
What kind of problems?
Oh, all kinds of problems. Like how to answer the questions your children keep throwing at you. Things like that. It's very important.
Daddy,
Now what?
why is everybody so worried about the schools in Springfield?
Well, they aren't worried, Kathy. Not if they're sound, public-spirited citizens. They realize that worrying doesn't do any good. It's action that counts. They know that better schools make better communities, and good citizens everywhere are helping to make our school system the finest in the world. And that's pretty hard to do.
Why?
Well, it's on account of the last war, honey. During the war, we couldn't build enough schools or train enough teachers. So now we have overcrowded classrooms and a shortage of qualified instructors for the lower grades.
What's that?
Teachers.
Oh.
Yes, sir. If more young men and women would train to teach in the elementary schools, they'd find a wonderful career ahead of them. And they'd be helping to build a better country for all of us at the same time.
They would?
They certainly would.
Well, then I changed my mind. When I grow up, I'm going to be a teacher.
and somebody else can be a lady wrestler.
That's a very good idea. Ye gods, now what did I do?
He wants you to pull over to the curb.
I know what he wants. I wasn't going too fast, was I?
I don't know.
I was going 25 miles an hour. Remember that.
All right, Daddy.
And the light was green, wasn't it?
Yes, Daddy.
It certainly was. Hello, officer. Anything I can do for you?
There may be one or two little things. May I see your driver's license, please?
Of course. Carry it right here in my wallet. Now, right here in the... Officer, I was in such a hurry this morning that I left my wallet on the dresser. But I can assure you that I've been driving in Springfield...
Could I see your registration certificate? Or would that happen to be at home on the piano?
Officer, I have to be in Plainfield as close to 9 o'clock as I can make it. And ever since I got up this morning...
Just follow me, if you don't mind.
But, officer, if I don't get to Follow you? Where?
We'll take a little trip down to the station house. And let's not try any tricks.
Look, this is my daughter, and she'll tell you...
We were going 25 miles an hour, and the light was green.
That may be so, little lady. It may be so. But I just got a call from headquarters, and you're riding in a stolen car.
Oh, no!
Life is swell when you keep well. And Post 40% Bran Flakes is the wonderful breakfast cereal that gives you 3 extra Keep Fit benefits. 1, bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. 2, whole wheat values of these essential B vitamins, thiamine and niacin. 3, a good source of these important minerals, phosphorus and iron. All that and delicious flavor, too. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite Bran Flakes. Remember, life is swell when you keep well. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Listen now for Dragnet. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, Buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere.
For a while I thought maybe, perhaps there was a chance it would be changed to Maisie Jordan. But my boyfriend, Eddie, well, ever since he's been old enough to hold a steady job, he hasn't. It's not that Eddie's lazy, but you see, he went to college and studied stuff like 14th century Flemish poetry, the art of rug weaving amongst the natives of Abyssinia, and all that stuff there ain't a buck in. Eddie barely makes enough money to pay his room rent, so we stay home a lot. Also, we both room in the same boarding house, and, oh gosh, it must be awful late. I'd better run up to Eddie's room and wake him up or he'll be late for work. Eddie? Eddie?
Who's there?
It's Maisie, Eddie. You told me last night to make sure to wake you up at 6:30. You remember?
What time is it now?
I don't know. I don't have a watch. What time have you got?
Maisie, how can I sleep with all that noise?
That's what I can never understand. That loud snoring would wake anybody up.
Maisie, would you please go away and let me be? I got 28 minutes yet before I have to give my all to Bixel's department store. Men's accessories department.
I know. And I thought I'd give you a little extra time to relax before work if I brought you a little coffee.
Okay, thanks. Just pour it under the door.
But, Eddie,
Oh, well, I might as well get up now. I can't sleep anyway.
Good. Slip on something and let me in.
Sure. Oh! Ooh.
Eddie, what happened?
I slipped on something. Okay, you can come on in now.
Good morning, Eddie, darling. Oh, it's a beautiful morning. Look, the sun is shining.
Maisie, that's the moon.
Oh.
Say, what's that gray stuff?
Your coffee.
Oh, you'd sure make a wonderful wife.
Oh, Eddie, this is so sudden. Let's get married real soon.
Oh, sure. How soon, for instance?
Well, I hate to rush you, but would after lunch be too soon?
Maisie, you know we can't get married on what I make at the store. As a matter of fact, I'm not so sure Bixel's department store feels that I'm exactly indispensable to the merchandising world.
Eddie, they haven't said anything. You haven't been shooting spitballs at the floor walker with brand new imported French men's garters again, have you? You promised me faithfully you'd be the perfect salesman.
It's not that, Maisie. It's just those, I'm not buying, I'm just looking. Those kind of customers that I've been getting. Maisie, I just don't like morons.
Eddie Jordan, if you don't like morons, you don't like me.
Huh?
I mean, if you can't try to make a living, then I don't mean enough to you.
But you do, Maisie. You're the most wonderful, marvelous, gorgeous, most beautiful...
I'm not listening to a word you say.
Maisie, don't interrupt. Now, let's see, where was I?
Most beautiful.
Oh, yes, the most beautiful girl in the world. But you deserve better than me. You deserve a real man.
I don't want a real man. I want you. You could be a success, too, Eddie. You'd only put your shoulder to the wheel instead of your head.
Maisie, I want to talk to you. It's very important for both of us, but first I have to get dressed.
Okay, get dressed. And I'll wait for you down in the parlor.
Good. And while you're down there, ask Mrs. Kennedy to make out my board bill for this week.
Oh, paying your board bill, there must be something wrong. Eddie, what's this all about?
Well, I'll be down in 10 minutes and tell you, Maisie. Meanwhile, if you don't mind, I have to shower, shave, and polish my shoes.
Polish your shoes? Eddie Jordan, have you met a new girl?
So long, Maisie. I'll see you downstairs in 10 minutes.
And that's what Eddie said, Mrs. Kennedy. What do you think this mystery's all about?
Well, that's hard to say, Maisie, honey. When any of my boarders want to pay their bill before I threaten to turn off the lights in their room a few times, there must be something wrong.
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Kennedy. Do you think maybe Eddie's lost interest in me?
Well, Maisie, it could be another girl. After all, Eddie's a man.
Yeah?
That's it, he's a man.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Kennedy, but there are men and there are men. Eddie's different.
Yeah, different.
A new face, a snazzy figure means absolutely nothing to him.
Yeah, means absolutely nothing to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, honey, that's that. What game shall we play now?
Mrs. Kennedy, I happen to trust Eddie implicitly. Nothing you could say would make me believe that he's interested in another girl.
No.
No. Any idea who she may be, Mrs. Kennedy?
Oh, Maisie, forget it. There's nobody else in Eddie's life. And if there were, he'd tell you about it.
Yeah. Well, that's that. Now, what other game shall we play?
Games? Who's playing games?
Oh, Mrs. Kennedy and me, we were just playing, canasta.
Without cards?
Well, yes. You see, we're both just learning it, and we're not good enough at it to play with cards.
Maisie, I'd like to talk. Now.
Oh, good. I've been just dying to find out what this is all about.
Mrs. Kennedy, this is sort of private.
Yeah, Mrs. Kennedy. I think your coffee's about to bubble over in the kitchen.
Oh, yes. Don't you think you ought to watch it?
What for? I've seen coffee bubbling over lots of times. It comes up in the... Oh, yes. Well, I'll go into the kitchen. Bye, kiddies, and if you happen to talk real loud, I thank you.
Well, Eddie.
Oh, you mean the talk?
Yeah, the talk. We're alone now. Nobody can hear us.
What?
She said nobody can hear you.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
You might as well come back in, Mrs. Kennedy. I don't like to strain my voice.
Well, if you insist. Yeah.
Maisie, honey, I'm not fit for this store salesman work. It doesn't do anything to me inside.
Except feed it.
But this is a salesman's job. I just can't sell things.
Well, you sold me, honey, and I don't buy easily. You got everything to make you a success, Eddie. You're cultured, and you're cultured.
Yeah, what else?
Well, you write beautiful love letters.
Yes, but it so happens you can't make money writing love letters.
I had a girlfriend who did. She sold them back to the banker who wrote them.
Maisie, honey, I've made up my mind. I finish work at the store tonight. And then this little piggy is going far, far away to seek his fortune.
Going away, Eddie?
Any place in particular, Rover Boy, or are you just going to ad-lib it?
Well, gee, Eddie, I don't want to hold you back from anything you really want to do, but where do you plan to go?
Well, Horace Greeley said go west.
Eddie Jordan, have you been talking to strange men in bars again?
Maisie, Horace Greeley is an old newspaper man.
Oh.
He died quite some time ago.
Probably from starvation. There's no money in old newspapers.
I wouldn't know. You know something? Maybe I'll get a job on a ranch and be a cowboy.
Oh, that's silly, Eddie. You can't be a cowboy. You don't even play a guitar.
I'll take lessons. Yes, sir. I think I'll really enjoy being a cowboy. I can see myself now milking a cow in a 10-gallon hat.
You mean instead of in a pail?
Oh, don't be so silly, Mrs. K.
And don't you be silly, Eddie. You don't know how to milk a cow. Well, you don't even know where it keeps its crankcase.
Look, honey, I have to do something to make a living. I have to eat, you know.
Yep, and you might as well start with some breakfast. Nobody can make a real good fool of himself on an empty stomach. I'll fix you some grub, Tex.
Gee, I'm sorry to be letting you down like this, Maisie, but, well, I gotta latch onto something with a future. I'll never get rich selling men's socks.
But, Eddie, you just gotta stick to something. You just can't go roaming around the country trying to earn a buck.
Why not? You do it, don't you?
But it's different in my case. I'm a woman.
So what? There's no difference between men and women.
There must be, or they wouldn't have special nights for each at Turkish baths.
Oh, don't be corny.
And don't you be so stubborn. I'm giving you good advice. You don't want to spend the rest of your life being a flop, do you?
Oh, so I'm a flop.
Yeah, but in a nice way.
Yeah. So long, Maisie.
Where you going, Eddie?
To work.
But you haven't eaten your breakfast.
I might as well get used to going without breakfast.
Oh.
Well, here it is, Eddie. A nice hot dish of oatmeal. Where'd Eddie go, Maisie?
To work. He wasn't hungry. Something was bothering him.
What something was bothering him?
Me.
Good morning, Maisie. Good morning, Mrs. Kennedy.
Good morning, Merton.
Good morning, Merton.
What's wrong, Maisie? Have a fight with Eddie?
No, thanks. I just had one.
Eat your breakfast, Mr. Sunshine. Got a special today. You got your choice of oatmeal.
What's the choice?
Take it or leave it.
Oh.
Maisie, honey, you aren't eating.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. K. I'm not hungry. Every time I think of poor Eddie, I get a lump in my throat.
Every time I eat Mrs. Kennedy's oatmeal, I get a lump in mine. Yeah, well, I just cracked that joke to cheer you folks up, folks.
Save your comedy for Mr. Jordan, Mert. He's the one that needs cheering up.
Gil, things ain't been breaking good for Ed. How's about a slice of toast, Mrs. K?
Sure, Mert. What kind? White or whole wheat?
No, it makes no difference. I want to put it under the leg of the chair. I got the wobbly one again this morning.
Here, Merton, you can have my chair. I'm finished.
Okay.
Oh, but Maisie, honey, you gotta eat something.
I'm not hungry anymore ever since Eddie said he's going to quit his job.
We're going to quit? Right in the middle of the contest?
Contest? What contest?
Oh, haven't you heard?
Heard what?
And he didn't tell you.
Who didn't tell me?
Oh, Eddie. Gee, Miss Kennedy, this jam is good.
Oh, for goodness sake, Merton, what is it?
Strawberry, I think.
I mean the contest.
Yeah, what's it about? What happens? Take the spoon out of your cup while you're drinking your coffee. And what has it to do with Eddie?
Huh? Well, you see, the store is having a contest and giving prizes for the one who wins.
Wins what?
The contest.
Merton, stop talking so much and saying so little.
Yeah, you're an elevator operator, not a politician.
The salesman and the sales lady who sell the most stuff by closing time tonight wins a $500 prize.
Say, they've got about 200 salespeople.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's why Eddie's so discouraged. He's probably close to the bottom in the amount of sales made so far.
He ain't close to the bottom.
He isn't?
No, he's at the bottom.
Oh. Well, there's one good thing about it. He can't go any lower.
Well, Maisie, honey, I can't very well blame Eddie for not telling you. The contest was the final straw that decided him on quitting the store. The poor boy was ashamed to be in such an awful flop with his order book.
Yeah, poor Eddie. He's such a helpless little schnook. I guess the only person he's ever been able to sell was me.
You know, what that boy really needs is for something to happen to give him faith in himself.
Yeah.
Like maybe by some miracle winning that prize at the store.
Yeah, if he only had imagination like Henry Carter, he'd stand a chance.
Who's Henry Carter?
He's in ladies' girdles.
I hope the dear boy finds them comfortable. I don't.
Don't you? Oh, I mean, he sells them. Henry's lead man in the contest so far. And you know, the funny thing about it is that most of his customers are men.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Most men are just interested in what goes into the girdles.
That's how Henry sells them.
With women already in them? Say, that store carries everything, doesn't it?
No, let me finish. You see, Henry sells all those girdles to men by demonstrating how funny their wives look when they're struggling into one.
Oh, say, that's showmanship.
Yeah. Now imagine Henry winning that contest because of a simple little idea like that.
Yeah.
He's going to win $500 just because he found something new that appealed to men.
I've got it.
Got what?
What?
Well, it ain't new, but it's appealed to men before laughs. Women.
Women?
Yeah, Mrs. Kennedy. You've heard of bazaars where men kiss women for charity.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what I mean is that Eddie could maybe win that selling contest if he had an idea behind it. Well, I'm that idea. I'm giving out kisses today at Bixel's department store.
I don't get it.
You will if you buy a pair of socks.
Pair of socks?
Yeah, that's it. And I've got a slogan. Buy a sock from Eddie and get a smack from Maisie. What do you think?
I think it's worth a try, Maisie. Gosh, imagine kissing all those men.
I don't like it.
How do you know? Have you ever kissed any men?
I mean, well, Eddie wouldn't like his girlfriend kissing strange men so as he could be a success.
Oh, that's silly. Look in the movies. Stars with husbands and families kiss Jimmy Stewart and Van Johnson, don't they? Doesn't mean anything. It's a living.
Yeah. And if that ain't living, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right, Maisie.
Good. Then you'll help me, Merton?
Help you? Oh, gosh, I don't think a man would want to kiss me, especially when I need a shave.
No. I mean, let me use your elevator as a sort of a display case.
My elevator? You mean you
Yeah,
want...
and if you do, I won't forget.
Now, don't say no, Merton. Say you'll do it.
Oh. Okay, Miss Kennedy. Okay, I'll do it. More jam, please.
No, not like that, Merton. Look me in the face and say you'll do it. Come on now, look me in the face.
Please, Mrs. Kennedy, not while I'm eating.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment.
Elevator going up. Step in, please. Floors, please.
Third floor. Second floor, please.
Fourth floor.
Wouldn't you gentlemen rather bunch them together and go to the 9th floor?
Yeah, but 9th floor? Yeah, what's coming off on the 9th floor?
Her lipstick.
Lipstick.
If you buy from Eddie Jordan men's accessories, 9th floor east.
For every article you buy, gentlemen, from Mr. Jordan, Miss Revere here will give the buyer a kiss.
From this doll here?
Well, let's get a better look at you, baby.
Chum. Please don't handle the merchandise.
Oh, wow, I'm sold. Yeah, me too, baby. 9th floor boy.
Roger.
Take him away, Mert. Just show your sales receipts, gentlemen, and collect your kiss here on the main floor.
Yeah. And remember, gentlemen, for $5 worth of merchandise bought from Eddie Jordan,
you kiss me. For $10 worth of sales, I sort of help a little.
And for $20?
For $20, mister, all you do is hold on.
Oh, wow! Here goes the savings of a lifetime.
Okay, here we go, gentlemen. M for Maisie flight, now taking off. Over.
Let go. I saw these shorts first. I saw them first. Let go!
Gentlemen, please, you just torn those shorts in half.
Good. Wrap my half, clerk. Here's your money. You never mind wrapping my half, clerk. I'll take them like they are.
Clerk, I'll take these socks.
Okay, but first put my shoes back on. Those socks were mine.
Well, they're mine now. Here's your money.
Well, aren't you going to wait for your change, mister? You've got something coming to you?
You ain't kidding, friend. My lips are all puckered up for it.
Say, I don't get this. I must have sold $10,000 worth of merchandise.
Never mind the gab, clerk. Here's your dough. I'm taking these bedroom slippers.
30 pairs of bedroom slippers, mister?
All right, so I'm a centipede. Now, out of my way. I'm in a hurry.
Everybody's in a hurry. What's the rush
wrap this up for me, will you, clerk?
Wrap this? But it's just a sign that says marked down to $3.98.
Yeah, okay, here's $4. Keep the change. I'm in a hurry.
Say, somebody answer me, please. Why am I the only salesman on this floor that's doing a land office business?
I don't know, Jordan. It's phenomenal, but it's phenomenal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grund. I think you'd better get them to send some more merchandise up here. The only thing that hasn't been bought is the counter itself.
Say, clerk, that wouldn't be for sale.
No, mister, the counter is not for sale.
Oh, nuts.
Or is it, Mr. Grund?
Oh, hardly, Joe, but hardly. Oh, my word, Jordan, in all my years as floor walker here at Bixel's, I've never seen merchandise move so fast. Why, it's fantastic. Oh, but it's fantastic. Now, keep this up, Jordan, and you'll outsell Henry Carter.
Gee, and win that $500 prize with one day of sales.
Hey.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Grund. What can I sell you today, sir?
What have you got?
Well,
I'll take it. Hit your dough. Come on!
Now, there's a fellow with sales resistance, Mr. Grund.
Amazing, Joe, but it's me. How'd you do it?
Oh, isn't hard, Mr. Grund. You see, I learned the real art of salesmanship at college. The salesmen here at the store just don't seem to have, my flair for merchandising.
Yeah, I'm taking these socks, clerk.
Sure. Just put the money in my pocket. I'm tired.
You're not too tired to see Mr. Bixel, I hope, Jordan?
The owner of the store wants to see me?
I say, clerk, I would like to...
Go away, boy. You bother me.
Oh, gentlemen.
Go on, get away. Well, I believe I can let Mr. Bixel have a few minutes of my time, Grund, my boy.
Oh, that's good of you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Bixel wants to see you down at his office at once.
At once?
That is, if you can spare the time. I believe Mr. Bixel is so impressed with your phenomenal sales methods that he's considering promoting you to sales manager.
Wise move on the old man's part.
But I can make a feeble effort to hold down the fort until you return from Mr. Bixel.
How much are those?
Well,
I'll take them so long.
Well, not bad, Mr. Grund. You learn real fast. Well, I'm off to see the old man.
Gentlemen, get in line, please.
Yes, and show your sales tax, gentlemen. No checky, no kissing.
Here's mine.
Thank you. Next, please.
Here's mine.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, that was only a kiss on the forehead.
Well, after all, you only spent $1. You come up a little, mister, and I'll come down a little. Next, please.
Here, Missy, I bought $80 worth of merchandise.
Oh, well, that's nice work, Grandpa. Hold him up, Mert.
Roger.
Here goes my white-whiskered friend. Smile now, please, so as I can locate your lips.
Hey, what goes on here? Here, let me through.
I'm sorry, mister. You gotta wait your turn. Mr. Bixel.
Young man, I asked you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bixel. I'm being buzzed. Passengers, you know.
I didn't hear any buzzer.
Well, I never wait till the last minute.
Well, there you are, Grandpa. Next, please.
Miss, I'd like...
Get in line, mister. They'd all like to.
Yeah, I'd like to know what this is all about.
Well, at your age, you should already know what it's all about.
Miss, I did...
Oh, the impatient kind. Okay, where's your sales check?
Your sales check?
No sales check, no kisses. Next.
Miss, do you know who I am?
I don't care if you're old chowderhead Bixel himself. No slips, no lips. Next.
Bixel is a chowderhead?
But he's got to be not to recognize a great ability like my boyfriend.
Miss, do you know who I am? I'm Chowderhead Bixel.
I don't care if you're Chowderhead? Well, you know who my boyfriend is?
No.
Thank goodness.
Come with me, miss. I'd like to see you in my office.
Office, huh? Well, it's so long, fellas.
Wait a minute.
But here, I'll blow you all a kiss. There, share it
Let me get this straight, Miss Revere. Giving out kisses for sale.
Oh, well, that's right, Mr. Bixel. Eddie needed to win that prize to give him courage and self-assurance. So while he was carrying on for dear old Bixel's on the 9th floor...
You were carrying on the main floor.
You're not going to keep Eddie from winning the contest, are you? You're not going to fire him, are you, huh? Are you?
Is this selling merchandise with kisses, Miss Revere? Whose idea was it?
Well, Mr. Bixel, I kind of thought it was a crazy idea.
Well, I think it's marvelous.
Oh, so did Eddie. When that boy gets an idea he thinks is great, he sticks to it.
Jordan thought up this sensational merchandising stunt.
Uh-huh.
That's rather difficult to believe.
Yeah, ain't it? I mean, you've underestimated Eddie. He's got brains.
Well, I never noticed it.
Well, that's because they're so hard to see. They're inside his head.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I couldn't think of a more convenient place for them.
Well, Eddie has lots more great ideas for selling stuff, Mr. Bixel.
Miss Revere, I have practically decided to make Jordan our new sales manager.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Bixel. I'm so happy I could kiss you.
Well, Miss Revere, why don't you?
But,
Jordan hasn't sold out everything in the store. I can still buy something from him if you'll accept the sales stub later.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Bixel. This is on the house.
Come in.
I was told that you wanted to see me, Mr. Bishop. Maisie.
Hello, Eddie. You know you've got the loveliest boss.
Oh, you're a lucky chap, Jordan, having a girl who thinks so much of you.
Maisie, I never thought you could do a thing like this.
But it's done now, Eddie, and now you're the new sales manager.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are, Jordan. If I had any doubts before, this lovely girl has convinced me.
Obviously, you old roue.
What?
Eddie, you're making a big mistake.
You're the one that's making the mistake, you vamp.
Vamp?
If the only way I can get ahead is for my girl to play up to the boss in that disgusting manner, then I don't want to get ahead.
Jordan, how dare you?
Eddie, don't spoil everything. You've just gotten a big executive job. You don't have to punch clocks anymore.
No. I've got something I'd enjoy punching very much more.
Jordan, stand back. I'm warning
Eddie,
you.
don't, Eddie. Oh, Eddie.
Well, just don't stand there, Maisie. Help me up.
And out, Miss Revere. He's fired. Get your time and don't come back.
I don't want my money.
Well, you better take it, Eddie. You're going to need beefsteaks for both those black eyes when we get home.
Both? I only have one black eye.
I know, but we're not home yet.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, poor Eddie. He's still suffering from the foot and mouth disease. Every time he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it. Frankly, I couldn't blame Eddie for being amazed at what he saw in Mr. Bixel's office. He had a perfect right. Too bad Mr. Bixel had a perfect left. But Eddie was unreasonable about not listening to my explanation. I know if I caught Eddie kissing a strange girl, I'd listen to his reason first before I'd call him a liar. I know I may sound cynical, but I've been around a lot, and I can always tell when a man is lying. If his lips are moving, he's lying. Funny thing, though, I'm not really mad at Eddie for making that big blunder. At least he showed that he really loved me. And to a woman, love is the most valuable commodity turned out by a man. Well, I better get down to the butcher's and buy that beefsteak for Eddie. I wonder if there's a special cut for black eyes.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Bea Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Howard McNear, Pat McGeehan, Peter Leeds, and Sidney Miller. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Hayes, the stars of the Monday night Blondie program, Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake, tonight's guests of Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Oh, there you are, Costello. Well, why are you late this time?
Oh, boy, Abbott. I just got back from the Naval Base at San Diego, and I got a message of great importance for all the sailors, from all the sailors to every woman and girl in this audience.
Well, what is it? Shut up, Costello. What were you doing down at the Naval Base?
Oh, what was I doing down there? I was helping them launch a submarine, and they gave me the most important job on the boat.
Really? What was it?
Well, when the sailors got the submarine ready to dive, I ran forward and held its nose.
Then what happened?
Then what happened? Down we went, Abbott, 60 feet in the water. When we got down to the bottom, I hopped off and took a walk.
You took a walk in 60 foot of water?
And why not? I had my rubbers on.
Oh, you know, after all, we have to give those sailors... No, really, we have to give those sailors credit. They're wonderful.
Oh, I like sailors too, Abbott. But I'm really in love with a Marine.
You're in love with a Marine?
Yeah, Marine O'Hara.
Oh. Look, talk sense, Costello. Between you and me, love is silly.
Between you and me, love would be ridiculous.
You don't even appeal! All right, never mind all of this. Listen, we've got important work to do. The government has started a national waste paper drive. And as mayor of Sherman Oaks, I mean to collect every scrap of paper in this town.
Good. I gave all my paper, Abbott. I even ripped the paper off walls. Then I repapered the walls with the rolls of music from the player piano.
You covered the walls with the player piano rolls?
That's what I did.
That's fine.
Good. Fine? Fine nothing. Now, every time I sneeze, the walls play Mersey Dotes.
Listen, will you get down to business, please? This campaign is important. I want you to do your part by going from door to door. Now, can you do it?
Oh, that used to be my racket. One time I went from door to door selling mosquitoes.
No, that's idiotic. Who'd buy mosquitoes?
Nobody.
Then why did you sell them?
No competition.
Oh. Oh, here's Ken Niles.
Well, hello, fellows. How's the waste paper drive coming along, Mayor Abbott?
Just fine, Ken. Costello just promised to go all over town collecting scraps of paper from houses, scraps of paper from offices, scraps of paper from vacant lots.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better man. He's scrap happy anyway. You see
Funny fellow.
You see what a sense of humor I have, Costello? 1, 2, 3, and I jump all over you.
4, 5, 6, and you get right off.
Now, let's not start an argument. Say, Ken, what did your wife say when I appointed her head of the paper drive committee?
Oh, she was very happy, Bud. She says people will think she's the most fortunate girl.
She'll be fortunate if people think she's a girl.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overstuffed lowboy.
I said it for you to hear, skinny dinny. And just a minute, Mrs. Niles, I ain't fat.
Oh, no. You look like 2/3 of We the People.
Costello, you should treat Mrs. Niles with respect. She has character. Look how high she carries her head.
She's had her face lifted so many times, it's a wonder she can stay on the ground.
Oh, Costello, I never had my face lifted. Of course, I have used facelift lotion.
Oh, you have used facelift lotion?
Yes.
Well, I once used that same lotion on a horse.
Did it lift the horse's face?
I don't know. We can't get him down off the chandelier.
Come in.
Bonds and bombs will beat the Axis, so be sure to pay your income taxes. Save your old tin cans, your ironing lead, and give it all your waste paper to Dagwood Bumstead. Ha!
Costello, it's Dagwood. Where's Blondie, Dagwood?
Oh, she's out in the car. Wait a minute, I'll call her. Blondie!
Dagwood, Oh, hello, Mr. Costello.
Oh,
Mayor Abbott. Dagwood and I are helping Mrs. Niles with the waste paper drive.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the first thing you ought to throw in this, I fixed it up this afternoon at rehearsal, too, didn't I? Same line, huh? Well, here we go again. Well, the first thing you want to throw in is the paper that poem was written on. I got it. Hey, Dagwood, do you make up that poem yourself, or did some other jerk help you?
Oh, no, I made it up myself. You had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute, Deadwood.
Deadwood?
Driftwood?
No. My name's Dagwood.
Have you been inspected for termites?
Oh, now, Mr. Costello, don't you and Dagwood have a fight when there are so many important things to be done?
Yeah, and we want every bit of waste paper you've got in this town. Yeah, some men I know are even giving up their college diplomas. Have you got a college diploma? Huh? No. Have you got a high school diploma, hey? Nay. Then have you got a grammar school diploma?
No, but you're getting warm.
Oh, never mind the diplomas, Dagwood. Have you got the waste paper ready, Mayor Abbott?
Yes, Blondie, it's all collected.
Okay.
Costello, carry that old burlap sack out to the truck.
Okay. You know, you always fool me, Mrs. Niles. I mean, the way you fold yourself over.
Thanks for your help, everybody. Now, Dagwood, you gather up those loose papers and hurry. We've got lots of stuff to make.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job, Blondie.
Thanks.
And you keep up the good work, Dagwood.
Oh, don't worry, Mayor Abbott. Dagwood will work his head to the bone for you.
Yeah.
Well, come on, Dagwood, hurry up.
Yeah, but I gotta get going. Now, hold the door open for me, Blondie.
All right. Stand back, Mr. Costello. He moves very fast.
Costello, come here. Costello.
Aren't they nice people? No. All kidding aside, aren't they nice people? Costello, why don't you answer me? When do I stop spinning? Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get down to the studio for our broadcast. By the way, where's our script for tonight? I got it right here. And, hey, Abbott. What's the matter?
The script is gone.
Why, it was right here a minute ago. Hey, do you suppose they took it with the waste paper?
That's it, Abbott. They took it. We got to catch that dogwood bedspread or whatever the guy's name is. Out of my way, Abbott. I move very fast. Here I come.
Costello, you're supposed to open the door.
Now he tells me.
West of the Ivory Coast and the Gold Coast is the independent African nation of Liberia, now host to United States Army and Navy men. To Americans stationed in Liberia, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. Whether Camel cigarettes go to West Africa or to you, they stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because Camels are packed to go around the world. Yes, you can be sure Camel cigarettes are fresh. Sure, too, that they have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Freshness and more flavor are two reasons why more people want Camels today, both at home and overseas. If your store is sold out, remember, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. And now, back to Abbott and Costello, who are still searching for their missing radio script.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find our radio script.
Abbott, are you sure this is Dagwood's home?
Certainly. And are they classy? Look, they've got their names painted in gold on the mailbox.
That's nothing. You should see my house. I got the Costello coat of arms painted on the front door.
What's the Costello coat of arms?
2 sheriffs jumping up and down on the second mortgage.
Oh, go ahead. Knock on the door. Oh, it's Blondie's little boy, Alexander. Hello, Alexander.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? Come right in. Pull up a chair and sit down.
Thank you, Alexander. We're Abbott and Costello.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd better open the window.
Oh, you're a cute kid, ain't you, kid? I must invite you over to the house to play with some of my old... It has to come out one way or another. Must come over and play with my old razor blade.
No, Costello, that's not nice. Look, Alexander, we're looking for your mother and father. They've got our radio script. Do you know where they are?
I ain't saying yes and I ain't saying no.
Well, what are you saying?
I ain't saying.
He ain't saying. How old are you, Alexander?
9.
You're going to reach 10 the hard way.
Say, Costello, look out the window. There's Dagwood and Blondie going into that house across the street. Come on, we've got to get that radio script.
Yes, step aside, Alexander. I move pretty fast.
Out of the way, Alexander. He's coming through.
I don't know how that Dagwood does it. He gets through every time.
Hurry up, Costello. We've got to get across the street while
Okay.
Damn it! Wait for me!
Hey, you fat boy! Get back there in the curb! But, officer, look. Don't butt me. What do you think the traffic lights are for? Well, the red light is the signal for the pedestrians to cross the street. Oh, the red light is it? Then tell me, what's the green light for? That's the signal for the automobiles to cross the pedestrian. Oh, a wise guy. Well, don't try to cross the street again until you get the green light and I blow me whistle twice. Or I'll give you a ticket for jaywalking. Costello, will you please hurry over here? Now go ahead.
Oh, so there you are, young man.
Look, lady, don't stop me now. I got the green light. You don't even know me.
Oh, yes, I do. Why, you're Mr. Squawky from Milwaukee.
lady, look, I gotta get my radio strip across the street.
Oh, of course, Mr. Squawky had a mustache and was bald-headed, but honestly, you could pass for brothers, and you were dressed exactly alike, only he was a streetcar conductor. I had the wrong streetcar conductor.
Lady, you're off your trolley. Now, will you let me get across the street? Hey, you! So you're crossing against the red light again. Again! I'd like to get over once. Costello, will you hurry up over here? All right, now go ahead.
Pardon me, young man, but I'm from the recruiting office. How would you like to join the Navy?
How would I like to join the Navy?
Yes.
I'd like to join up it.
Ah, so the Navy's a great place for you. Think of it, you can cross the ocean.
Cross the ocean? I can't even get across the street. Look, I'll see you later. Hey, I'm coming. Aha! So it's you again. Aha! So it's you again. Oh, it's you again. It's you again. This is the third time you've crossed the street against the red light. Now come with me. I'm taking you to the police station.
Where's the police station?
Across the street. Good. I finally made it.
Listen, officer, we're Abbott and Costello. Our radio script is lost, and we only have a few minutes to get on the air.
Oh, so you're Abbott and Costello, eh? I never miss your program.
You don't?
No, I don't hear it, so I don't miss it. Now get along with you. Go peddle your corn.
Yeah, but I'm going to take a sock at that. Quiet. Look, there's Blondie and Dagwood coming out of that building.
Oh, Blondie!
Thief! Imposter!
What's the trouble, Mayor Abbott?
Well,
What's
Blondie,
wrong?
when you took that waste paper basket out of here, the house, you know, you must have taken our radio script, too. We're due on the air any second. Maybe our papers are on that truck.
Oh, no, that load was sent out on the train hours ago. Oh, see what you did, Dagwood. Now what are Abbott and Costello going to do on the air tonight?
Oh, gee, Blondie, maybe I can help them out, huh? My whole family was good at making jokes.
They certainly did all right with you.
Oh, just a minute, boys. I've got a great idea. I've got something here in my purse. It's a school play that little Alexander wrote. You can do it on the air. I'm sure Alexander would give you the right.
I'd like to give Alexander the right. And a couple of good laughs.
All right. Wait a minute, Costello. This might be just what we need.
Oh, sure, it's a dandy play. All about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
And I know just the part I'm going to play.
Yeah, so do I. Come on, Dopey.
Here's little Connie Haynes to sing the novel new rhythmic hit, Take It Easy.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? Take your time, dance it with me. Take your time, slow if you please. It's a moment tender, now the cell is tense. Maybe you'd surrender, but you move too fast. Take it easy, take it easy. Yes, I know I'm not supposed to make a run, but jump. Take it easy, take it easy. If I don't appear that our romance will hit a bump, take it easy, take it easy. Yes, I know it's time for romance when the music's sweet. Take it easy, take it easy. I should really try to make my heart control my speed. Take your time, dance it with ease, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow as you please, slow as you please. Take your time, I've been talking about taking more time, but I've changed my mind. gonna take my time.
Well, come on, Costello. Let's get in the studio. We'll do it on the air in a few seconds. Where's Dagwood and Blondie?
Oh, here we are, Mr. Abbott, and I have the script of Snow White right with me. Now, if you'll all gather around, I'll assign each one his part. First, I will play the part of the Princess Snow White.
Oh, goody, goody, and I will be the handsome prince, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Dogwood. I play the leading parts around here. I'm a real actor. I was born in the theater. And it cost my father 25 cents extra.
You were born? You were born in the theater and it cost your father 25 cents extra for what?
The stork dropped me in a load sheet.
The stork that brought you should have been arrested for smuggling dope. Hey, that's a good one, Mrs. Niles.
Dagwood, you keep out of this. I think Mr. Costello is right, Mrs. Niles. This is his program, and he should have the leading part.
Oh, what does Costello know about acting? Now, me, I am part of the theater.
Your lower lip looks like the second balcony.
Costello? Yeah? Costello, you know that Mrs. Niles was a dramatic actress?
That's right, Mr. Rabbit. Why, it's been only 5 years since I left the New York stage to poke my nose into Hollywood.
You didn't have to leave New York for that.
Costello, please. Will you cut that out and let Blondie assign the parts for the play?
Yeah, now, Blondie, please give me a good part. With Abbott and Costello's audience, I'll be able to reach 30 million people.
It's a good thing they can't reach you.
Oh, don't mind Dagwood, Mr. Costello. He's always wanted an acting career.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. Every time I get near you real actors, I get the smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
The smell of the what in your who?
The smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
Dagwood, the word is nostrils, not nostrils.
Well, what's the difference? Nostrils? He's got the smell.
Dagwood just doesn't know what to do about it.
The smell?
No, my career.
Dagwood, why don't you recite one of your poems for Mr. Costello? You know, like you do on our Monday night show. He might like to hear it.
You want a bit?
No. Come on, Costello. Give him a chance. Go ahead, Dagwood.
Go ahead, huh? Well, thank you, Mr. Abbott. You're a kind man. You remind me of my father.
But, Dagwood, Mr. Abbott only has one head.
Yeah.
What am I laughing at? Why don't I think of a joke like that?
Go ahead, Dagwood. Recite your poem.
Yeah, go ahead, huh? Very well. Now, this is called The Raven. The Raven. As I sat gently rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gently knocking at my chamber door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that, huh?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Costello, let's go on with the play. Ken Niles, will you please set the scene?
Okay, Bud. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Waste Paper Players, starring Abbott and Costello and Dagwood and Blondie. We present tonight an episode from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, entitled The Seven Dwarfs Sat on the Wagon, or The Surrey with the Shrimps on Top. As the scene opens, the princess is calling to her prince.
Oh, Prince. Oh, Prince. Here, Prince. Come, Prince. Here, Prince. Come here, Prince.
Here I am, princess. I have come to save you from your cruel stepmother. I have just arrived by Greyhound.
What's that?
Oh, my dogs are tired. My lovely princess, let me smother you with kisses.
Oh, Prince.
Blondie. Hey, what's going on here? He's kissing you.
Oh, Dagwood, this is just a play.
Yeah, but he isn't playing.
Dagwood, you're not supposed to talk now. You represent the forest. You play the part of a tree.
What part?
The sap.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
So you're a tree.
Now, never mind.
And I'm Prince.
All right, never mind. Yeah. Just a minute. Now, Costello, please. Never mind that, Costello. Go on with the play. Come on. Go on with the play, Lou.
Okay. Now we go on with the play. Now, let me see. All my lovely princes, please let me smother you with kisses.
Yeah, wait a minute. You just did that kissing scene, Mr. Costello.
Listen, isn't that deadwood a little too young for you, Blondie?
Dagwood, in this play, Mr. Costello is my brave, bold knight.
I thought knights were big, tall fellas.
This is spring, and the nights are getting shorter.
Costello, will you please read your next line?
Okay, my fair princes, what brings these tears to your lovely eyes?
My stepmother is so cruel to me. She makes me do all the drudgery. All day long is wash and scrub and wash and scrub. And at night she makes me sleep in the broom closet.
What do you hear from the mop?
Oh, woe is me. All I do is work. I work my fingers to the bone, and what have I got to show for it?
Bony fingers.
Hark! Princess, look, the Queen. Your wicked stepmother approaches.
But how did she get across the moat?
She must have caught the guard with his bridges down.
Here comes the Queen now.
The Queen, she looks more like the three of clubs.
Good morning, my little princess. I have brought you a nice red apple.
Hey, Blondie, don't eat that apple. It's poison.
How do you know?
I'm reading on the next page.
Costello, don't let the princess eat the apple. You must save her.
Here, Snow White, give me that apple. I'll make the ugly Queen eat it herself. Open your mouth, Queen.
Oh, you silly baboon. This is me over here. You're feeding the apple to my horse.
The teeth fooled me.
My brave prince. You have saved me from the poison apple. How can I ever repay you?
Come into my arms and let me smother you with kisses.
Hey, wait a minute. There's too much kissing going on here. Hey, Blondie. Hey. I don't like
I'm sunk, brother.
Hey, Blondie, I don't like this play.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, go on home, Dad, but I'll see you next Monday night.
Hey. Woo! Hey, come on, let's go home, Blondie. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, what a spot for the poison apple. Here, Deadwood. Open your mouth and I'll torture the apple.
Oh, boy.
Brother, he was really hungry. Only 3 seeds hit the ground.
Costello, will you stick to the play?
Pardon me, everybody. Pardon me, I'm the NBC usher in this studio. Hold the door open, Costello. Stand back, everybody. They move very fast.
Costello, what was that?
What do you think it was? The audience!
Oh, get out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Second Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner of Pontiac, Illinois, who led 22 Americans in fall of our tanks against a German-held town on the casino front. After smashing a German self-propelled gun in a tank, Lieutenant Kerner and his men attacked fortified houses, taking 30 prisoners. Then, sending some men back with the prisoners, the young lieutenant and 10 other men, using tanks and bazookas, took the town, capturing about 50 more German prisoners, including a whole battalion staff. In honor of you and your men, Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels set free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guests Alan Hale and Sally Eilers. Now here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Blondie and Dagwood, thanks very much for being with us tonight.
Hey, Dagwood, I listen to your program every Monday night, and I'd like to know how you get through those doors without crashing.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Mr. Costello. Dagwood, take his hand and show him.
Okay, here we go. Hold the door open, Blondie.
Okay.
We're moving fast.
Gee, they made it. I don't see them. Dagwood, Costello, where are you?
We're down here! Who lets the cover off this manhole?
Good night, folks.
Next week for another great Avenue Justice show. With special guests, Mr. Alan Hale and Miss Sally Isler. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight is a story of the Golden West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
I'm not from this neck of the woods. I'm from Liberia in Africa.
Hey, well, what's your handle? Mine's Charlie C. Reed.
My handle is Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Okay, JJ from Liberia, Africa. Let's climb up on old Nail Gal here and make some slow moves around town.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Lucille Ball, here to make a personal appeal to every American. Since the 1880s, the American Red Cross has been stepping in when there's been big trouble, like a hurricane. But nobody has to tell you the Red Cross is there when a hurricane strikes. So let's talk about the other Red Cross, your neighborhood Red Cross. They teach kids to swim.
That's good, Eddie.
And they train about every lifeguard on every beach.
I think it's possible to look into it. We can get in touch with the local chapter.
They help veterans get on their feet. They help people relocate after fires.
Are you comfortable? Okay, now relax.
They collect and distribute blood. They give a hand to the older folks in your town and do scores of other jobs.
It's running very nicely.
It's easy to see why we've got to have Red Cross, and only you can keep Red Cross ready for the little emergencies in your neighborhood. And the big ones. Help keep Red Cross ready.
This is Lorne Greene. The country we're traveling through is beautiful. No other word could describe it any better. It's spring, 1875. And we're in Wyoming territory. In 15 years, it'll be the 44th state in the Union and the first state in the world to give women the right to vote and hold office. The Battle of the Little Bighorn is a year away. And in March of this year, the Congress enacted the Civil Rights Law that guarantees everyone equal access to public inns, public conveyances, and the like. I don't think my fellow passengers would be terribly interested in these odds and ends. They all seem to be more interested in what they see out of the window. One of them shows an intense interest. He's had his nose almost pressed to the glass for an hour. Interesting-looking young fellow, about 20 or so. Aside from being a black man, he's dressed in a very colorful robe, green, sky blue, yellow, and red. He has a red, green, and black skull cap perched on the back of his head. It would be really interesting to know what he feels about the wild, wide open West.
So much space. The land stretches as far as the eye can see. And when it is no longer level, it becomes hilly, and the hills become pyramids with sugar on the tops. Grandfather and grandmother were right. There is no country like this western country. The sky seems even bluer than our Liberian sky, and there is more land than I ever thought possible. I must sink myself deeply into an understanding of this place, because it is my ancestral home, as much as Africa. Because this is where grandfather and grandmother came from. Perhaps I will find some relatives. It does not seem likely. I've only seen 10 black people since we left Lincoln, Nebraska.
Incredibly, an African tourist of American descent is checking out a branch of his roots. And that's how we begin this particular story, which, though fictional, has a basis in fact.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Afro-Westerner by Odie Hawkins. Our star, Brock Peters.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow old beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
What would it cost to replace your car's muffler, including installation?
Oh, I'd say about $50. No, wait, $45.
Would be around $30.
I guess about $40.
The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99.
That's half of what I guessed. It's hard to believe. On a Cadillac?
That's a terrific price, with installation included. Should have known it. Sears.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Clinging jerseys, tight satin tops, they only look good if they hug your body smoothly. Sears Best Abra Light helps you and your clothes look good. How? Abra Light has no seam cups, and straps adjust in the back so you look great up front. Whatever you do, whether it's dashing around town or simmering with disco fever in that slinky dress, it's flattering fun with the Sears Abra Light. Available at most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
The brakes are applied and the train slows down. Ahead, a place that's more than a settlement. The young black man stares out the window.
Laramie.
Is this truly Laramie, sir?
As you live and breathe, young fella.
Thank you.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts of Monrovia, Liberia, hopped from the train with 3 overstuffed carpet bags and stood on the train platform looking and feeling completely lost.
Howdy, stranger. My name is Homer Judson, better known to some people hereabouts as Nosy Judson. I'm a reporter for the Laramie Sentinel, and I couldn't help thinking, Homer, this is your human interest story of the week. How about an exchange? You give me your story, and I'll help you find a place to stay. A deal?
A deal? Oh, yes, thank you. My name is Joseph Jenkins Roberts, and I could certainly use some help.
Couldn't we all?
Beg pardon?
Never mind. This all your luggage?
Yes, I decided to travel light.
Well, let's thank the Lord for lightweight things. Come on, partner, follow me.
Thank you. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, well, I hope you'll be thanking me when we get to Mrs. O'Leary's boarding house. But meanwhile, since I seem to have picked up the bag you packed with boulders, why don't you give me your story?
Won't you need a pencil and pad?
As unusual as your story is sure to be, I'm sure my photographic memory will retain it. All you have to do is talk as we walk and don't leave anything out. Now, remember, the Sentinel prints all the news it's fit to print, and that means all the news that's news.
Well, first of all, I am the nephew of the current vice president of Liberia.
Liberia?
Yes, Liberia, West Africa.
Ah.
You see, it happened like this.
And stay the hell out of here, Charlie Reed, till you learn how to behave yourself.
Go on, Joe. This is Laramie, and lots of people misbehave all the time.
Yes, I know. My grandfather told me about it.
Your grandfather?
Yes, my grandfather and grandmother were born to slavery on a plantation in Louisiana. They escaped when she was 15 and he was 18. They have told me their story many times.
Don't let that throw you. Laramie is full of cowboys, especially on Saturday night. Go on.
I must say, the atmosphere is much more lively than Monrovia.
You were saying about your grandparents?
Oh, yes. They knew that the only way to be free was to make it to a free territory. In addition, grandmother says, grandfather had seen some pictures of a cowboy and wanted to become one.
Your grandfather had seen some pictures of a cowboy and wanted to become one?
Yes. Grandmother always smiles when she says that. At any rate, after an incredible number of hardships, they made it to this town, to Laramie. They say it is where they began to be human beings for the first time. Oh, it would take several hours to tell all the things they went through.
Yeah, I can imagine. What year was it that they made it here?
It was 1807. They built a cabin near a place called Misty.
Oh, yeah, that's about 35 miles northeast of here.
That close? Oh, I would like to see it very much. This evening.
Whoa, take it easy. Why not tomorrow? After you've had a chance to get a good night's sleep. You were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, they lived in this place, Misty. My grandfather, being a curious man one day, found some small nuggets of gold in the stream behind their cabin.
Gold?
Yes. He found gold, but he didn't tell anyone, only my grandmother. For 10 years, they secretly panned gold from this stream and others near, and when they got news of people being given a chance to resettle in Africa, they decided to go.
I recall that. It was in 1820-something, and the American Colonization Society was behind it. A bunch of hypocrites.
Yes, 1822 to be exact. My grandfather and grandmother say that many free people of color were not happy about being offered a chance to return to Africa. They felt, since they had been born here, that no one should think of leaving, or that no one should think of asking them to leave. And there were those, like my grandparents, who welcomed the chance to go. To them, Africa represented a new frontier. They were born slaves and emigrated to Africa as free people with $15,000 in gold.
That's quite a story.
My grandfather thinks so, too. His talking about his life here made me want to see the land of his birth. My mother and father didn't want me to come, but my grandparents did. Go, they said. Go and tell us what you see. So I came here.
Yeah, and here we are. Now, don't let Mrs. O'Leary frighten you. She's always a bit much at first, but you'll find she's not as dreadful as she appears. This is the living room, dining room, where everybody gathers for the 5 o'clock meal. The guest rooms are upstairs, and here's
what
Mrs.
have you
O'Leary.
brought me this time, Homer Judson? A wishy-donny, complicated-looking fella in a triple-coloured nightgown with a Yiddish cap on his head. Glory be to heaven.
His name is Joseph Jenkins Roberts, and he hails from Liberia, West Africa. And I've already told him that you make the best son-of-a-gun stew and deep dish apple pie this side of the Mississippi.
Oh, there you go again, Homer Judson, wrapping your spit around a bunch of words that sound sweet to my ears. Well, how long are you going to be staying with this young fella?
Well, about 2 weeks or so, I guess.
Oh, primi facie, that'll give you just enough time to become part of the family. Well, come along, let me show you to your room. I'll take those bags for you.
Oh, no, thank you. I can manage.
Hand them me, boyo. In Mrs. O'Leary's house, Mrs. O'Leary makes the rules. Homer, will you be coming in for dinner this evening?
Not this evening, Mrs. O'Leary. I've got a great human interest piece to write up for the morning edition. See you later, Joe.
Writers. They've always got something to write. Well, come along, Joseph Jenkins Roberts. I'll be showing you to your room. So, you got 3 names rolled into one, huh? Well, why not? Whoever said we should only be afflicted with 2 names? Now, you can eat 3 meals a day if you like, or only dinner, depending on what your appetite is like. Now, most of my boarders eat breakfast at 6:30 and dinner at 5. Have you a man-sized appetite, Joseph Jenkins Roberts?
Well...
Good. Now then, it'll be $2 for your rent for the week and $3 with meals. No fancy women whiskey drinking beyond certain points or serious card playing allowed. And here's your room. Dinner's in 20 minutes, and we're having chicken and dumplings this evening.
Dear Mother, you must read this letter to Grandfather and Grandmother to tell them that I am finding everything that they have spoken of to be true. I've been here in Laramie for 5 days now, and so much has happened already that I hardly know where to begin. I am living in a boarding house, owned and operated by an Irish lady. She's very tall, has hair the color of rusty pipes, talks very quickly, cooks huge pots of food, and is very nice. I think she drinks whiskey when no one is watching. I was taken to this place by Homer, a reporter on the Laramie Sentinel that I met at the train station. I'm enclosing the article he wrote about me. It's the first ever written about an African in Wyoming territory. Homer Judson is a very nice person. I have not run into any problems of race, Mother, so far. Most of the people are well informed as to who I am and what I am doing here. It seems that even those who don't read the newspaper know my name and where I'm from and everything. I guess Mrs. O'Leary is responsible for that. She's like the drums we have at home. Taking Homer Judson's advice, I have purchased a pair of boots to go riding in. I did not tell him that I did not know how to ride. But I will learn. It is late now, and I must go to sleep. Mrs. O'Leary expects everyone to attend breakfast. I send my deepest love and respect. Joseph.
Join millions of Americans and shop the easy way with a Sears credit card. All you do to apply is call toll-free 800-526-0444. It's your entry to shopping convenience and quality merchandise. Your card will be accepted at over 3,600 Sears stores across the nation. And you can choose from over 100,000 Sears products and services. Even use it for your catalog orders, in the store or over the phone. Just say charge it. Call 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents, call 800-652-2777 for your Sears credit card.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow old beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
Can't believe you owe the IRS that much? Well, when things just don't add up, you can count on a Sears desk calculator to help you. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Then read the figures 2 different ways. 12-digit lighted display and tape printout for your records. There's a 2-memory system that helps ease multi-step problems, plus its many extras make it a great time saver. Now at most Sears retail stores. Sears 2-memory desk calculator. Cut $25, just $99.99 through March 10th. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
To look the height of fashion wherever I go requires many coats. But for home, I need only one coat fashion surrounding me. Sears' best Easy Living interior paint. One coat of Easy Living on the walls and every room looks stunning while I entertain or just relax. Choose from 24 decorator colors in Easy Living flat latex and semi-gloss, plus bright white ceiling paint for your home. Because with Sears Easy Living paint, all you need is one coat when used as directed at most Sears retail stores.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts settled in and became a part of the community. It wasn't an instant process. It took a while. There were things to learn, customs to observe.
Watching Joe wobble down the street in a pair of the fanciest boots ever cobbled has got to be one of my all-time favorite memories. Being the adventurous type he was, it didn't take much to convince him, being in the West and all, that he should saddle up. I had a strong suspicion that he might wind up sitting backwards on the creature. I've seen tenderfoots do everything.
Hey, I wouldn't try to climb up on that ornery old saddle sore if I was you.
You wouldn't? Why not?
Because it just might be the last ride you'll ever have. Now, you just take a peek at that devil's eyes. He's just a-waiting for you to mount up so he can buck your little old dark body through the roof. Now, you come on over here, bub. Let's pick out a piece of crow bait that'll put up with your inexperience. Old Nellie looks like a good choice. How long you been riding?
I never been riding. On a horse.
What? You pulling my leg?
Beg your pardon?
I said, are you pulling my leg? You got buffalo snot in your ears or something?
No. It's just that you say things in a funny way.
Well, come to think of it, you sound a shade strange yourself. That there nightshirt on and that there beanie cap on your head. I take it you ain't from round this neck of the woods.
No, I'm not from this neck of the woods. I'm from Liberia in Africa.
Yeah, I kind of figured you was from somewheres else. Hey, well, what's your handle? Mine's Charlie C. Reed, a cowpokes card player fresh out of the calaboose after celebrating a month's trail pay down the drain.
My handle is Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Okay, JJ from Liberia, Africa. Let's climb up on old Nell Gal here and make some slow moves around town. I'd advise you to hold her down to a gallop till we get to the edge of town. Not from that side, JJ. I see you wasn't joking when you said you never rode a horse.
I told you.
Oh, well, they all had to learn sometime. Yeah, let's give it our best shot. Who knows, you might get to liking the feel of a fast horse under you.
Charlie, how can I make it slow down?
You can't. If you went any slower, you'd be standing still. And quit squeezing that old gal's neck so hard. She'll think you're in love with her.
Dear Father, I am addressing this especially to you. It is what might be called a man's letter. A few days ago, I met two new people. They are both now my friends. It seems that this is the way it is here. You can be strangers one day and friends the next day, or enemies. My two new friends are named Charlie Reed and Alfred Wong. Charlie is a cowboy. The other day, after we rode to the edge of town and back, Charlie asked me if I had any money. I said yes. He was quite pleased and said, "Great. Let's go into the Dirty Garter Saloon for a little sipping, spitting, and cussing." There was tension when we walked into the saloon. From the way the people lined up at the bar stared at me, I felt self-conscious. I will have to buy cowboy clothes and a wide-brimmed hat to go with my boots. Charlie ended the tension by saying, "My buddy JJ here from Liberia, Africa, is buying a round for the house." Many of them patted me on the back and said nice things as they rushed to get their round. And then someone else bought another round, and someone else another. I had to walk my horse back to the stable because I felt too wobbly to ride. I don't think I like sipping, spitting, and cussing very much because it makes your head hurt the next day. Charlie has promised to teach me the secret of roping and also how to shoot straight. Respectfully, your son, Joe.
I must admit that I was very curious about this person. I had seen him about town. I had heard much about him, but I had not had a chance to talk with him. Yesterday he came into my laundry with some of his native robes to be cleaned. The dust of Laramie was ruining them. He wanted to know how I became a laundry owner in Laramie. I told him that I and many other Chinese helped build the railroad that links east and west. After the railroad was finished, I decided to invest in a business and retire here. I can't say that this is a real retirement, but it beats working on the railroad. I have invited him to have tea with me. I forgot to ask him if there were any Chinese in Liberia.
None of us in the boarding house tried to exaggerate the dangers of riding beyond Laramie city limits. However, we did warn Joe more than once that the outskirts of Laramie had its normal collection of outlaws, just like any other city. He smiled and told me, "Don't worry, Homer. Charlie has taught me how to ride well."
Dad, blast it, Jake! Why'd you have to fill your hand 100 yards away?
Oh, shut up. We've lost him. You and your big mouth.
Well, where do we go from here?
We keep heading for Texas. As many wanted posters they got hung up in this territory on us. We'd be sitting ducks to stick around here.
She spooked that little dude. That's downright funny, Jake. Wonder if he can find his way in the dark.
Who is there? Who is it?
Strong Wolf. Wait, don't run. I will not harm you. I have your horse.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was smart to jump off this old nag and hide rather than try to outrun the bad ones.
Did you see them, the crooks?
I have seen many crooks.
Over there is Laramie. I guess this is where we part company. Thanks again, Mr. Strongwolf, for catching my horse.
It was not very hard.
Well, thanks anyway.
What is your name?
Oh, my handle is Joseph Jenkins Roberts. My friends call me JJ.
JJ, would you like to have a good Shoshone dinner this evening?
Yes. Yes, I would. Excuse me. That was very good. I have never eaten rabbit before.
Dog?
I'm talking about the food we just ate.
I know. It was dog meat, one that we had fattened for a guest such as yourself.
Oh.
Moonfeather, bring my pipe and tobacco.
I knew she was the one I would marry when I first saw her. Somewhere in a book it is called Love at First Sight. I could tell from the way she returned my look that she too felt the same feeling. My heart was in my throat. Also because I feared the consequences of being attracted to another man's wife. In my country, that is considered something a person should not do. Strongwolf lit the pipe and passed it to me. It's a bit strong, isn't it?
For one who smokes it properly, it is not strong. Here, do it slowly, with feeling, peacefully.
I see what you mean. It is better when you puff slowly. Tell me, Strongwolf, does your wife always spy on you around the corner of your teepee?
Oh, Moonfeather is not my wife. She's my niece. And you are the first buffalo man she's ever seen up close.
Oh, I didn't know. She's very pretty.
Already, after only 17 snows, she can skin a deer or put up a teepee faster than many more experienced women. I am proud to be her uncle.
Yes, I can see that you would be. Moonfeather. Her name is pretty, too.
We Shoshone women have always been known to be direct and honest. I had to let the Dark One know that I had received his eye and returned it. For the course of the evening, he spent talking to my uncle. I made certain that he was aware of my presence. For the first time since I had been taken through the ceremonies for coming into womanhood, I really felt like a woman. This man, JJ, made me feel this way. I looked forward, after that first time, to his visits with my uncle. The women of our camp laughed and made jokes about how much of my heart they could see in my eyes. And what have we here skulking around with such heavy circles under his eyes?
Good morning, Mrs. O'Leary. Am I too late for breakfast?
Well, I think we ought to be able to scrape a bit of batter together for a flapjack or two. How's it going with yourself? You look as though you just drank the hair of the dog that bit you.
Please, Mrs. O'Leary, don't say that.
Morning, JJ. Got a telegram for you.
Morning, Homer. What is it?
Well, what is it?
My grandfather has had a stroke and he wants to see me.
Oh.
He wants to hear about what I've seen before he...
Now, lad, chin up.
I must leave right away.
Yes, of course, JJ. We'll pray that everything works out all right.
How dreadfully cruel the fates can be at 7:30 on some mornings.
Truer words were never spoken, Mrs. O'Leary.
Toward the middle of the basket, you got boiled corn and a bunch of blueberry muffins. The chicken should last you for a week if you're careful not to eat more than 6 pieces a day. Now, you take care of yourself and don't you forget to write us.
I'll be back. We hope so. I could use another Liberian human interest story.
All aboard! Board! But, JJ, I come as soon as I heard. I sleep at one off under a table in the dirty garden. See you later, bub.
JJ, you left 2 ropes.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
I hate to see JJ go, you know what I mean? His been like a son to me.
Yep, he's a nice guy. But don't worry, he'll be back. He's got a reason to come back, too, or my otherwise unimpeachable sources are out of their trees.
Moonfeather! Moonfeather!
What seems to be the problem here, young fella?
There, riding the speckled horse.
Oh, so that's Moonfeather. Well, you better best get on the observation platform before that poor engine rides that pony to death, trying to keep up with the Union Pacific here.
Observation platform? Where?
Well, to the rear. Now, careful you don't fall off.
Moonfeather! I'll be back! I promise you, I'll be back! Here, keep this ring! I'll be back! I'll be back!
I had to let him know how I felt, openly. I rode alongside the train, praying to the person above us that he would see me and understand. My prayer was answered. He saw me and threw me his ring. I knew we would be together then. I did not know how long it would take, but no matter. I knew it would come to pass someday.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Certain foods, plants, and animal products you can't bring back to the U.S. You can't because they're prohibited. They're prohibited because even one of these foods, plants, or animal products might carry a disease or pest that could spread to our crops and gardens and animals with devastating results. You haven't been everywhere on the globe yet, but there's always tomorrow. And before you go again, write for the free booklet that explains the law.
Even one can hurt. Write for Traveler's Tips.
Write to Traveler's Tips, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. 20250. It's free.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either.
With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself.
Neither could Dan, could he?
No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night.
Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh?
Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was
Let's
before.
hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
This is Lorne Green, and here's the concluding act of the Afro-Westerner.
J.J. stayed home for 4 months after his grandpa's death, doing as much as he could. Him, the youngest in the family. He returned after 6 months, no longer the complete tenderfoot. His granddad had left him a handsome sum of money, but he didn't let it interfere with his life. One of the first things he did when he got back was get himself a job, working for the Circle Bar B spread.
Oh, there ain't nothing to it, J.J. Once you get past the sipping, cussing, and spitting part, all you have to do is learn how to stay in the saddle till your backside turns to calluses. Try to think one step ahead of a bunch of dumb cows that are apt to stampede at the drop of a coffee cup. Forget about all the comforts of Miss O'Leary's boarding house. Be on the lookout for rustlers and don't spend all your money in one saloon. I don't have to tell you how to survive Cookie's son of a gun stew. You already survived Mrs. O'Leary's cooking.
I learned. I was determined because I had decided, with the money I had inherited from my grandfather, to to buy some land, buy some cattle, and marry Moonfeather. She was always on my mind, but I could not find her. Wherever I came across Shoshone people, I would ask them about Strong Wolf and Moonfeather. I even learned some Shoshone in order to ask questions. They would always tell me that they had seen them in the last moon or 10 sleeps away, but they didn't know exactly where they were now. My heart ached to see Moonfeather again. I used to have terrible dreams thinking that maybe she had married someone else. My friends were very sympathetic.
Would you like another cup of tea, JJ?
No, thank you, Al.
Nothing like a good cup of tea.
Yeah.
So you still have not been able to find Moonfeather, huh?
No, and I've run out of places to look.
Do not feel that way. There are always other places.
I know. I know. It just seems...
I understand. I don't know if I told you when we last talked. I'm going through a romantic period myself.
You are?
Yes. My father has selected a bride for me from our village, and I am anxiously awaiting her arrival.
Oh, I'm happy for you.
Here is a picture of her. Her name is Cynthia.
She is very pretty.
My father says she is a good worker and will make a good wife. Are you sure you wouldn't like another cup of tea?
One day, out of the blue, it happened. I had been working the South Range, rounding up mavericks, and was just sort of stumbling back to town, thinking about how good it would be to have a hot bath in Mrs. O'Leary's big brass tub. A couple of Indian braves suddenly appeared and quietly rode alongside me. One of them was Strong Wolf. The other was Eagle Eyes, his brother, Moonfeather's father. I was so excited I could hardly keep from shouting, "Where is Moonfeather?" But I thought it best to do things the Indian way. They had gotten the word from others about me. I rode into their small camp of 20 teepees, my heart beating like a drum. I saw a smile in the corner of Strong Wolf's mouth. He knew what my feelings were. We dismounted, still without talking, washed our hands in a buffalo hide bucket and sat down to eat. I remember we had wild greens and trout because I was so nervous I choked on a bone. After the meal, Eagle Eyes called out, "Moonfeather, bring my pipe and tobacco." She was more beautiful than the first time I saw her, and she was wearing my ring. I could not contain myself. I said to her, "You're wearing my ring." She nodded, telling me yes, and went back to where the women were. I was so happy I felt like crying.
So, you returned.
I said that I would.
Good. We like a person who keeps his word.
We sat for an hour, talking about different things. How scarce the buffalo were, what my plans were for the future. Eagle Eyes pierced me with his look, listened closely, and only asked one question. Will you always stay in this land? Up to that point, I had not really thought about whether I intended to stay or not. But I said yes because that's how I felt. After a while, I felt I had stayed long enough and decided to leave, asking if I could return for a visit the next day. Strong Wolf looked at Eagle Eyes and he nodded, ever so slightly. I felt good. I felt even better as I rode out of camp when Moonfeather stepped around the teepee and waved and smiled at me openly. I rode hard and fast to get back to Laramie. I felt I needed some courtship advice. My father was far away and could offer no advice in this matter, so I spoke with my friends.
So our little old African buckaroos discovered skirts. Well.
I am serious, Charlie. We are serious. What does a man do in a situation like this?
Really stomp down serious, huh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'd suggest you do the following. Get yourself duded up. Slick your hair down. Skip that part. Take a half-hour bath, sprinkle a heap of sweet me sniff on you where your whiskers should be, and take her for a stroll in the moonlight.
Charlie, I'm in love with her, and I want to marry her.
Well, in that case, you better take a full hour's bath. An Indian woman, huh? I think that'd make an interesting column. When's the date?
I don't know. I haven't proposed yet.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't waste much time. Looks like we're in for a cold winter, if you know what I mean. See you later. I gotta run.
Oh, I'll leave your dinner on the back of the stove, Homer.
Thanks, Miss O. Luck to you, J.J.
Tell me, what do you think I should do, Mrs. O'Leary?
Oh, well, now you take that darling girl an armful of flowers. There's not a female heart on the planet that doesn't think well of flowers.
Mrs. O'Leary, you're right. That's exactly what I'll do.
Oh, the beauty and sweetness of youth.
My brother and I had discussed the possibility of J.J. the African and Moonfeather getting married. We knew that he was going to return to her after she was given his ring. We approved of the match. I knew him to be sincere and honest, and I believed with the experience that years give that he would become a well-seasoned man. We were not prepared to deal with his appearance when he asked for Moonfeather with a tall hat on, a beetle coat, and a bunch of dead flowers. We laughed, and afterwards we had a feast, and my brother gave his permission. Later on, after he understood our customs better, he gave my brother 50 good horses, and me a robe, like the one he had worn when I first met him.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts became an authentic cowhand, used the money he inherited from his grandfather to buy a ranch, just a few miles from where his grandparents had lived, incidentally, and settled down to raise 6 beautiful Afro-Indian children and beef cattle. I'm proud to say the oldest boy's name is Homer. Homer Jenkins Roberts, who at the age of 20 made his pilgrimage to his grandparents in Liberia, liked what he saw, and stayed. As the West African proverb says, what comes around goes around.
When my brother was my age, being in style meant wearing old jeans and about a pound of dirt. But today, us guys are more sophisticated in our style. And that's why Sears has Style Works. A guy can pick up on the latest styles in jeans, tops, sweaters, and dressier clothes like vested suits. I can depend on the Style Works shop at Sears for just about everything to keep me looking great. And the prices? Pretty reasonable. My folks like that. Style Works. Today's style's all in one place at most larger Sears retail stores.
I've been working with furniture for 25 years, so I know about quality, and that's why I recommend a Sears Benchmade sofa for your family. There's a heavy-duty hardwood frame braced to withstand stress. The coil spring construction gives long-lasting comfort, and you can choose from fabrics and attractive solids or bright prints, all treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector. Compare the quality of a Sears Benchmade with other fine sofas, and you'll be surprised. Styling, durability, and comfort. Benchmade, a great place to relax. Now at most Sears retail stores.
This spring for women, the fashion place at Sears suggests these up-to-date separates. They're comfortably casual, yet dressy and lighthearted enough to go anywhere this spring. Margaret mixes Sears texture blazer and the small collar striped shirt with trousers, while Wendy wears a shawl collar blouse and the slimmed-down dirndl skirt. Color coordinated, these great-looking separates will come together beautifully for you. Spring's mixable, matchable, up-to-date separates. Get them at most larger Sears retail stores.
Come, spin the wheel of fashion. Discover a fortune of spring separates at Sears Junior Bazaar. Silk blend skirt and pants in dusty pastels. A blend of polyester, rayon, and silk, making them easy care, wrinkle resistant. Top them off with white-on-white polyester and cotton blouses. Fashion is your fate at Junior Bazaar. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Afro-Westerner was written by Odie Hawkins, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Lorne Green. Our star was Brock Peters. Also heard were Parley Bear, Peggy Weber, Norman Alden, Len Berman, William Lally, and Marvin Miller. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
Here's an important tax tip from the Internal Revenue Service. If you're 65 or older, there are some special tax breaks that you can claim, like a double personal exemption. That's right, an extra $750 for yourself, and still another if your spouse also is 65 or older. And there are advantages if you decide to sell your home and move to a smaller place. There's also a tax credit for the elderly. They're all spelled out in one of IRS's free publications, number 554, Tax Benefits for Older Americans. You can get copies by calling the IRS toll-free number listed in your telephone directory, or you can order by mail. There's even an order form just for that purpose in each tax package. Use it to send for the Older American publication or any other IRS publication or form you need. Tax Benefits for Older Americans. Get all the details now so you can take advantage of the benefits on your tax return.
Tomorrow, the Sears Radio Theater is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Let's listen.
I am a talent agent, and I'd like to, excuse the expression, handle you.
Why? I mean, why me? I've been around a while and haven't made any headlines in Variety yet.
I looked at some film on you the other day, and, well, I thought I saw something.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Who played the rhythmic bones on Nora Bay's 1919 recording of The Village Vamp?
Aristotle Fig. Any boob would know that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight we spin the hands of the clock backward into the fascinating past to bring you an unusual symposium of early American popular music, explored by the eminent Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge, the record collectors. Our special guests will be the noted singer, Miss Margaret Whiting, composer-conductor, Mr. Lynn Murray, and a great voice from the past, Miss Margaret Young. And now here is our moderator, Mr. John Daner.
Good evening. Some people collect stamps, seashells, or old coins. Others collect paintings, butterflies, or match covers. With us tonight are two gentlemen who collect old records. They are Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge. To take them in alphabetical order, Let's hear first from Dr. Arbogast. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Dana, and friends out there in Radioland.
And Mrs. Tessie Dorblin in La Jolla.
Before we get to our records, I'd like to talk about what you two gentlemen do. I mean in the field of commerce as opposed to your hobby. Dr. Arbogast, you are a breeder of giant frogs, right?
Yes, Mother and I have a frog farm at Costa Mesa.
Dr. Arbogast, are you a real doctor?
Well, let me answer your question with a question, Mr. Dana. Are frogs entitled to medical services?
If they're sick?
You would deny them medical service if they were well?
No, I didn't say that, Doctor. All I asked you was, are you a medical doctor?
No.
I see.
Well, one day several years ago, a mutinous assistant at the farm challenged one of my frog-feeding formulae. I told him, that formula, or pack your duds.
An ultimatum.
Pack your duds. He simpered. You're the doctor.
The weasel.
That's how you became Dr. Vincent Arbogast.
Yes.
Now, Mr. McFatridge, you, I believe, are engaged in the field of teratology, right?
Roger?
Titus heard an aeronautist use that as a form of agreement.
Oh. Well, what is teratology, Mr. McFatridge?
The science of creating monsters.
Monsters?
I made a dilly for a Christmas parade in Muncie, Indiana, for a department store.
Well, what kind of monster was it? Specifically, I mean.
Well, sir, I took the body of a crocodile, the head of the bearded yak, and the wings of the condor. Beautiful. I felt I had something here that would frighten any child.
At a Christmas parade, is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Did it work?
No. There were no children to frighten. They had all fled in terror from the first exhibit in the parade, a monster 5 floats ahead.
What was that?
Well, sir, it was a man-like thing stuffed into a flaming red suit with a raging white beard. As it lashed its reindeer, it waved ferociously in all directions, shouting threats at the crowd. The children left.
Now, as I understand it, you two gentlemen plan to present tonight your views on American popular music. So, may we have your first recording, please?
It is the hit tune of 1923, Toot Toot Tootsie. It is sang by that very popular duo of vaudeville and records, Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
And note the realistic train whistle interpolated into the rendition.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye. Said goodbye. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her to see goodbye. To see, don't cry, please don't cry, little Tootsie. The choo-choo train that takes me far away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, Tootsie, and then do it over again. Kiss me again, sweet mama. Watch for the mail. I promise I'll never fail. You know if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Toot, 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 tootsie, don't cry. Toot, toot, tootsie, goodbye.
Toot Toot Tootsie, the 1923 hit sung by Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
They don't make records like that these days, Mr. Dana.
Dr. Arbogast, how long have you been collecting records?
30 years, 4 months, approximately.
And how many do you have, approximately?
Really, I wouldn't venture to say. I measure my collection by values far removed from consideration of mere number. Oh, let the banker count his money, let the farmer weigh his crops. But upon what adding machine, upon what scales can a collector measure the value of his treasure?
Well, Dr. Arbogast, how do you measure the value of the records in your collection?
I realized that everybody was collecting the records of artists who were so good that the public didn't appreciate them. But nobody was saving the records of the singers and musicians who were popular in their day. I determined to remedy that deplorable situation.
How?
I set out to acquire records that once sold by the millions. The records the general public paid its money for.
Well, now, do I understand you to say that there are no really great artists in your collection?
Not at all. It occasionally happens that a truly fine artist is acclaimed by the public as well as by the critics. In such a case, I would not let an artist's superior talent bar him from a place in my collection.
I see. Now let's hear from our other collector, Mr. Titus McFatridge.
The records in my collection, if laid side by side, would cover 2/3 of the space of a basketball court.
That's very interesting. How many records does that make?
I really haven't the slightest idea. I share Dr. Arbogast's views on the stupidity of counting the items in one's collection.
But how did you arrive at the figure of how much of a basketball court your records would cover if you don't know how many you have?
Empirically and incidentally. At one time, I resided at the YMCA at Muncie, Indiana. I needed to catalog and sort out my records. Since my room was small, the secretary of the YMCA, Stanley Proctor by name, kindly gave me permission to spread out my records in the gym while the fellows on the team were in the showers. I noted that my records took up 2/3 of the basketball court. Now, those wishing to know exactly the number of records might write to the Muncie, Indiana YMCA for the dimensions of the court, and by the aid of simple arithmetic, compute the number of records I had at that time. Stanley Proctor, however, is no longer there. He was, I believe, transferred to Terre Haute in 1932.
Well, it doesn't matter, Mr.
Fort Wayne, not Terre Haute, pardon me.
Now, gentlemen, we move on to our first guest. Mr. Lynn Murray is a distinguished conductor in the field of popular music. His background might best be summed up by referring to his work on the hit parade with the excellent Lynn Murray choristers. For many years, Mr. Murray has brought Americans live, vibrant interpretations of their most popular ballads. Mr. Murray, it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here and to introduce you to my two colleagues, Dr. Arbogast and Mr. McFatridge.
How old are you?
Well, now, Dr. Arbogast, it's not necessary to...
A man's age is very necessary.
But
I have no objections to giving my age.
Oh, see, by the way, did you say Billy Murray?
Lynn, L-Y-N. I was born in 1909.
Oh. Well, it makes you, 46.
Gentlemen, please. I've just invited Mr. Murray to play his latest disc.
Disc, Mr. Daner?
I didn't realize Mr. Murray was a member of the Olympic team.
No, disc, gentlemen, platter. Wax, recording.
No wonder these modern musicologists can't produce decent renditions, and they don't even agree what to call them.
Gentlemen, please, courtesy at least. Now, Mr. Murray, would you give us the title of your latest record?
It's called He's Got Time, and the members of the cast are Jane Russell, Connie Haynes, and Beryl Davis.
Never heard of them.
Of course not.
Let's listen to Mr. Murray's record.
He's got time. He's got time. You may not walk his way today, but he's got time. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get to flower in and out. His heaven didn't get that blues in a minute or two. So he's got time and he can't wait for you. He can't wait. You hesitate. You may not seek his love today, but he can wait to teach his little birdies how to tweet. Takes a week to teach his ivy how to climb. Takes some time and teaching sinners how to pray. Keeps him busy all day, but he's got time and he can't wait for you. He's got time. Took him time to make a shining rainbow. You may not walk his way today, but he's got a valley full of spring. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get to flower in and out. His heaven didn't get that blue. So he's got time. he can wait for you. He's got time. He's got time. He's got time. He's got time. Lots of time.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Lynn Murray's latest recording.
It's a pity to put those unsullied young ladies at such a disadvantage. Recording under this electronic hodgepodge. Where is the surface noise? Where are those lived-with sounds?
Well, gentlemen, perhaps now the public can hear the music. Isn't that the general idea, Mr. Murray?
Yes, it is. We're constantly striving for better forms of reproduction, you know. Today, thanks to high fidelity...
High fidelity? Music for dogs.
I read just the other day of a basset hound who, upon hearing a rendition of the funeral march on his master's high fidelity set, went out and cut his throat.
A crime against society.
These people should be reported to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. That equipment...
Electrical equipment, blaring out noises all over the land. Soon we shall have a nation of deafened canines.
Man's best friend.
But, gentlemen, what did you think of Mr. Murray's record?
Sir, this is an electric recording, is it not?
Well, yes, Vincent. It isn't Mr. Murray's fault that the power is in the control room, you know.
Well, Dr. Arbogast, are you referring to what I understand was the acoustical or mechanical method?
The time-honored method, where the artist played or sang into the horn, and his true vibrations were directly stenciled onto the wax mother.
But that's one of the most primitive...
Primitive? Has anyone improved on the wheel?
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being with us and for bringing along your latest EP recording. He's got time.
EP, Mr. Dana?
EP?
That means extended play, gentlemen. Surely you realize records come in various sizes and speeds.
Aha, oh yes, now we're at the heart of the matter.
There is only one size, Mr. Daner, one speed.
Yes, 78 revolutions per minute, 10 inches in diameter. Although I have heard there is a small group of malcontents who are considering using 12-inch records.
Nothing will ever come of it. Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being our guest.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Dana.
Good night. Gentlemen.
Good night, Mr. Merritt.
Good night, Mr. Murphy.
Dr. Arbogast, you have a record, I believe.
This record dates back 33 years to 1919. It features one of the most popular feminine singers of that blessed era, the incomparable Miss Nora Bayes.
Nora Bayes.
Oh, very great artist. She introduced Shine On Harvest Moon, didn't she?
Yes, but this record at the time was a very topical number, dealing with the influence of the flickers upon everyday life. The flicker motion pictures.
Yes, sir.
Well, many movies in that early day had a wicked woman of the world who had designs upon the noble hero. Now, these women were called vamps. Among them were, well, let me see, Theda Bara.
Nita Naldi, Jetta Goodall.
Never belabor a point, Mr. McFadden. This record is entitled The Village Vamp and shows the effect of this type of movie upon a simple country girl. The Village Vamp, as sung by Miss Nora Bayes.
Have you heard about Miss Sally Green? Sally Green, Sally Green. That old she said one victim was the name. Case that has moved off the name. Now she wears high heel shoes and fancy hose. She's a vamp, she's a vamp. Raise her face.
Oh, my. It's wonderful, wonderful, beautiful.
Now, Mr. McFattridge, do you have any special information about this record we just played?
Well, sir, Aristotle Figg was to have played the rhythmic bones on that record date.
Was to have?
They wrote him out at the last minute.
Oh, it's too bad.
Well, Figg never wanted to play the bones anyway. He was a bass drummist at heart. Played in the village band back in the Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
The bandmaster hated his superior talent and was always trying to find a way to get rid of him.
Did he find a way?
Please.
Oh, I beg pardon.
Aristotle Figg's son, Bonafide, dabbled in amateur chemistry. A wretched child, he also chewed bubble gum incessantly. At the Sunday school picnic, he turned up, chewing and carrying some of his chemicals in a vacuum flask. He was drinking this mixture in between blowing gum bubbles and listening to the band.
Well, the band was there, sir.
Young Figg didn't know it, but the chemicals he had mixed and was sampling were in just the correct proportions to form helium gas. He blew one monstrous bubble.
What happened?
He took off. There he was, hovering aloft.
Did he just float around aimlessly up there?
No. They shot him down over the bandstand.
Oh.
The minister, fortunately, had his slingshot with him.
Was the boy hurt?
No. He landed on his father's bass drum.
Pretty lucky, huh?
On the contrary, Mr. Daner. The elder Figg was counting out an 18-bar rest, 3 bars before F in The Poet and Peasant, when boom-ti-boom landed his son. For that interruption, the bandmaster fired Aristotle Figg, who then developed his talent for the rhythmic bones and entered the popular music field.
Now, gentlemen, it's time to listen to the listener. And the letter box is open. I have one here from the South, Tampa, Florida, to be exact. Mrs. J.R.W. She wants to know if it's true that a canary was once a featured soloist on an acoustical recording.
Yes, of course.
Vocalion
Yes.
B-147, starring the feathered songster Miss Lady Bird, formerly with the Ishpeming Mining Company.
Rescued from the mines by an alert Welsh bird lover.
The success of this record awakened the public to the plight of the unfortunate canary used against its will to test the air for poisonous gas.
Thus was founded in Sundown, Indiana, the SFTPOUCIMS, the Society for the Prevention of the Use of Canaries in Mine Shafts.
I see.
Meetings were held. Never let them take another canary down a mine shaft to test the purity of the air was the battle cry. They had, as a symbol of their crusade, a canary in a cage on a table on stage. After all, if it had been intended for birds to be under the damp ground, birds would have been born there.
But birds are not born under the ground.
But then miners were not...
Spread their wings, said Russell John, and give the canary the air. His audience loved his hatred of humans.
They just sat and puffed orgiastically on their pipes and cigars in high ecstasy. They'd be there today, I think, if that young ruffian hadn't been there.
Emma Shakespeare's son. He had an elastic band and a paperclip and a deadly aim. He shot the paperclip at the little canary on stage.
Oh, so that was quite a mean act. The bird was already unconscious as a result of all the cigar smoke in place.
The paperclip lodged in the bird's bill, startling him so that he bent the little bars of his cage in exit. Still half asleep, the bird didn't know where he was. He flew around the room, shaking his bill to get rid of the paperclip. When he finally did shake it loose, it fell into one of the chandelier's empty sockets.
What happened?
A short circuit. The place burned to the ground, and the people there were incensed. What they felt was an ungrateful canary. A wave of anti-canary feelings swept the town, destroying the society forever.
Well, we can file Mrs. J.R.W.'s letter as answered. Now, gentlemen, I understand your next record is a rare one.
Indeed it is, Mr. Dana. It was recorded in 1922, and it features that beautiful and talented vaudeville headliner, Miss Margaret Young.
Margaret.
Careful, Titus. Its title is Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Way Down Yonder in New Orleans, featuring Miss Margaret Young. Now, gentlemen, I have a surprise for you. we have as our special guest this evening none other than Miss Margaret Young.
Bravo.
Thank you, boys.
Maggie, we've been admirers of yours for many, many years. They just don't make records like that anymore.
They certainly don't.
Youngsters today have no appreciation for basic values. Maggie, how many copies of that recording were sold?
Oh, over 1 million.
There, you see?
But listen, I didn't come here to play my record. I came to introduce you to my niece. She's the singing star of our family now, and I thought you'd like to meet her and hear one of her records.
Well, if you insist.
Well, boys, just meet my talented niece, whose name is also Maggie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What's your last name, young lady?
My full name is Margaret Whiting.
Whiting?
A whiting is a fish.
Will you walk a little faster? Said the whiting to the snail. Lewis Carroll, Allison.
The Reverend William Dodson, nom de plume, Lewis Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Titus.
Gentlemen, I should think that you would be quite honored to have as your guest tonight one of America's most popular singers. Margaret Whiting is known from coast to coast. Her records have sold by the millions.
Name one.
Well, there's Come Rain or Come Shine. That one alone sold over 1 million copies.
And would you rank such a song in the same class with Out of a City of 10,000 People, Why Did You Pick on Me?
Oh, that was lovely. Yes, it was, but I remember it well.
That song sold over 1 million copies, Mr. Daner.
Well, gentlemen, that was a little before my time. After all,
Well, she's right, Titus. She couldn't be expected to remember the classics. She's still young.
And we must keep in mind, after all, she is Maggie Young's niece.
Yes, that's a good point. Yes, of course. The young lady, we've decided to listen to your record, regardless of our personal feelings in the matter.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. The name of my record is I've Told Every Little Story.
Miss Margaret Whiting. Well, gentlemen, what did you think? Gentlemen?
Well, perhaps you could tell us something about the record, Miss Whiting.
Well, I'd be delighted. See, it's from a recent LP album I recorded for Capitol.
LP? First it's EP, now it's LP.
One must need a code book just to talk to you people.
LP means long playing, approximately 20 minutes on each side of the record.
Perhaps for people with long ears, huh, Vincent?
Oh, that's very good. Oh, that's very good, yes.
Gentlemen, of course, Margaret Whiting.
A Whiting can't hold a candle to a sardine.
Indeed not. I recall one dinner back in 1907, Vincent, in Kansas City.
Miss Whiting, we appreciate your dropping by.
Well, the pleasure was all mine. Good night, Dr. Arbogast, Mr. McFadden.
The oysters were perfectly dreadful. But the sardines, I recall a young man I met that evening.
Gentlemen, we are discussing recordings.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, the last recording was way down yonder in New Orleans.
Well, no, we just played her niece's, Margaret.
Way down yonder in New Orleans. Most unusual. Most unusual.
Will you have some information on that record?
Yes. Pesag Gaskell, I think, played clarinet on that one. Do you mind Pesag, Vincent?
Oh, yes, I mind Pesag Gaskell well. Good clarinetist. He was a channel swimmer, too.
A channel swimmer?
The best.
There was a champion. Pesag never used grease. He used to flex his little muscles and say proudly, "What's good enough for the blue whale is good enough for me."
Well, gentlemen, our time is up.
Pesag Gaskell was an excellent channel swimmer, and at the drop of a towel he would plunge into empty water that even resembled a channel.
He was once compared favorably with the lemming.
Well, that's it, gentlemen. Our time is up. Now say good night to our listeners.
Good night, friends, out there in Radioland.
And Mrs. Carrie Moomaw in the Needles Public Library.
By the magic of electronic recording, we have brought you the views of two men, Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFattridge, the record collectors. Their guests were Mr. Lynn Murray, noted composer and conductor, the popular singing star Miss Margaret Whiting, and Miss Maggie Young. This is John Daner saying good night.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in Hollywood by William Frug. The Record Collectors was written by William Woodson, Lou Houston, and Larry Thor. Howard McNear was Dr. Arbogast, and Lou Houston was Mr. McFattridge. The moderator was John Daner. Next week, a new and unusual musical presentation. An original one-act opera for radio composed and conducted by David Brookman, based on the first war between the states. The story of the battle between Michigan and Ohio over the city of Toledo, told in music and presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
Some letters tied with glue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rested in my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give a consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrop starts, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Golden Age Radio signing off. Thanks for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/C/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.